loving colors in your hair, get your boots on dear, cause we're going out there, don't care about the dress code, put it on, let's go, girls go wild, cause we're going out fresco, ha, no need to perform, hands on our bodies gonna keep us feels warm, we need social reform, cause we're just so criminal, linguist subliminal, damage is minimal, 4% our largest fraction, massive attraction, girl action, stop that, I'm gonna need a reaction, drop that, you already got your reaction, me, I'm gonna keep on smiling, you're gonna need restyling, I got a quote back from the jeweler, you're getting 20% cooler. Yeah, own this beat, you can call me the king or the ruler, filling on bass, getting horse in the mic, we're getting 20% cooler. We had a great day out, calling my name like Ferris Bueller, it's time to wrap this up, we're getting 20% cooler. 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 Reduce that triple designator and I don't think they're on my level like a rebel in a bunker getting shot with a mortar. Bump up and down cause I think you're order. Place your hand on my thigh, don't be coy, I can hear you sigh. Grinding your hips, I'll be flashing my pink and in 10 seconds flat, you'll be back with a drink. Whoa! Bring out the Bacardi! Swing that sparkle up in the body, tap that. Like a phone in a cold war room on the third floor, knocking on the front door. Me, I'm kind of a rarity. You, work that dexterity. Lean back now, here's one end. Getting cooler like 20%. Yeah, own this beat. You can call me the king or the ruler, filling on bass, getting horse in the mic. We're getting 20% cooler. We had a great day out, calling my name like Ferris Bueller. It's time to wrap this up. We're getting 20% cooler. 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 Yeah, own this beat. You can call me the king or the ruler, filling on bass, getting horse in the mic. We're getting 20% cooler. We had a great day out, calling my name like Ferris Bueller. It's time to wrap this up. We're getting 20% cooler.
Good evening, good evening, good evening, good evening, and welcome to part 3. What I hope is the final part, unless, like, something goes horribly, horribly wrong, of the FCK video. Fuck me, we are 5 hours and 21 minutes in. That's pretty good. That's a pretty good place to be. There's like 3.5 hours left. I'm gonna fucking kill myself. That is too much. Oh fuck. Okay. I think we were at a good stopping point last time. Fucking hell, it's been a lot. It's been a lot. Do I need to recap? I feel like I need to recap. Maybe I'll recap when we get into it a bit. How we doing? How we doing, guys? How we doing? Fucking hell. As always, the goal has been set. If you want to be on screen, it is 10 teal super chats or above. So, you listen. I like charging you guys for for basic services. I'm gonna abuse the shit out of this over time. Oh Christ. Oh, congrats on 6K. Thank you. It's nice. It's nice. I've got like there fucking hell. The like John Malicool has like way more fucking views than I expected it to. It's actually ridiculous. Fuck. We're getting closer to the point of the new Monster Hunter game as well. I'm excited. Your VTuber model is freaking adorable. Thank you. He's very useful. It means I don't have to like fucking get ready. Feeling a bit little bit tired today. Hence the like I want to sleep. I've rested. I've slept before stream, so I'm actually alive, which is nice. I like to be alive. God. Zali was cackling. Chris had her go over that. Go over what? Hey, Teddy, how we doing? Are we getting 20% cooler? Yes. Like, part of, listen, a good reason to do ACC stuff is just I get to play 20% cooler. It's a good classic Ken Ashcorp song. This is a Godiva, member for month at Coping. Thank you. Neither you, me, or Akumu can beat the autism allegations. Yep, it is. It is certainly something that bleeds into our souls. It's inescapable. Jar tough enough that he drew a lot of attention to all the Jar videos. Yeah. The Jar's been good constant content. I think there might be like another wave of Jar-ish, Jar-esque content at some point, which would be nice. But yeah, it's weird to get to the end of the FCK stuff. You actually blast me into the past with that song, but I hope you're doing well. Yeah, I am doing well. I hope you're doing well as well, Teddy. I think, listen, I enjoyed the artwork of last stream. That was pretty good. That was a highlight. It was good. It was good. It was good content. Okay, I'm gonna go in and see you all later. At the beginning of stream, well, go get food. Come back. We'll still be here. Fuck. Beckett, you and Nick need to stop streaming at the same time. Yeah, he's gonna listen. I'm just giving people an option if they don't want to talk about the fucking Destiny response. Still trying to process Jar's fanfiction of him and Akumu. Yeah. I mean, I've spoken to Akumu before. Thank you for the 5, by the way, Star Sprinter. I've spoken to Akumu before about the Jar stuff with how Jar sort of wanted to form like a new group, because Akumu was going to be part of that group. So I've seen the DMs, so I sort of know Jar's thoughts and thinking on that topic. I am also installing Steel Hunters, Jack, so I will play a bit of that over the weekend. I've been playing a lot. I've been playing some Hogwarts Legacy. I don't know why. Sister Godiva with the 50 Swedish crowns, playing modded Diablo 2, listening to you while my girlfriend on her way home from South Africa. Weird coinky dink. Well, I hope that you enjoy seeing your girlfriend when she is back. Thank you for saving me from Destiny nonsense. Listen, I'm fucking. I saw the response. I've got nothing really else I want to say on that fucking topic. So I'm glad everyone's getting their fucking content bag out of it. Shout out to being alive. Yes. My continued fucking being alive. And yours. And all of us. Unless you're dead. Unless you're literally a bot. Which, you know. If you're a bot, don't type in chat. I don't know. Where's cool with you and Ponder? I haven't spoken to Ponder yet. I don't know if it will be something I record or release. I spoke to Kumu and DMs about it. As well, and got some of his perspective. I'm just largely interested. If she's happy to do something recorded or something on stream, then that is what we will do. That will be a thing. So I'm not a bot. Block me. I'm a bot. Block me. Okay, well, you also pay for a membership, so I will allow you to live. I will allow you to live. Okay, where the fuck are we? Like super far in. Look at the little bar. The bar is so much further ahead. Oh, actually, oh fuck, I can't show you this, can I? Can I show you this? Somebody made something like in the Discord, and it was really cool. It was really, really fucking cool, and I quite like it. I might go grab it a second. Give me a sec, because somebody did an actual animation, and I was like, that's fucking wild. I've never had someone do an animation of me. Like, I need to scroll for it. Where the fuck is it? My god. Art is as busy as general. Dude. Every time I go in, I find more and more fucking... I have so much fan art. I really appreciate it, guys. Okay. Okay. Hold on. Okay, do that. I think it was Rotting who did this. I'll check in a second. How cool is this? Chat meets the goal. Chat gets a star. Good job. That's fucking so cool. Just really made me laugh when I saw it. I was like, it's based. It's based. Oh, okay. Guys, so much good art. So much good art. I appreciate all of you, okay? I appreciate all of you. Actually, have I just credited the wrong person as well? Hold on. Let me go check. Let me go check. We got a minute. Let people, like, shuffle in to whatever the fuck this shit is. Before my brain starts to cook itself. It's going to be a lot of cooking itself. Yeah, it's rotting. Rotting does, like, animation stuff at university, which is pretty cool. Okay. Right. Hey, Truski! Welcome to Coping. 07. Thank you for the membership, buddy. Okay, so let's get rid of the text. So we are now well over the halfway point. I'm pleased for us. We're nearing the third point. Into 6 hours, and then 3.5 hours left. 3.5 hours left. Okay, like a fucking marathon. Okay, so I'll recap you. Basically, here's your fucking recap. In like late 2019, early 2020, the Madame drama kicked off. The Madame drama was about a guy named Slimmers. Is it? I don't know what Slimmers' pronouns are, so I think guy. Slimmers basically did some artwork, didn't get credited on the thumbnail. This is a very, very, very brief TLDR. And that kicked off a massive drama. Akumu got involved in that drama and got accused of being a stalker for years by many, 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 many people. Many large content creators were basically accusing Akumu of harassing them. Like, Akumu has laid out the evidence that this really isn't very accurate. In that Akumu was just kind of responding 99% of the time as everyone tried to get his YouTube channel and multiple Twitters deleted over and over and over again, while also continuing to antagonize him. When antagonizing him didn't work, people like Fuchsia Butters basically said that they were victims and constantly played victim over and over again. This was also true of Nezzy Monster, ZZ, Mimi, all the others. Ponder also made stuff on him, but I need to like speak to Ponder. I've kind of just said I want to talk to them before I go like in on a take, essentially. And while this was going on, Akumu was slowly gathering evidence and getting more and more pissed off, understandably. And one of the things that he discovered was, despite all these accusations, all the sort of moral grandstanding over grooming, over like people, like the community itself, the FCK server was a server filled with many, many creators who were aware of a guy named Toasty and a couple of others, and even amongst their own actions, who were essentially getting minors to draw porn for them, sharing porn with minors. And we are talking people who were pretty young, in some cases like as young as 14. And they covered the entire thing up. They covered the whole thing up for years. People have sort of responded to this drama in a variety of ways, though that way is largely to not talk about it as this videos come out. While Nezzy is claiming as young as 12. Yeah, it was as young as 12, wasn't it? Fuck. With Nezzy claiming that she doesn't really remember. And there's a fucking memory hole there. They have amnesia, apparently. I mean, that's fucking pretty convenient, isn't it? Jesus. I keep thinking here lies the FCK his elbows on is saying something different. Still can't get over the hate boner they had for him. It's just like weird, right? Yeah, it is. It's very strange. It's kind of unreal. But it was a Diddy party. It was the ACC's little Diddy party. Oh, God. Okay, so is that caught up? Does anyone have any questions before we hit the next, like, 3.5 hours of this? Are we good? Are we good? I don't know if I'm gonna do. Don't know if I'm gonna do call-ins about this tonight or another night or whatever. I might need a breather after this. This has been like a fucking insanely busy week going over this stuff. How long ago was the FCK activities or the AFK activate? Like, we're talking, this stuff was going on through 2020, like 2021. But the server still existed. The reason this all sort of came up again and became are you gay? Depends on the person. That's why Doodles said Epstein list. Yeah, I mean, Doodles was involved in this. Doodles basically investigating themselves, was bringing on to why this came up again. In late 2023, early 2024, Akumu was still looking into this, and he went to Lio and basically said, hey, I've got all this information on this server. What the fuck is going on? And Lio got Doodles and some other people to look into it. It turned out through looking into it that they were deflecting horrifically. Many of the, like, quote-unquote victims of the FCK were siding with Akumu and basically saying that the creators covered this shit up. Creators then began slandering those victims and basically trying to discredit them because their primary goal was just to go after Akumu. I mean, who can blame them? Dude's fucking terrifying. Look at this shit. Oh, fuck. So that's why we're here now in this timeline. It's still, what, the FCK? Yeah, the FCK still exists. It's not like an active server, but it still exists. The claim that the server was deleted, I mean, that would have been the smart thing to do, is just not true. And the logs of that have all been pulled. I think it's, I've seen live versions of it, like in Discord. It is still a live thing. They kept calling me Light Yuganami. Okay, I think we're good. Right, let's go. Oh, I think this was a good stopping point. Now, will we be... Oh, the one thing to note as well is... Where the fuck is it? We are now past the point of timestamps. We're airing into unknown territory. This is the dark... We have landed in the dark place. The dark place. Okay, cool. Fuck it. Let's go.
Out there with no proof, or contradicting a fucking recording that was just given to her just to keep supporting the lie that she's trying to peddle to the public. But if I accuse her of lying, it's a bad faith assumption. Shortly after Nezzy's Twitlonger, Madlibs uploaded a mistake in my Akumu video. Considering how short it is, I'll play the whole thing.
Hey guys, it's Madlibs again. I'm really sorry about all the fucking downer uploads lately, but this is something that I feel needs to be addressed. Recently, somebody came to me with concerns about a segment in that video I made about Akumu. They sent me a screenshot which proved that I made a huge mistake in the Nezzy Monster segment. There was a screenshot that proved that the person in question, whose name I censored in the video and whose name I'm still not going to say directly, did ask before sending the shirtless photo of himself. I had never seen this screenshot. No one ever sent it to me. If I had seen it, I would not have included that segment in the video at all, or I would have heavily rewritten it. The girl who this happened to has been talked to, and she says that she was still made uncomfortable, and I'm not trying to say that her feelings are invalid. If she was uncomfortable, she was uncomfortable. However, since the way that I wrote the segment was heavily reliant on the misinformation that the person did not ask, I feel like it would be wrong to keep it in, because it is spreading misinformation. I was going to wait until my video where I come back to talk about this. I was going to have a segment at the end where I apologize for all mistakes that I've made regarding current and past dramas. But Akumu has been making videos claiming that I'm cut it out because I'm trying to hide it and trying to act like nothing ever happened, completely ignoring the fact that there is a pinned comment on the Akumu video acknowledging and apologizing for my mistake. But I can understand how that can come off as me trying to hide it. So I wanted to say it in a video. I made a huge mistake. I did not look as deeply into the situation as I should have. I acknowledge that mistake, and I apologize. I'm not going to say the person's name because, again, I censored it before and I don't want to put his name out there all of a sudden. But
what is wild to me is through all of this, like, it would have been so easy just to apologize to Akumu and be like, maybe we were wrong about this guy. Maybe we shouldn't have constantly harassed him. Maybe we should have chilled the fuck out. Could have solved so many problems and you could have done it years ago.
But since I'm sure he's going to be watching this, I'm very sorry that I ran with misinformation. And I'm very sorry that I put that out there. And I just... this whole thing's been a mess. Anyway, I felt like it was only appropriate to address this in an actual video instead of like a post or something. So yeah, there was a big mistake there. I have cut it out of the video, not because I'm trying to hide it, but because I felt like it would be wrong to just keep that in the video when I know that it's wrong, because new people who come to the video aren't going to see the pinned comment.
Humo and I talked about this today. It was a very messy situation with so much miscommunication. I think that's true. I don't disagree with you there. But like, it's also there's a mix, right? You can have miscommunication, but some of it's just malicious acting. And I think people like Nezzy, Doodletones, ZZ, I think that shit's just malicious. I think that it was easier to go after Akumu than deal with the problems that were going on in the server. And like, everything else aside, like let's like tone down the kind of like moral or ethical take. The problem you're going to have as a creator like these guys is that they are they're sort of existing on highly moral platforms, which means even if let's say you made a lot of content against scamming people or stealing stuff, right? And you find out one of your friends is basically doing this, is like scamming their audience or scamming their community. Like, you're going to have an issue of just the blatant hypocrisy of continuing that interaction without saying anything. Because it's so against, like, where the public sees your standards. They knew this. They were aware. This isn't ignorance. This isn't, we didn't know, guys. No, they knew. They knew. There are people, like, you can look at, like, Vlad for stuff like this. Like, Gilded's a good example for stuff like this. Because with Vlad just sort of does shit, right? Going to Vlad and trying to morally grandstand over things, it's like, well, no, I don't care. I don't care if this person's a troll. I don't care if there's, like, they're, like, fucking with somebody. Because those are his standards. But there are other things where it might surprise an audience to find out about a certain creator, and that's when your legs kind of get cut out, really, honestly. So, yeah, fuck. Oh, fuck that shit. Yeah, no. So, like, you can kind of, like, there's two sides to this, right? There's the kind of moral side of what Tochi was doing, which was, you know, pretty fucked. But there's also the basic just... These are hard things for creators like these to pull back from. And as time went on, as they get further and further away from it, it goes from, well, you know, we made a mistake to this is just a cover up. And a consistent one. Mizuki with the 5, that new VTuber avatar makes me and my husband look straight. Christ. Oh, it got made for me. It might get updated at some point. He is adorable, though.
All the time. So I just want to put this there, cut it out of the video, and take control of the big misstep that I made. Once again, to the person that I accidentally spread misinformation about. And I'm not saying accidentally because, oh, it was an accident. Don't get mad at me. It was a fucked up mistake that I made. So to that person, I am sorry.
Mad Libs had then removed the Nezzy Monster segment from her video, and I, at the time, in 2021, believed that Madlibs had knowingly made the false claim and was just trying to hide it or cover it up. So I did accuse her of that in a couple of videos. That accusation was false. Madlibs was just misled by Nezzy Monster. That doesn't vindicate the rest of the other issues with her video from September of 2020, and trust me, I'll...
God damn it, Cole. I think this is good. I think addressing like misinformation where like Akumu's finding it's pretty solid. I think like good for him. It's really easy to make like a hit piece like victory lap video and just not acknowledge any of the stuff you've done wrong. I think Akumu's been pretty good at acknowledging his own fuck ups in this. They happen. He's human. He was a fucking kid as well.
I'll be getting into them in a separate video, but it was still misinformation that I put out. My fuck up. Overall, there were quite a few events in 2021 that aligned the stars for what you're watching right now. 2021 was the same year that I kept mentioning the possibility of me making a retrospective series on the FCK and what really took place in 2019 and 2020. Only if the art and slideshow communities, because they're totally so different, and their audience kept pushing the narrative from the FCK and Co. That was the prerequisite for me to make this series. If they left it be and actually moved on from the situation like they had constantly told me to, I wouldn't make it. They did not move on, and I'd like to show you just a few examples of that. February of 2021. Specifically on the 9th, there was a group chat comprised of several people. The priority names are Communist Creeper, Call Me Neil, Lovely Lena, and Carmen Rider. Now, the earliest mention of me is actually from Carmen Rider, who said, "So, Fry told me that Akumu was giving you problems, ? And Lena said yes. He showed me a comment from your video, because I commented on Lena's video. Carmen then says, "I know about Akumu from Madlibs' video, so I'm aware of his..."
Why is the layer future call gone? Because it got corrupted and because it's just like static, essentially. That's what I've been told. Now, I will say this. We can say what we want about Lio, but I do believe that going over this shit, he wouldn't have swept for people like Fuchsia Buzz. I don't know what was said in the call. It was a significant period of time ago. From what I understand, it's before all of this came out. But I think if Lio had the call, he'd just give me the call. Honestly, I'll give him that credit. I don't think he'd hide that.
His antics. Is he doing anything else to harass you? No, but I fear that he'll likely dox me. Alright, well, if he does bother you / dox you, you can let me know. I'm not going to be afraid to bring him to light. He may be a doxer,
The OBS was like,
if I remember correctly,
Lio
he's
fucked
a
up
kid,
the recording.
and I'm not going to let some kid ruin people's lives. Thank you so much, Carmen. You're welcome. I'm glad people are joining my side. I will be away from my PC at 1 p.m. CST, and a bit after, but if something happens with Akumu or Luke, just let me know. If there was something that I've done, I would admit to it. It's one thing for Luke to get himself into petty drama. It's another thing for Akumu to dox people over said drama. Yeah, I know that, and I don't have any money for a VPN. I have $84 in my account. I know there are ways to get a cracked VPN, but either way, we can't have him getting involved. What sickens me is that ironically enough, Akumu used to be a fan of Jar, one of the people Luke threw under the bus. Akumu even harassed him and doxed him too. So apparently, I also harassed and doxed just a robot. Wait, so if I'm getting this correctly, Akumu...
You know, for a group that really cares about how much Akumu apparently lied, they lie a lot. They lie a lot. Also, can you imagine if, like, the previous position Akumu took was, like, secretly based? Like, like he'd always been fucking with Jar? Just comes out with a folder, like, yeah, it was like, okay, I did actually go up Jar, it was, like, 5 years, but have you seen the state of this shit?
Who harassed Doodle Tones over something related to Jar, which is funny since Jar most likely doesn't even care about Doodle Tones anymore, but then he doxed Jar as well? How does that even make sense? I do remember that someone did attempt to dox Jar over the drama with Timos Boss, but I don't know if it was Akumu or not. It's possibly Akumu. Probably. Basically, they were trying to show his real face, when in reality they showed the old channel owner's face. The person who doesn't even mind their face being shown. I can't believe this man is still going. That's actually funny, but sad. Oh, and that as well. Part of me wants to laugh at how ironic it is, but another part of me knows how sad and pathetic it is. The conversation continues on a little bit about some shit that I don't care about, nor do I even remember what it was about. Fry then says, if he doxes me, I'm going to beat the shit out of him. And Lena says, if he doxes all of us, then guess who we're gonna get? And then Fry says, and reporting him to the authorities. That I can probably do, but I can't really sue him since last.
Butter on bread with $4.99. Please use the chibi VTuber more often. I hate being reminded that you're attractive in real life. Thank you. I don't know what to do with that comment, but thank you.
Lack of funding, plus I'm not going to sue a teenager. Either way, if his parents catch on to his doxing and shit, then he's probably not going to see a cell phone until he's 35. Oh my god. I said, guess who we're going to report Akumu to? Well, the authorities, of course. Well, the first person is just a robot. Oh, him too. And then after that, we get him into a Discord call with Akumu and then tell him to call the cops on himself. That way he'll be arrested. Whew. However,
not a compliment.
Find
That's
out
fine.
Where he lives. If we do find that out, we should probably keep it between us and law enforcement. He may be an asshole, but I doubt his parents deserve the harassment from a potential dox. Has he made any threats to you, Lena? Well, that's helpful. No. Considering he's doxed people before, he probably wouldn't be so open about it. Or how did you have any word of this video? He didn't upload the video yet, and he didn't say anything recently to me. Like, how did you know he was making one? Fly Die Sky told me because she's a detective of him and a friend of Doodletones. Do you know how long it's going to be or any other info? No, I don't know how long it is, nor do I have any information on the situation. Because of the doxing claim that the FCK peddled, especially Ponder, Nezzy, and Madlibs' videos, Carmen and Lena were gleefully imagining me getting arrested and beat by the police in front of my family for doxing. For context, they, mostly Lena, were pushing Call Me Nil to make a video on me, whilst telling Nil I might dox him because of it. That if I were to dox Lena or Nil, they could just call the cops. That my mom would give me a whooping when the cop gets there. Okay, editing me here, because I just now noticed what Lena said at the top of this screenshot. Common even told me that if he ever tries to dox you or anybody like your parents or friends, call the cops. This was said in the group chat after Lena was on stream with Sin and Common, where Common, while drunk, was running his mouth about me. So I believe that there is possibly some credibility here. It is Lena, and anything she says should be taken with a massive grain of salt, but it was said right after being on a stream with Common where he was running his mouth about me, so it wouldn't shock me if he did say this. Nowadays, nobody really knows the definition of accountability. It's crazy. There it is. The art and slideshow community's favorite fucking word. Or if the mom...
Do you think they knew that Akumu was mixed race when they made these comments? No. I don't think they ever looked that hard into it. I mean, I know this because it's something that's been like joked about between me and Vlad. But let's be honest. Are the people in the ACC the sort of people who you get like woke people who are kind of pretty racist? I kind of think that they're the sort of that a few people in the ACC are the sort of people who don't really interact with black people in real life. And like I had a friend when I was a bartender, and he had quite a nice soft southern accent, like British southern accent. And one of the most racist things that was ever said to him was by a manager who was like, you don't sound black. And he was like, what the fuck am I meant to do with that? Like what? I think that the ACC is truly a group, like at times some members of them, I'm trying to be selective, are the sort of people who expect a black person to sound black and have no idea. Becca, would you like me to send some screenshots of Toasty saying some interesting things? Yeah, sure, that'd be great. I'm always up for like diversion content, and things that I can interrupt with. Yeah, that'd be great.
mom allows this shit, both her and him get an ass whooping from the cops. God, I'm just picturing it in my head and it's fucking hilarious. Lamau, score one for me. Just a kid and his mom being pummeled by batons before getting dragged into two separate patrol cars. I would grab my popcorn for that. Me too. Just a lovely sight I would watch for sure. I would even record it too. This was all because lovely Lena thought I would dox her or Nil because of Ponder the fucking fruitcake cocks. But Akumu, do you have proof of that? You can't blame them without proof. The same day they said this shit about me getting beat by the cops and arrested in this little group chat of theirs, I got into a comment slap fight with lovely Lena, where she specifically brought up Mad Libs and Ponder's videos. On the 13th, someone on Twitter told Nil that Akumu has tried to dox a minor before by asking someone to do the doxing for him. And of course, linking part 1 of Ponder Sprocket and Nezzy Monster's fucking collab. February 21st of 2021, Carmen Ryder shared Mad Libs' A Year of Harassment and Accusations video in the announcements of his Discord server. So yes, this absolutely was a direct result of the lies and false accusations that Ponder, Nezzy Monster, and Mad Libs propagated about me. Some will say, but that's Lena and Carmen Ryder, the community doesn't like them, as a means of avoiding my point, especially when it comes to the delusional sense of internet justice. Lena was all over the place and originally liked by the majority. She was even one of the people who reacted to Nezzy Monster's announcement about Person A. Details matter, folks. Details matter. The point is, Carmen, Lena, and this group chat are just a few examples out of the many from what I've had to deal with as a result of this community smear campaign, from them fear-mongering their own community about some mean 16-year-old. It was February 28th of 2021 that the names Junkie took to Twitter to complain about Ren, who was going by the name of Jesp at the time. He was accusing Ren of doxing. How? Because, quote, you leaked the actual funeral home that's holding the burial and cremating the body. How did Ren leak this? By showing information from the public GoFundMe page to do with the situation that Ren was discussing. So Ren is at fault for sharing it in a video.
I hate this shit. I fucking... You get this so often. People, like... I can't believe you've shared this public information. This is doxing. It's like, no, you're just fucking reaching for straws. You know you are. And it's so hard to push back on when you're dealing with people with massive platforms. Because again, Akumu can make this video, I can do these streams, but there will be people who will not believe this narrative. Their minds are made up. There is no evidence you can present them that will change anything. This is just where we're sat now with this fucking story. Oh, it's fucking agonizing.
Not because it was publicly listed on the page to begin with. Mind you, Junkie himself also shared this information publicly, yet Ren doing it was a problem for him. Another rules for thee, but not for me. How many have you counted so far? How about August 27th of 2021? Kai Weiss and a couple of the art audience were mocking me for having the Twitter username of Pariah.
I'll have a look through those.
Outcast. A friend of mine named Vera made the point that I was in fact outcasted by the community, to which someone else by the name of Lindata, or Linlins as he now goes by, an ex-SCC member, big shock as you'll see, replied with this. As I said, if someone responds to being called out for being transphobic with I won't bow to your ideology, he is outcasted.
Okay, actually, fuck it. I was gonna wait a minute. I'm just looking at these. You know, it really is fucking ridiculous. Like, this group bitches about being like, we need to make sure that we're not racist, guys. All the time. All the time. But when their friends are doing it, it's absolutely fine. His Toasty, like, posting his own tweet. Toasty's white, right? I'm not going fucking crazy. What the fuck? Oh, here we go. Oh no, the recent one. I fucking hate him. It's great. Awesome. Awesome. Awesome work from Toasty. And I still ain't used it. Well, Teddy, just don't say the N-word. Nigel, necromancy? No, I'm referring to the other one. Don't say the other one. Where was the call out for this shit? I thought racism mattered. I thought like everyone supported like Omnia and like if you needed to label somebody as racist, that was a fine line of attack. That was a legitimate route you could take to go after somebody. No one is your friend, apparently. No one is your friend. Oh, God. That's just fucking ridiculous behavior. And again, I'm already tired of saying this, but the FCK, and actually, do you know what? Fuck it. We're going to expand it out. The FCK and the ACC generally is a story of double standards. I don't care. I don't care if Lyo fucking bullies people. I care about the doxing, obviously. And like, look, I'm happy to accept that he is improving, okay? But I don't care about fucking like bully calls or shit. I care about the fact that it's all done under like the guise of moral grandstanding. The amount of people in the kind of peanut gallery, as it's referred to, or the peanuts as they're referred to, who quite gleefully engage in this shit over and over again with the vague justification of, well, we're the good guys. It is just, it's actively dangerous ways to think. This is unironically how people like legitimize or justify the most insane behavior possible. Honestly, fuck these people. Cantaway, hey Cantaway with the 5. In my opinion, Doodle's calling Akumu listing of FCK members like the Epstein list should give us carte blanche to make all the Diddy Epstein jokes we like. I think the Epstein jokes are pretty legitimate. Let's be honest.
But given how he labels himself a pariah in a desperate attempt to play the victim card, he got what he deserves. Bitch, you got outcasted for a good reason. Transphobes are not people. Simple. Going on about how transphobes have no right to be more than property. You know, if I really, really wanted to be as pathetic as you people, I could pull the identity politics card. How dare you tell someone with African American descent that they have no right to be more than property? Who's the bigot now? But unlike you people, I don't base my entire personality around some specific attribute of what gender I think I am, I tell myself in the mirror, or what race I am. Point is, he was throwing a tantrum over my refusal to use preferred pronouns, and then compared me to fucking Elliot Rodger, and that I was an incel with, quote, ashes cum stain.
Okay, Elliot Rodger, Jesus. Stop wanking over the idea of a world with no trans people and get outside to realize that you are an incel with ashes cum stain on your nose. Why are all these, like... Look, I know that these are obviously fucking selective, but why are there so many... Why is so much of this sexual? Did no one look at this and was like, this is a bit fucking weird? They constantly have to go through and like, we need to remind ourselves that Akumu is like 16. Yeah? Stop talking about cum stains in relation to him. Why? Fucking these people seems like it would make things worse. Never put your dick in crazy. I mean, I think there is selective times where you can put your dick in crazy. Sometimes it's worth it. Lost Worlds with the 2. More grandstanding is one heck of a drug. Yeah, listen, people like to feel like the good guy. To be fair to Lynn, she was a minor during this specifically. Yeah, sure. Like, don't get me wrong. I get it. I've talked about, like, Lynn generally. And, like, my issue isn't, like, I guess, with specific creators outside of people like Nezzy, ZZ and stuff. I just think it's weird. I think it's a weird way to behave towards somebody who's Akumu's age, you know?
On my nose, referring to Madame or Princess Ash, which in and of itself is contradictory. How am I involuntarily celibate if I'm engaging in sexual activities? But it's not supposed to make sense or be coherent, because it wasn't coherent. It was unbridled seething, because I took pride in being the outcast. I enjoyed not fitting in and not seeking this crowd's approval, and because I didn't placate to their beliefs in copium. Tantrums over pronouns and my refusal to participate in the preferred pronoun charade has been a reoccurring thing, and will continue to be as we go through that.
Hey, Akumu. two, it's either sexual jokes, calling me a monkey, comparing me to a monkey, like Yagami, or finger wagging over dumb shit. Yeah, it's kind of wild. Listen, racism's bad unless I don't like the person is a fucking wild stance to hold, in my opinion.
September 2nd of 2021. Holy Majesty and Kai were arguing with Sin, to which Majesty replied, "The daycare called Sin. They said they forgot your diaper." So naturally, I told Majesty to hit up Doodle Tones for that he may be mistaken. Majesty and Fox replied, and that turned into a spat between me and Majesty before someone by the name of Fegos joined in. I replied to Majesty with, "You're denying the circle jerk argument. You want to tell me the CC isn't one big circle jerk?"
What's it? Okay, someone needs to explain the Fagos thing to me. Not because I want to know who this fucking person is, but like, is there like, I saw a fucking meme years ago of like, someone asking for like Fagos or some drink. Is this like a meme? Am I just like out of touch? I mean, fucking, maybe I shouldn't be asking too many questions. Maybe being out of touch is like a net positive in this situation. I think there's the argument that teens in this community were mimicking the way adults around them were speaking to other minors, which is its own problem, which is a problem in and of itself. Yes, yeah. I think older creators set the tone for like the conversation and how to address Akumu, and then that sort of like just continued. I mean, Fagos was a predator. Oh, okay, awesome. Awesome. Yeah, no, like, again, people set the tone for these things and then are surprised at the way they turn out. I don't, it's like, it's literally, I learned it from watching you kind of moment.
Especially behind the scenes. If you think it isn't, either ignorance is bliss or you're delusional. Not to worry, a ball buster of a project, it's on its way. All will be aired. You're borderline delusional if you think that I'm doing some kind of hanky-panky, hokey-pokey bullshit behind the scenes, especially considering that very little has happened as of recent. If you're gonna
Fago is an off-brand soda that Juggalos drank. Okay, thank you, Godiva. That's what I was wondering about. Okay, based. Weird tangent, I know. It's just like, I've heard this name like 3 times during this fucking 9-hour video, and I was curious.
to report on anything, report on something that has actual value, not the commentary community. If you think there's something criminal that the entire commentary community has been doing, be my guest and talk about it. But if it turns out a nothing burger like half of your videos, I'd suggest turning your attention towards helping your IRL communities, or something like that. Because after all, the best burn you have on any of us is that half of us are terminally online, using our time to make vapid videos arguing with each other. That is literally all it's been since the start, and pretending there's more than that is a delusional mindset, born out of a mentality that all must be uncovered. There's really not much
Fagos pretended to have made a teen do suicide and kept 3 people into silence, one of them being Ponder for years until one of them outed them. Oh, okay. Is this the thing Chuli mentioned? I feel like Chuli mentioned this in their jar video. Okay. Fuck. God, it all comes round again. Fagos lied about seeing trans women to Ponder. Essaying trans women to Ponder, Chuli, and Clown. Chuli is a minor, same age as Akumu at the time. Then to them, the women killed themselves, then confessed to them. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay.
aside from the spare 3 or 4 accusations with potential legal repercussions. But that is literally all that I'm aware of, and I've been around for a while. Keep playing detective and wear yourself out. I never said it's only this community. How many times are you going to suggest something to respond to? I said there are major issues in this community and a recipe for a lot of things that unfold within it. And it's not just a handful of people. It's among the masses. You sound like a conspiratorial nut on the radio. It's not as much among the masses as you think, my dude. It's got its pockets with people doing different things. Some better, some worse. That's all that exists. Blanketing the entire commentary community under one slew of fodder doesn't help. I said, not really a conspiracy when I've spent the last few months building an evidence galore of it, but do you have time to come on a stream today? We can exchange ideals and I'll show you what I mean. To which Fego said, depends on what time. I'll be busy later in the day. And I said, when are you available? Any time from now to, say, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I said, how does 2:30 sound? Sounds good. And Boxafox actually replied to Feghost, because they were friends, and said, hey, let me know when the stream happens so I can listen at work. I need a good try not to laugh challenge in my cubicle. I wonder, are you laughing now? And Feghost then replied again, actually, I'd be busy around 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So I said, so is 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time good for you? And Feghost then replied, maybe an hour earlier. We then added each other on Discord, and I set up the live stream and the call that I held on StreamYard, where we discussed the same topic we did on Twitter. This community's double standards and its cover-ups for their favorite people. Feghost obviously disagreeing with me. He thought the idea of cover-ups and secret things happening behind the scenes was conspiratorial nonsense, and that it was a very over-exaggerated and ridiculous idea about this community. I apparently deleted the stream, but I have no recollection of ever doing this, nor can I think of a reason as to why I would. Then, on October 15th of 2021, during a debate about gender that I was having with a Twitch streamer named Bunk, a debate that was held because the
Oh god, Akumu debated Bunk? Fuck. Fuck. I don't know what to do, like, whenever Bunk fucking comes up. It is the most infuriating shit. Like, I actually hate this kid. It's like, he is a complete Destiny skinwalker. It's real fucking annoying, and it seems like his entire history is tied up in like a multitude of random debates and conversations and hit pieces and fucking, and then he like took a break from the internet to do IRL politics and take opium. I'm just like, he's back now apparently. He's back. He debated Queeman at one point. It's like the most retarded shit possible. I actually don't know how this kid functions. Fuck, sorry, mini Bunk rant, holy fuck. Sister Godiva with the 50 Swedish crowns. I like this, but it sounds like this Glop Shadow traced Gear Sprocket's OC while supporting Ansys, so that's why Squimbly Bimbob called Trovy a phobe. Yeah, like, this section, like, we are going through, like, sort of the aftermath. Like, I'm interested to see, like, when we get to the later stuff. I think some of this is going to be, like, kind of like the aftermath rundown and stuff, but I'm committed. There are bits of this I don't have huge amounts to say about it, just because it is literally Akumu ripping into his detractors. So like I think sections of this can be cut out for like the reduced cut. So like going through this, because I know Akumu wants feedback. It's like, I don't think you need as much time reading out the DMs. They can just be, like, summarized. And I think sections of this, like, with minor players, can be pretty easily summarized by, like... It should focus in on people like Nezzy, Fuchsia Butters, ZZ, and then the later stuff as well. So you kind of got, like, early setup. Bit of the middle, and then what I'm hoping is at the end... which is like the stuff that happened in the last year, which is kind of like how we reach the point we're at, which is the point of going slowly insane.
Aforementioned communist creeper kept starting shit with me, and then pulled an Ethan Klein and had someone else argue in his stead. Someone appeared in the chat. Someone who was grandstanding me about maturity back in March of 2020. Heaton Mitsuru, a friend of Nezzy Monster and Doodle Tones, an ex-slideshow commentator, because she left as of 2024, and an orbiter of both the art community and Lao Convoy, had popped into the live chat of this debate. And guess what? Heaton immediately brought up the Madame and Slammer situation in the live chat, to then accuse me of attempting to dox a minor. I wonder where she could have gotten that from. On October 22nd at 8 a.m.
Okay, I do want to bring up, because Teddy sent me some stuff. This was like the conversations Teddy was having with Toasty. Why though? You aren't dating me. This is like, this is Toasty knowing that Teddy is like 16, right? And like, this is meant to be a quote unquote professional-ish relationship. Because we're probably going to be working together for a long time, so why not get to know each other? We're going to be evolving our crafts together over the years. LMFAO, of course, that's just how it be. I don't know how me being a dom makes any different. It doesn't. It just caught me by surprise. Oh, God. I got here late. Can I get a lightning round of what I missed? Basically, we're at the, like, everyone trying to, like, damage control over the, like, shit Akumu did years, like, the year before. And basically continuing the beef or complaining that Akumu is going after them. I don't suppose so. I like me some guys who like being sub, as long as I get a turn now and then, LMFAO. This is a fucking weird conversation to have with a 16-year-old. I'm sorry. Toasty was 19. Sure. Again, I don't think this is, like, age gap wise. Certainly isn't the worst thing Toasty fucking did. To be clear, it kind of doesn't change. It doesn't change the fact that you shouldn't be talking to somebody like this who you're like planning to work with, right? Also, I'd also note that while we're sort of dealing with like high school age gaps and things, and I'm not calling Toasty a fucking pedophile here, it doesn't change the fact that the community's like internal standards is something that Toasty was well aware of. Everyone was aware of this stuff, and would have been crucified for it. Toasty was a weirdo with everyone, even the 13-year-old. Yeah. And like, the point is, if Teddy had been younger, Toasty would probably have been saying exactly the same shit, right? The age wasn't a problem for him. So like, we can do the whole kind of like high school age shit. Doesn't change the fact that Toasty doesn't care about the high school age shit. Toasty's just like, human being, pulse. I can have sexual conversations with them. Toasty Vanilla, the fuck? Why do you want to stab me? Because you are cute, and I hate that. Are you actually a fucking top? I'm a switch, but yeah, sure. Oh, hey, me too. LMFAO, epic, the way it should be, and post a picture of a switch. Yeah, like, you're having sexual conversations with literally everyone. I mean, it's the pure goonery of it. Find it funny when a minor is accused of having done something usually minor to another minor, their minor status is revoked. Thank you for the 5. With the stuff with Toasty, again, he's not like, it's not as egregious as if he was in his late 20s, right? Or like even like early 20s. But it also doesn't change the fact that like, yeah, if you've got like a 19-year-old doing this with like, doing this to and around people who are like, between the ages of 13 to 16, I don't like, yeah, no, it's, there's no real defense for this shit. I'm sorry. And this is a dude who like set up, like he was running a Discord server. He knew he had minors in with him, and he was quite happily like beating himself off live in a Discord. I was talking about the stuff with the Akuma. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. They were more than happy to go after Akumu for the sexual stuff. With the sexual stuff.
AM, Vegos tweeted, "Can't believe I willingly said yes to being on a fucking debate stream with Akumu. After looking into him, it's pretty clear to me that he's pretty cringe and not bad."
Oh, okay. I've been sent evidence of this shit. We're gonna go through the evidence. Okay, we're gonna go through the evidence because I feel like we're now on just the Toasty being a creep section. So first one. This one is 12. This person deleted user. ZZ is 23. Toasty, welcome to our haven. We have lots of gay sex here. Snail, who is 13, welcome. Grump, oh fuck yes. Trent is gay. Just another homosexual I see. Epic with the 13-year-old and then the 12-year-old. Let's get to the next one. Snail with the like again 13, 12, 12. Then you got ZZ, you're damn right. From wanna make out Trent. Awesome. Is that even a question? Get in the FC Club VC right the fuck now. You're such a terrible kisser. He's so sloppy. ZZ, I'm here to watch you have gay sex. ZZ is 23, talking about this in conversations with 12 and 13-year-olds. Toasty, we are all porn stars here. What's a twink? Oh, my slim boy, why you delete, Snelly? Deleted. My porn star name is Uncle Dangle from the 12-year-old. Fantastic. So wholesome. So wholesome. What's the next one? Daily, is that supposed to be me from the 13-year-old? No, that's me typing to you to join the VC and open that cute mic of yours. I can in a bit. You fucking freak. To be clear as well, these ages aren't hidden. To my understanding, Toasty was well fucking aware of them. This wasn't this wasn't like a secret thing. They weren't like guarding their ages like the fucking like Fort Knox. Everyone was aware. Toasty posting GIF like an emoji of some boobs. And then some fucking like Toasty holding some fucking artwork. Which is the like has-been hotel shit. Toasty, I never would have thought I'd be the victim of reverse lolly rape. What the fuck? The children are fucking the adults now. From Slim. Halloween. What the fuck did I just read? Revenge lolly, epic time. Toasty, I'm 18. Confused sirens. Not that confused. Not that confused. Deleted. So, like, what the fuck is oatmeal? Like, where does it come from? I've been thinking about this for the past year. Do you want a real answer? You have one? Oats come from the grains like wheat and shit. Oh god, please be inside Vanilla's titties. Right. Zach, look what you started. I need to suck them titties. Let's gang up on him, Slimmers. Slimmers also, yeah, minor. The right side tastes like vanilla and the left side tastes like oatmeal. The mix of the two holy flavors. Like, my question is, beyond the fact that this is obviously and clearly grooming. This is just what grooming looks like. Hey, kids, you know what grooming looks like? It looks like this. That's what grooming looks like, okay? You guys, like, the fucking creators, people like Nezzy, knew this stuff was happening. They investigated this stuff during the Toby drama. People investigated this server. I do not believe they did not know. I do not believe they did not know. Gwilly with some super chats, and you hit the goal. I'm so proud of you guys. Sister Godiva, I can't believe Toastify did this. So true. Toastify needs to be held accountable. Beaver Mats with the 5. I don't think it's bad to be friends with teens, but this shit is so bad. It's not at all hard to not talk about spicy stuff to the kiddos. Hornet Bot with the 2. Chat will be free. I nearly did the. I don't think I can do a River to Sea joke about chat. No, fuck it. River to the sea, chat should be free. That's going to be the new fucking goal. Fuck the shit. Go rides with the 5. I just got here from my 40k tournament and I already hate it. Back at why? Because you guys pay me when I do it. Can we please have a little palate cleanser from Jack? Maybe. If somebody can think of a good palate cleanser or someone. In the meantime though, let me pop out chat. Let me pop this chat out. Get chat on screen for you guys, because I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you and your continued dedication to being part of the stream, to getting involved. Okay. Chat, you have been added to the stream. I'm proud of you guys. Okay, well done. Advocate, welcome to Coping 07. Remember, if you'd like to continue to support the stream, you can buy a membership. Molding members get their names at the end of the videos. Seething members get access to my inbox, where I will actually pay attention to you. I do actually read them. I know I don't respond much, but I actually do, like, I really do check everything in that inbox. It's really useful. And Coping gets your name green and access to members VODs, which is super based. If you don't want to give any money, if you're broke or it's all too much, I understand. But liking and subscribing is free. We've just crossed 6k. Listen, I think it's fucking wild. I think it's great to hit 6K. I'm very listen, it's really nice, guys. Thank you for all the support. I appreciate it. Okay. I've got a fun fact as well from Teddy. When I called out Toasty for being a groomer to me and others, they silenced me, blackmailed me, and then spread around I was lying. I had told many creators about it, including Junkie. Yeah, it doesn't actually surprise me at all. Oh, also, just very quickly, I've got proof that he knew the age of Snalu. I saw that. You didn't see anything. What are you on? Hey, Snalu, want to be my wife? That's illegal, but I've done worse. I'm kidding. I don't want to be your husband. Thank God. Bro, you got like 5 years before you're legal. You're literally fucking joking about it. Rocky, I was going to donate, but I think I'm going to save it for therapy. That's a smart investment. Toasty knew. They all fucking knew. They all fucking knew. They knew. They made their beds. They made their beds, and now they have to fucking lie. Fuck these people. Okay, listen. We're going to keep going. I've got another 3 hours and 20 minutes to go. Let's fucking go.
I replied with a question mark, and he said, "You're kinda gross, sorry. Go over some of my heinous sins and make sure your info is right. I'm listening." Feghost replied with, "The trans stuff, and some other weird things others told me about. I'm not gonna categorically list each thing because I shouldn't have to say that me not agreeing with your personal beliefs is why I think you're cringe." I pressed him further for specifics, only to not get an answer, and instead a block. Towards the end of October of 2021, Kai Weiss and I got into a couple of Twitter slap fights, most of which I admittedly started.
Okay, I started a new goal. The new goal is for a palette cleanser. It is 20 chats at like blue level. I made it cheaper, but I want more of them. And then you can have a palette cleanse, okay?
He would block and unblock me, and eventually Kai made a video on me. I replied with my own video, and he struck it down on November 2nd of 2021. This whole Kai Weiss copyright strike situation was talked about all over the place. The art community was split between those who saw it as unfair and those who defended it and said that it was deserved because they didn't like me, such as this from Darkness Stone's Discord server, Realm of Darkness.
I just watched your Saddam Hussein debate. I thought it was great. What? Wait. When did I have a Saddam Hussein debate? Wait, when did I debate Saddam Hussein? Was that on Wick TV? Was that the Wick TV debate from like 2 years ago? I vaguely remember this. Okay, you have to tell me whose creator's channel that was on, lol. Fuck. How did you even find that? Yeah, I used to debate politics a lot. Fuck the shit. I need to get back into fighting with people, like, actually on stream. Because, I don't do it much anymore. I'm fucking tired. I'm rusty. That's a good over with the 50 Swedish crowns for Max's therapy. Thank you. Lyndon Hour with the 2. Thanks, I hate it. Juice Snail's house. I have continued to say your name wrong every single time. It's how I pronounce, Jew. And it sounds wrong. I know it annoys you, and I apologize. I come into here. This is what grooming looks like. Yes, it was Wick. Yes, the Wick debate. Hold on. Okay, fuck. If you meet the goal, lol, can you join the Discord and send it to me, or like DM me on Twitter. Send me a copy of it, and I will. If chat meets the goal, we'll play some of it. Okay. Because some of it is legitimately very funny. Okay?
One of the many art and slideshow hug boxes that was popular back then.
Beckett's channel ends friendships? Yeah, usually mine.
Since this is right on topic, a bit of info about Darkness Stone and his server. He grew to the popularity he did because of his collaboration with Ponder Sprocket and Nezzy Monster, so the audience he cultivated was a mixture of Ponders, which is a mix of art and slideshow people who also watch Doodle Tones. There's plenty of intersectionality and plenty of familiar faces. His drama chat was also nearly dedicated to talking about me, and I even used to be in the server. That was until a certain incident that had to do with me talking about inconvenient information
It's a Rin with the 5. I don't know if I will ever forgive these people for silencing me. Akumu and Teddy, look at what you idiots did. Lol, I hate you. Oh, fuck. Yeah, no, listen. Listen, I'd say this. Here's my standard for this shit. You don't owe anyone your forgiveness ever. It also probably is best with certain people just to fucking move on. Because, like, fuck this shit. But also, listen, unironically, please remember that people are just people. People make mistakes, people fuck up, and how they deal with the fuck up and how they, like, address things going forward or, like, learn or even just acknowledge a mistake are kind of like what you should be focused around. That's pretty much that's the main stuff. It is not worth holding grudges against people. Life is too fucking short. That's just my opinion. But also, you know, don't ruin yourself to spite other people. It's a waste of time. It's an absolute waste of time. It will not make you happy. And ultimately, listen, the best forms of, like, victory I've ever found, the best revenge is success. Like, almost every single time you want revenge, success is, like, the best thing to do. Actually, like, oh, Running Brain with the 499. Hello. Back at it again with the horrid depths of the SCK. I showed your animation earlier, by the way, Running. It was really, really fucking good. I love it. If there is ever an updated version with it, I will, like, with, like, a bit more color and stuff, I might actually use it for things, just to let you know. If you're ever feeling like refining it and want it to become, like, regular stream content, because I will actually use it for things. I'll probably add it as just, like, a goal, like, victory thing. But I think it needs a bit more color. But up to you. Because I really liked it. I thought it was fucking great. Sister Good Dive with the 50. In normal commentary, you automatically lose if you eat your own shit. In ACC, wearing diapers is a merit. Yeah, like, one thing that happened to me that was really fucking weird was there was this guy who I went to school with. And we did not get on. We did not get on at all. And listen, I was a fucking head case when I was at school. I was such a mess. And then this is like over 10 years ago now. He fucking messages me out of the blue. Like, I just get a DM from him on, like, Facebook Messenger. And he's like, "Hey Beckett, how are you? How's life? How's things?" And I was like, "Hey dude, yeah, life's really fucking good. Life's really good. I'm just finishing off my masters, sorting out a couple of random things here and there, blah blah blah. Life's really great." And he didn't DM me back. And I thought this was pretty fucking weird. I was like, why did you DM me out the blue? And then I tell you things are fine, and then you went quiet on me. That's suspicious. And I hadn't looked at this guy for, like, since I left school with him, and it'd been a significant amount of time. And so I went and looked at his profile, and oh fucking bro, his life was like a mess. It's like I won't get into details, but it has not gone well for the dude. And I realized that the reason he DM'd me was like, hey, things might be bad, but it can't be as bad as how it's going for Beckett. Like, his school life was terrible. His life must be, like, completely crashing into the fucking ocean. And I DM'd him back with how good everything was, and then he, like, basically ghosted me. Best revenge is success, better revenge is simply moving on. So true, Lost Worlds with the 5. That always makes me laugh.
About these people's favorites. For full context, we're going to go back to March of 2021. I had been discussing the antics of the Fruitcake Club members like Madlibs and Nezzy Monster within Darkness Stone server. The other members would insist for me to provide evidence, to which I would link my videos, and they would usually brush it off rather than actually talk about it with me. That was until I mentioned Doodle Tones, and that Doodle Tones had told someone to die only after complaining about death threats. They insisted that I provide evidence, and yet just before I could, I was told by one of the admins to stop talking about it. Later on March 15th, I saw a notification across my phone with my name in it, and clicked on it. This conversation led to Jack Lockstyle, yes, the same one who would 3 years later join Senate and go around demanding people don't listen to me or FCK leaks. Well, Jack was insisting that I had a habit of not providing evidence for my claims. Jack wasn't alone in pushing this idea that I wasn't providing evidence or didn't have evidence. He had 3 people backing him up at this time, so I'm not going to pretend like he was the only one pushing this. However, I will say that he's been pushing this notion for years that I don't have evidence for my claims or that I'm not providing sufficient evidence, even though there's a fucking galore. That's why this entire timeline video is being made, because this community constantly copes with this idea that I don't have enough evidence for my claims. So here it all is, in one timeline. You all kept pushing for this by insisting that I didn't have evidence, so I collected and collected and collected more, which makes me wonder what Jack's current thoughts are. After all, this aged really fucking horribly. But with that said, I retorted that they should watch my videos, and they shot back that I should provide screenshots in the Drama Time chat, that they shouldn't have to do research for my claim. Eventually, I told them that I would send it, but I told them not to complain, and that I was plugging in my evidence drive. They asked how old this was, and then when I told them that it was 3 to 4 years old by that point, they began complaining. Once I sent the screenshots, they immediately started denying Doodle's hypocrisy, on the basis that it was 4 years old, and that Doodles had apologized for it. As if apologizing for hypocrisy suddenly means the action is no longer hypocrisy. Apologizing doesn't wipe the slate clean, it doesn't mean that your action is suddenly changed. It was copium huffing. The same moderator from before came back to do some finger wagging, and she told me that I was going to be barred from the drama chat because I discussed my goals and brought up what Doodle Tones had done again, to which I was then given a role that prevented me from being in the Drama Time chat. Despite the fact I was not the one who brought that topic back up, Jack did, and I was doing what they kept demanding of me and telling me I needed to do. Yet I was punished for sharing information. If I was just barred from the chat, how did I end up banned from the server? Stone's server members ran to him privately to proclaim that me being in the server made them feel unsafe. So he quietly banned me. If that alone doesn't give you a good idea as to the kind of audience these individuals in these communities cultivate, well, this should do the trick. Just as I mentioned before, these people were split in a divide. Those who saw Kai striking my video down as unfair, and those who defended Kai striking my video because they hated me. Hence the messages that were unironically talking about bringing me to justice, even though I'm apparently Light Yagami, and the other loon suggesting I'd be assaulted by some alphabet person, one of Darkness Stone's mods. Flight Eye Sky, you might recognize that name from before, had the audacity to disagree with some of the server members inside the Drama Time chat. Specifically, they dared to point out that my video on Kai was fair use and that Kai's strike was illegitimate, and that he struck my video just to get back at me. On March 1st of 2021, around 3 o'clock, there was some conversation again talking about how, look, I don't like Akumu either, but that's too far. Basically, Akumu made a video on Kai Weiss. Kai reported the video. He's allowed to. I don't know how that's too far. I mean, with the shit Akumu makes, I wouldn't be surprised if it was literally just an attack on Kai Weiss. Isn't he just horribly transphobic as well? He is. Yeah, then I agree with Kai. He can cope, lol. I fucking hate this kid, and he's my age. He seems like such a pretentious prick. Wait, he's 17? I'm 15. Not that much older than me. Yeah, oh. He also said there was 2 genders in his Super Straight video to me.
Cantaway with the 5. The ACC's reaction to this was like the SpongeBob book meme. I'm not familiar with SpongeBob, but I'll take your word for it. Fuck. And listen, SpongeBob was a little after my time. TLDR, the Art CC, bad. How you doing, Lanza? You can't no, to be fair, TLDR, Lanza, is the Art CC is double standards. That's, listen. I'm making Akumu's video shorter. You want to know what this 9-hour video is? The ACC has crazy double standards. That's the whole video. It's a good video, but that is the whole video. How you doing good, buddy?
In the comments. Oh, so this is someone that has argued with me in the comments. Like I said, these people were in the comments. Again, coping and seething because I dare to accept a fact that This is a little inconvenient for this crowd. Eat him. The fuck? Even that argument doesn't make sense. Transphobic or not. Yeah, guys, sorry, there's only 2 genders. Half our system just fucking disappears. I guess intersex people don't exist. This is a common argument that these people do. They think that intersex somehow contradicts 2 genders. I'm not going to get into it in this video. That's for another video. Akumu is stupid as fuck. That's my answer.
Akumu, please do not make a video on intersex. I know exactly what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. We can talk about it privately. I don't necessarily disagree with you, but please, buddy, do not make a video on how intersex people don't count as proof of that argument. You are wasting your time. I am begging you not to do it. For your not for any reason, not because you're gonna get cancelled, just because you're going to go insane. You're gonna turn into the fucking quartering, and then I'm gonna have to put you down. It will be like one of those fucking it'll be one of those unironic fucking mice and men moments where I'm like, it's okay, Akumu, think of the bunny rabbits, it'll be fine. It's not. Listen, you are 10 years too late. You are 10 years too late for this fight. Learn from the people that have gone before you. There is nothing good here lies. Oh, fuck. Listen, this isn't even me. Listen, this isn't woke scolding or talking about any. This isn't even a political thing. This is not me going, Akumu, you're wrong or some shit. This is me going, Akumu, don't do this to yourself. Nothing good here lies.
True. Only 2 genders. Intersex people just fade away, joke. Yeah, he's a lackey for Carmen Rider, Lamau. I know there are more, so I am kidding. Okay, so this person's very clearly autistic. Who the fuck is that? Ew, Carmen Rider. The conversation keeps going, up until Dice comes in, down here. Dice replies, he's 18. Oh wait, he's my age. Still old enough to face consequences. Consequences for what? Saying mean things? Like I've already said in this video, these people think they are the judge, jury, and executioner. They dish out the punishment and the consequences. LOL, y'all really only remembered him from the Madame drama when he was 16, only to continue remembering him at that age rate, XD. But nah, he's 18. He told me so. I mean, he acts like a fucking child, Lamau. I just thought he was 17. Nah, he's 18. That's kind of upsetting. Kai/Omnia versus Akumu/Harley/John Swan, and possibly someone else that I won't say. The fuck? What the hell's even going on? I don't even keep up with these people. I know everything that's going on. Fucking Harley is siding with Akumu, the fuck? What's happening, Lamau? I'm kinda curious.
No worries,
So Dice starts to explain. This drama isn't about who's a Jersey or not, but now it's about if the copyright was used fairly or not, since Kai can get sued or get in trouble for unfair copyright strikes. So it's not the matter of who you are, it's the matter of copyright. Yes, but why would you even go to court over something like that? Seems like a waste of time and money. Was it a copyright strike or did he report the video for harassment? I don't even know what started this. Yeah, we kind of just got nothing with no context. Well, there was some, but not much to go off of. Honestly, defending Akumu, not saying you are, won't get you anywhere. Kai copyright strikes it, and Kai wouldn't be able to say harassment because he did the same to Akumu and did it first, so he would probably get a report back from Akumu since they both made fun of each other. Sorry if I'm typing weird. I did my nails and they do belong. If you want to know more, I know a lot. That's fair, lol. What even started this shit? Like, what video was struck? Because to my knowledge, Akumu tends to drag things on. I already stated why I don't fucking like him, so. Again, because of politics. Well, what happened was that Kai made a video on Akumu criticizing him, and Akumu made a video defending himself while also criticizing Kai, and in return, Kai copyright striked Akumu's video. I mean, from the screenshots, it's implied Akumu wasn't just criticizing him. Okay, Akumu's kind of known for spreading false information as if it were true, as well as being high-key racist and transphobic. If Kai got the video taken down based on any discrimination that may have occurred in the video, he wouldn't be in the wrong. Nuance is important. They really love that word. And so far, none of the questions as to what this video actually contained has been answered. Now, this discussion continues on for a bit with
I always get irrationally angry hearing about Kai. Yeah, I don't have a lot to say about Kai other than the fact that the dude is fucking weird. There was a hit piece document on him a couple of months back, and basically none of us covered it. And there's a couple of reasons that we didn't cover it. Firstly, we couldn't really verify anything in it. But like, it was one of those where like, I wouldn't be surprised, but like, I don't want to get involved. And secondly, it's just one of those where Kai is weird. Now, it's not so much of a problem for someone like me or Chris, because like Kai's response is just basically to call people racist. And that's kind of like, well, I don't fucking care. But the fight's kind of boring with Kai, because you know what the response is going to be, you know what the crash out's going to be. As far as I'm aware, he's not really making content anymore. He's kind of like, it's bizarre. He was like one of the lead fixtures of fucking Lio, like being like the anti-Lio and Peaches guy. And then everyone else started making content on this and doing far better than him. And he kind of just crashed out, frankly. You just kind of crashed into the fucking ocean. It's like, okay.
Dice informing them that I'm mixed race is just a fun fact, to which they tried to imply and act as though Dice was saying I couldn't be racist if I'm mixed race, which isn't what Dice was saying at all. But as we keep scrolling down this chat, an interesting individual appears. Hey, I'll be the moderator here, so we have two sides. This Glatt individual who's using a bot, this is the person that would later go on to talk about assaulting me, or alphabet individuals assaulting me. And the reason there's a bot talking is because the server had a bot so that people with multiple personality disorder could use the bot to express their alters. So this individual is basically LARPing as multiple people using this bot that was put in the server so he could LARP as multiple people. I was wrong for the strike because he supposedly had no reason, and we don't know for sure because Akuma has openly and repeatedly harassed Kai in the past, but nobody's providing enough evidence to know if the video was harassment. The two sides. I'm gonna say what I think about this, okay? Akumu had it coming. Akumu has repeatedly harassed Kai and their girlfriend Omnia. So when someone asks what's with the bot, he goes, "Hi, I'm Glad, not a bot. Hi, please look in the pinned messages of General. If you read other pinned messages, you'd be educated enough to know." Basically, they had this pinned message explaining that he uses this bot to sort of pretend that he's multiple people. Anyway, yeah, no. Akumu got what was coming to him. He's illegal.
I'm disappointed in Kai. Like, here's your baseline. If you don't want to be disappointed in people, and I get it, listen, I get it. If you don't want to be disappointed in people, just remember everyone sucks. Everyone sucks all the fucking time. There are no really good actors, 99% of the time. Everyone has like their own motivations, particularly content creators. We are all looking for something. We all have like our own goals in mind. It's not always money. It's not always clout. But like, no one does this kind of shit. Sorry, I'm like hovering over like Akuma's video, but no one does like the kind of shit. Like even me, like completely altruistically, right? Like there's always a motivator there, and like you should be aware. You should be aware, and you should keep that in mind. There's nothing wrong with that at all.
Legal adult. Even when he was 16, he should have known better than to repeatedly harass people. Okay. I have not been here for a long time. All good. He's done this to multiple people for what, 2 years?
Up with the two. I'm not disappointed in Kai. He's always been a tart. Okay, by the way, I found a palette cleanser to go over. So you're gonna it's very different. It's still art themed. It's not art CC, but I do have a palette cleanser for you if you make the goal. Okay? I'm following through.
And we're supposed to believe that he didn't harass Kai or Omnia or fucking someone else? That'd be so out of character for him that I'd be concerned. Anyway, no, someone should have reported him for harassment a long time ago. And then Dice responds to this individual.
Hey, Dup, thank you for the membership.
Says, 07. I think it should have been done when he defended Madame for attempting to dox a minor and then harassing said minor. So once more, the history revisionism. These people have successfully, and in the larger public eye, rewritten history to conform to this idea that I was defending Madame for attempting to dox a minor. Unbiased. Individual literally has a history of being racist slash transphobic slash etc. Ha, yes, see, no. Akumu deserves this. Neither of us have a bias. We just know how Akumu is, and we've deducted he's a piece of shit. He regularly harasses people on Twitter. I don't know Akumu much at all. Mostly POC, gay, or trans people. Yes, and because of that you might be biased. Do you know what the word means? I just know Kai committed a crime. Fly, look at me. Dice, fucking relax, bud. Yes, but I'm willing to trust that Akumu isn't about to stray from that pattern, so I see a transphobe who openly harasses people on Twitter, I throat punch. Ooh, you feel those chills? I feel those chills. I am relaxed. I didn't say Kai was right. I just said there's probably more going on behind the scenes, and no one is saying what. Kai blatantly admits to false flagging here. Oh, and Glitch, you said you don't know much about Akumu. I can give you a brief rundown. Alright, third time. As a mod, I should mention, I think we should slow down in the fucking chat, because everyone's typing faster than I could fucking read. Dice says. But anyways, let's just wait and watch everything go down on Twitter. See how that goes. I agree with this. When did Kai say it was a false flag in that tweet or confirm it? And this other individual responds to Glad with a link to the tweet. Maybe I'm just an old goat who can't read, but point out the phrasing to me. It's okay. Let's watch Twitter burn of this drama, lol. Pointed out, I'm waiting. Me when I lack basic reading comprehension. Hardly pointed it out here. That doesn't tell me shit. That's what this situation feels like. No one knows how to read. God damn it for the love of fuck. Basically, this already unhinged individual who spends his time LARPing his multiple different altars, all of which have a hate boner for me, was losing his fucking mind and getting aggressive with just about everyone in the chat.
Okay, if someone makes you a Fursona, be scared, because I'm going to make him into a Sonic OC. Fuck, Axe has already made me into a Sonic OC. Fucking ahead of the curve. Oh, fuck. I can't escape it. I can't escape it. The artists of chat have completely turned on me. Guy rides with the 5. Medi is right. Beckett did it for the fan art. Better than for furry pins. Good job, Beckett. I'm a man of simple goals. I'm a man of simple goals.
As we keep going, Dice just don't say anything. All right, it's fine. What did you say? Dice no. Stop. Dice chill. This is where this Glatt individual finally drops the altar and starts talking as himself. The Satan 1015 is him. Ugh. Now I see why Glatt is so pissed off. This situation is like throwing gasoline and lighter fluid on a raging garbage fire. Honestly, can't say I feel bad for Akumu. He said way too much transphobic shit on his Twitter timeline. Man makes J.K. Rowling look like a trans ally. Hey, that situation has long passed and everyone was told to stop. I wasn't in front. I went and looked because as the host of our system, it's important that I'm aware of what goes on when I'm not around.
I've spoken about DID before. I think it's fully possible to like have traumatic things happen to you where you end up with like splits in your personality, like the human brain and like mind is fucking weird. Let's just be like, we can be honest about that. That's okay. I will say this though. The DID stuff, largely speaking, is bollocks because like, that's a good way to put this. It became a kind of almost fashionable thing that happened from Tumblr. There was this period in the internet where it became cool to have mental health issues. And listen, I think this can largely be harmless. But I remember posts of people like, I've got Jesus as part of my system. And I think that my Christian friends should listen to me when I talk about their religion. Because I'm an atheist, but, you know, like Jesus is part of the system. And I'm like, dude, what the fuck is going on? Like, this isn't kosher. This isn't this isn't in the Bible. Part of the problem as well is that people will use this as an excuse. They'll be like, well, I didn't do this. It was one of my altars. Come on. And the other final thing is if somebody has like schizophrenia or is hearing voices, you need to be really careful how you treat that and how you potentially validate that. Because I've got friends who've gone through quite serious schizophrenia, who've been sectioned. One of my friends basically had some like underlying mental health problems. He did a lot of drugs. He had a complete psychotic break. It changed him completely as a person. It was wild. Just like he was literally a different person afterwards. It was very sad. But like I can't imagine somebody just going, "Oh yeah, no. Those voices you're hearing, the hallucinations you see, that's all real actually. This is just fucking irresponsible. You should treat this stuff with care." The chances of developing something like DID, or like split personality or age regression, are minuscule. They are tiny. You are talking about a like very, very limited thing that may happen to people. As far as I'm aware from like the research, they're not even sure like what extent this reaches to. The idea that it's occurring so regularly in certain communities is obviously kind of bollocks. Sorry. And it's the same as like the Peaches age regression thing. Peaches did the age regressing thing and put on a baby voice because it's fetish and a way to deflect. Oh no, you can't be mean to me. I'm regressing to the point where I'm a fucking toddler. Fuck off. No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. It's a fetish thing, so you can say ducky over and over again. Says to Godiva with the 50. Saying fronting is like people with BPD who say stuff like split or FP. If you have this insight, you don't have the thing. Yeah. Listen, I get that people want to be sympathetic to people with mental health problems. Believe me, I completely understand you. But people will claim mental health issues as a deflection. It's not a fucking deflection, okay?
Because I will still face the consequences of whatever Glatt does. I'm just letting you know the situation Glatt got in was really heated. Now, this is where Darkness Stone chimes in with this. I don't like Akumu on a personal level, but it doesn't mean he deserves a false copyright strike, unless he did in fact take enough of their video with no context or commentary that would not allow for it to be fair use. But as Akumu's content quality is getting better with more cuts, I honestly doubt it. I haven't seen a video or anything on it yet, nor have I really looked into the situation. This is just my base level opinion. So that is the general gist. Well, on November 3rd...
Lost World with 5. People don't understand how scary and miserable real mental health issues are. Yeah, they are not fun. And somebody like as I say, I'm pretty open with the fact that I went through pretty severe PTSD. It's not fun. It like fucks your life up. You can barely function. It's why I'm such like I wouldn't describe myself as an ally or an advocate for pretty much anything other than getting like therapy. And I don't mean like counseling. I mean you could be if that's what you need. But if you need like serious invasive like things like psychotherapy, you should just go and get that. You should not be afraid of it. Like it's like having a broken leg. Sometimes you need to just go fix your broken leg, okay? Hobbling around, like could you imagine if we did this with physical injuries? If you were like, "Hey, this like bone that's sticking out of my arm is actually just part of my personality." Go and get treatment. Go get treatment. Hopkins with the 199. My newest alter is Beckett's furry Sonic OC. That's deeply concerning. That's deeply concerning. Okay, my computer's finally like, fuck, the Opera browser. I don't know what it is about like fucking being live. Not being live, but like watching things live. If I do anything else, like standard YouTube video, fine. But live streams, my computer's just like, nope, this is eating all your RAM for some reason. I'm not the only one this is happening to, by the way. This is like a general problem, and it's very fucking annoying. I just hear my like poor PC like whirling like it's about to fucking die. Beckett support electrotherapy confirmed. I mean, for certain people. Depends how funny it is, right?
of 2021, Stone's server members couldn't accept this disagreement and ran to Darkness Stone's DMs, telling him that Fly Die Sky defending me made them feel unsafe. I do agree about being fair to other opinions, but defending him in general is making people feel unsafe in the server.
Opera used to be better. Yeah, I switched to Opera because it's meant to be like a low burden browser. That's how Opera was sold, and they've added more and more features to it over time. So the original reason why I installed it no longer does. What? Why would you make a product, advertise a product as the thing that like people want, and then break it? It's insane. I don't get it. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? This shouldn't be hard. This should be really easy. Actually, I think I know what's doing it. Give me a second. I know what we're gonna do. Hold on. No. Get to there. See if that fixes it. Oh, maybe. Sometimes it gives me this thing where it's like, check your extensions, and if I don't, after a while, it starts freaking out. Yeah, that should be better. I believe in it. I believe. Okay.
Fly Night Sky explained that the server has been heading in this direction for some time, and that the sensitivity is so high, citing an event where apparently someone threw a fit over an Among Us meme, and that Stone suggested to DICE that they wait until the individual wasn't there just to share the meme. DICE stated that it was hard for them to even want to talk in the server, even pointing out that Stone himself had the same opinion as hers, that I didn't deserve a false copyright strike, and he expressed it in the server that same fucking day. Yet
ain't it worse than Google for using RAM? Yeah, I'm very close to actually switching back to just using Chrome, maybe Firefox. I mean, I've been like looking at some other browsers. Weirdly, Edge is good now, but I feel really dirty using Edge. Edge seems to have like a really low, a low load. So maybe I'll switch to Edge over time. Fuck it. The only problem with Edge is it brings up a load of fucking like, the homepage of Edge is like, hey, we took your location data and here's in your local area. And I'm like, wow, that's really unhelpful as somebody who's a streamer. Hey, welcome to your homepage where like people can find out information about you and maybe dox you. Thanks, Edge. Yay? The fuck?
Here he was, seriously entertaining these crybabies that felt uncomfortable.
And then I have to run a VPN whenever I use it. That's kind of the problem. And I'm just like, and VPN's more RAM usage, you know?
Because DICE dared to disagree with them and dared to defend me. Okay, so I'm trying to figure everything out. Lots of people are coming at me in many different directions, trying to make points to and for this. I want to be fair, but we also need to be as safe for as many people as possible. Please give me a moment to respond. Darkness Stone removed me, not because I broke any rules, but because his server members apparently felt unsafe. He demodded his fucking admin and seemingly a friend of his because his server members got offended that they disagreed with them and somehow felt unsafe by that. Mr. Lawyer Larper didn't question the sheer ridiculousness of this. No, he took it seriously. He did all of this under the guise of the server being safe for as many as possible.
Why does it always tie back to Among Us? It's a cultural touchstone. Things are sus. One of my work colleagues' friends was like his daughter kept saying sus, and he was like he said something like over dinner or something. He was like, "Well, that's suspicious," and she went, "Suspicious?" And he went, "Yeah, like you say sus all the time, like suspicious." And she was like, "Oh, is that what it means? I just know it from Among Us." And he was like, the younger generation's fucked. That was the younger generation's fucked moment. Because he didn't know what Among Us was. He was just like, oh, no, like, fuck. I need to send my kid to military school or some shit.
Safe from what exactly? Opinions they don't like? Facts that they don't like? What is unsafe about someone expressing the fact that my video was unfairly striked? A take that Stone himself said in the server, yet he remained the owner. He remained in the server. He wasn't punished or stripped of his position. This thin masking of keeping the server safe for everyone was and is Nothing but safe space bullshit. All to justify punishing and removing people for dissenting opinions. It's not that he's catering to everyone, it's that he's catering to the worst crowd imaginable. The kind of people who believe their feelings are inherently indicative of reality. That believe that everyone needs to know how they feel, and everything around them must warp to accommodate those precious feelings. If not, it's a problem. If they're offended by something, that something is a problem that needs to be changed, regardless of what they're offended over and the logistics of the situation. So it's no shock to me that a good majority of this server's seething about me has been mostly about my refusal to entertain the pronoun charade over my fucking politics. About the same person who was talking about me being assaulted had a mental breakdown after looking at my Twitter feed where I defended Kyle Rittenhouse.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest here. This is just, it's an easy line of attack. These people clearly don't fucking care. They don't care. They don't care. Also, the Kyle Rittenhouse stuff broke people's brain in 2021. Like, actually just fucking broke people's brain. Was it 2021, the trial? Was it earlier than that? I think it was 2021. But it, like, the Rittenhouse stuff absolutely fucking broke people because the media lied to them about it. And they were like, how is he not guilty? I'm like, fucking, he's clearly within his rights. Like, I don't know, he didn't break the law. I found it really wild. I met somebody, like, a couple of years after this, after the Rittenhouse stuff. Was it earlier than that? Was it 2021, 2022? I swear I had a conversation like 2023 where they were like, yeah, but Kyle Rittenhouse crossed state lines to murder like 3 black people. How did he get away with it? And I was like, no one he shot was even black. Like, how do you still think this? And I like the crossing state lines thing. Like, he traveled for like 20 to 30 minutes. He didn't fly to another country. He didn't go across. He didn't like go to the other side of America to join a protest. He was going to where he was employed regularly, an area where his, like, I think it was his dad lives in, like, just across the state line. It's like completely fucking ridiculous, and it broke people completely. Casper with the 2, we live in a society. So true. I truly think Rittenhouse is morally bankrupt, but he didn't break the law. Yeah, like, we can all agree that, to, like, listen, I think my line for people with is this. I agree that what Rittenhouse did and turned up is, like, deeply unethical. Like, it's a fucked thing to have happened in the first place. But, like, on the other side of this, the people who turned up and attacked Rittenhouse, because they did attack Rittenhouse, are also fucking completely like, morally bankrupt and unethical. These people turned up to riot. One of them is literally was literally a child predator. The other one, yeah, Levin pointing out, the other one's a domestic abuser. Like, and I think it's Gabe. I think it's Gabe. Like, people like, well, Rittenhouse life wasn't it? Gabe pulled a gun on him. He pulled a gun on him. Like, I don't know what to fucking tell you. Like, Rittenhouse's life was actively in danger. I just, I don't know why I'm meant to have any sympathy. How was Kyle unethical? Kyle was unethical in the fact, what's a good way to put this? Turning up a tool to, like, again, this might be a bit British pilled. But turning up a tool to kind of, like, face off, maybe unethical is the wrong word. Stupid. I'll go for stupid. Turning up to a riot armed, when you know that it's going to turn into a riot, it wasn't like a mystery. It's quite clear you were putting yourself at risk, and the outcome was pretty obvious as to what was going to fucking happen if this escalated. You got to remember, during the BLM, like, protests, I know you said riots, there certainly were riots, like, people were killed during these things, so it's, you know, they put themselves at risk. Actually, fucking one thing that we don't talk about enough is, and I know we're doing like a fucking tangent, the police in this situation were actually fucking retarded. I don't understand how the police did this. Rittenhouse approached the barricade to try and leave the area, and the police wouldn't let him. How fucking wild is this? Dude goes to help from the police. The police have abandoned this area to the chaos. They've just abandoned it. They're like, yeah, sure, whatever happens in this area sort of just happens. We'll deal with it afterwards. Fucking unbelievable situation. I can't imagine. Like, I know that during, like, certain things, like, there's conversations of, like, do the police have a duty to put themselves at risk? It's like, look, I get it. You should try and be safe. But, like, it is your job to protect the public. That is your job. Protect and serve. They actively, like, the police actively failed people like Rittenhouse, and they failed the fucking community they were meant to be protecting. And I don't care what side you're on with the kind of, like, Blue Lives Matter shit, all that stuff. If you are actively failing your community, I think the fault lies with kind of like authority figures. Hey, Seraphy, how you doing? Okay, are we done? Are we done with this fucking tangent? Can I stop now? Oh, fuck. I think I'm good. I've got it out of my system.
And admitted to this in the fucking vent channel. This individual also had a bot so that they could LARP as multiple people, all of which these supposed multiple identities just seethed and bitched about me. The point is, this reflects these communities and the people they attract, because many of the people in Stone server were also in the comment sections and in several other Discord servers, like Ponders, several of whom went on to join Senate. This also reflects on Darkness Stone. He's a giant fucking coward who couldn't put his foot down, so his server turned into a constant bitch fest full.
Jotus ruled that they have to duty to serve and protect, hence why cops are bad now. They have. Do you mean no duty to serve and protect, hence why cops are bad now? At least partially. Yeah, I think the whole thing was fucking wild, honestly. It's like, what's the point of you? But yeah, I'm a big BLM stan, but no doubt a lot of psychos will show up to these things just to cause pandemonium because they want to riot. Yeah, like I think like again, I say this regularly, right? I'm not an advocate. I'm not really someone who describes themselves as an ally, but I think there is a difference between protesters and rioters, and there's a difference between people who want to protest and turn up at things and black bloc who are looking to actively sow discord. Like, you can kind of see this with the Chaz, like, you know, the like the fucking area, like a load of protesters, and they took over in, I think, is it San Francisco? They had a warlord. They had a fucking warlord guy. This area was established by, like, a trans woman who was outed as an abuser, and then it got taken over by a warlord. It was fucking completely insane. I really don't know how like we fucking got it. But also, I will say another thing, just on my endless crusade against liberal white middle class women. The amount of liberal white middle class women who really just want an excuse to call a police officer the N-word is startling. Actually fucking startling. Like, there's a clip from years ago of this white woman calling a police officer the N-word over and over again, and when challenged on this, she said, racism is my responsibility, so I have to challenge it by calling this police officer the N-word over and over again, which is just wonderfully fucking crazy. It took our town cops 5 years to solve a murder, then let the murderer swoon a lady cop and convince her to run away with him. Holy fucking shit, what? Seraphy, please DM me details of this. That's fucking crazy. That's actually incredible. Oh, fuck. Has my OBS frozen? No, okay, my OBS is still good. My chat on OBS died. Jevy Bev with the 5. The best example I have ever heard was the whole Rodney King riots. I believe the amount of electronic stores that were raided was crazy. Yeah. Okay, cool, right. We will get to a palate cleanser if people donate 2 more times, but we are going to stop talking about BLM now, okay? This is airing very close to politics, and we are becoming a no politics. Like, we're gonna set ground rules of no politics on this fucking channel. I'm so tired of this shit. I'm fucking gonna end myself.
Full to the brim with sensitive wine bags that screech to the hilltops over the slightest fucking thing. Stone thinks that I don't like him because he's one of the people who called me out. His words, not mine. And we'll talk about his videos with Ponder from October of 2020 separately. That's for another time, because there's much to be said about it. But in actuality, I don't like him because he's a man-child, a pushover with no semblance of a spine, who made a giant baby crib that pampered and catered to every fucking whine from the other titty babies and man-children he accumulated. A hug box full of control freaks who hide their controlling efforts behind how they feel. Oh, you dared to prove something that they denied? You're barred from the chat and later quietly banned from...
Was the policeman black or white? The policeman was black. I will answer that question. The policeman was, I don't mean like mixed, right? I mean like very, very black. And that's like all the other policemen in this like clip, if I remember, were white. And she specifically went and found the black police officer so she could call him the N-word. Awesome. Keep being classy, middle-class liberal women. Holy fuck.
From the server because they felt unsafe. They don't even have the testicular fortitude to tell you you're being banned. Oh, you said something they don't like, defended someone they don't like. You lose your admin privileges and potentially get removed because they felt unsafe. These were and are people who can run their fucking mouths for years, but couldn't take it. Stone himself is pathetic for even allowing it to reach that point. For a guy who named himself Darkness Stone, it sure is pretty fucking ironic that he turns out to be such a brittle little bitch who rolls over when any push comes to shove. Now, several people made videos talking about the copyright strike situation, like Harley TBS, John Swan, Spockter Theory, and even Optimus. In each of their comment sections, the same art commentary audience members immediately brought up Madame and Slammers, often peddling the false accusations and misconceptions from the FCK, mostly from, and you guessed it, Ponder, Sprocket, and Nezzy Monster. For specific examples, how about Kai's own community post from November 5th of 2021, where he said that Ponder and Nezzy already called me out for harassment, doxing, and using too much of a person's video. About another example, an art commentary YouTuber named Luna Tuna uploaded a video on November 8th of 2021 titled, So Kai Wise, Funny Stuff Am I Right? In this video, she specifically brings me up along with Ponder, Sprocket, and Nezzy Monster. This is what she said.
There's another player in this that you should know about. His name is Akumu. Akumu is a very young little edgelord who is very wrong about most things he talks about. His points aren't very good. We all kind of collectively do not like him. We would have happily shat on Akumu and only Akumu since the Madame drama and him trying to excuse and justify Madame's behavior, which I believe Ponder and Nessie did a video on that. He's just been a laughing stock. I mean, he was one before that, low-key, but still.
I also commented on Luna's video to inform her that she was wrong and that I would likely be talking about it in the future to clear it up. Wonder what I could be possibly referencing there. And someone else named Salty, now Dixie Normus, you might recognize that name from before, replied to warn Luna of taking me at my word and telling her to watch Ponder, Sprocket and Nezzy Monster's videos. But wait, there's more. A couple of days later, on November 14th of 2021, Kai Weiss accused me of attempting to dox a minor, referring to Slammers on Twitter. He has apologized for this, so the only reason I'm even including it is to show you that the art and slideshow crowds cling to misinformation and false accusations just to jingle them around like keys, as a gotcha to be held over their opposition's head, no matter the validity. It was this situation and me seeing all of this that made me realize the art community and the slideshow crowd were never going to move on and let it go, like they kept telling me to do. I realized that they weren't telling me to move on and that it was old drama because they too wanted to move on. They were telling me to move on just so I would shut up about what their favorites did and how they lied and backed them for it, so that my side of the story wouldn't get out there. It would get drowned out, and theirs would permeate. Any mention of my name, and these people took it as an opportunity to spread their narrative about me. They couldn't run me off, so they opted to try and hold it over my head. And I was damned if I was going to do nothing and just let that happen. Especially from the same community that pretends to be these moral arbiters, that constantly claims to care about the truth, all the while they blindly bought into anything they were told from their favorites about anyone they didn't like. December 5th of 2021 isn't really that much about the FCK, but I do think it's important for you to get a full understanding of not just my problem with these communities, but also just how ridiculous they are. The sheer inconsistency and bias at hand from people who especially claim otherwise. Someone by the name of Dulu, or Chuli, she's gone by many names, put out a video talking about an ex-friend of hers named Fegost. Yes,
Yeah, let's talk about Fegost. I like Julie. Julie's, listen, Julie can have her woke moments. That's fine. I get it. But Julie's not like, Julie's fine. Julie's fine. I like Julie. I think her jar video is really, really solid. I think it's pretty well put together. I think a lot of this as well is putting to bed dramas that have been going on for so fucking long. I understand why people are having to make kind of retrospectives dealing with their own sections of drama from all of this. I do understand it.
Ghost, who was 2 or 3 months prior, denying the double standards and cover-ups, who told me that it was a wasted effort for me to dig shit up, that I'd burn myself out playing detective, and called me a conspiratorial nut, and then later said I was kinda gross. You see, Feghost was someone who was closely associated with many in the art and slideshow communities, such as Ponder Sprocket, The Names Junkie, and even Nezzy Monster was following him on Twitter. He was very deeply ingrained in both communities. Now, Chuli's video detailed several incidents to do with Feghost that took place 2 years prior, back in 2019. Something specifically caught my eye when it came to the detailed events within November of 2019. So I'll play a clip.
However, in November, another individual who was a friend of Feghost and Jay came forward with a paste bin that was basically just a list of testimonies about various wrongdoings that Feghost had allegedly committed, and nothing else happened after that. However, something that is absolutely crucial to why I no longer talk to Feghost and want to make this video is that there's no easy way to say this next part. As I said, another allegation made in the doc, as well as the pasteman later on, was one of Jay alleging that Feghost sexually assaulted her while making another girl, who we'll call A, watch after trapping them both in a room with them. A was said to have later committed suicide, and the pasteman stipulates that Feghost was mentioned in the note, or at the very least the abuse was. Some may think that seems implausible because they think justice would have come of it, but I believe that's an ignorant view to take on the matter, as the sentencing rate for silence is extremely low in both the US and in Canada, where Feghost is from, made even worse by the fact that the victims, J and A, were said to have been trans women who the law is already incredibly unkind to. And I brought this up to them to ask to clarify if this was just another lie or if they could expand upon what was being talked about, and I'll never forget how they responded in the call, because to this day it sends such a chill up my spine. Feghost,
you came back to stare into the abyss. Beckett says back, I'm here to serve.
said, I was hoping you guys wouldn't ask about that, and admitted to being drunk and not only locking both girls in the room with them and groping Jay, who was drunk and couldn't consent, while the other girl was sober and had to sit and watch, but they also admitted to keeping both girls silent on the matter. Feghost also admitted the acts at a later date when the other individual came forward with the situation in the form of the pasteman. The assault happened in 2015, which, mind you,
man, the Feghost stuff was wild, with Kairais with a 2, Cantaway with the 2. Calls him a conspiracy theorist, yes, he was right. Funny how that works out. Okay. The Feghost stuff I don't know enough about, but yes, it sounds insane. Do you know what? I'm actually almost tempted to retrospective cover it. Because I'm kind of interested at so my understanding, like, how much of this was real or made up? Like, I can't work out whether this person actually, like, ended themselves. It seems I'm trying to piece it together, I guess. But yes, none of this is a huge surprise.
is when Feghost
Also, you met the goal. We will do a palate cleanser, but I want to get past this bit first, and then we'll do a palate cleanser, okay? And I'll start a new goal.
became a legal adult. Both the Google Doc and the pasteman contain half-truths, like mentioning that Jay killed herself, but not mentioning that she was in jail at the time with no contact to anyone. And the doc, as far as I'm aware, does straight up lie with fabricated evidence of a fake offense regarding sending illicit photos to a child. But the fact of the matter is that Feghost admitted to the assault and trying to keep both girls quiet about what they did. They're a sex offender who clearly permanently altered these girls' lives for the worst.
So in this group chat with Ponder Sprocket and Chule, Feghost confessed to the two of them that he apparently locked two people in a room and allegedly sexually assaulted both of them. Ponder...
Jesus. Okay, this seems like a good time for a palate cleanser. Kai rides with 2. I think you should. It will make you mad, Beckett. I do need something to be mad over. The Saddam Hussein debate. I couldn't find it off the top, and I want to do a quick one. But we might look at that another time. I realized I was like, oh, I want to look at it, but also I really don't want to talk about politics right now. But yeah, it is interesting, like people finding old debates I've done and stuff. That's kind of fun. And there's actually like a super old debate I did on fucking, who was it? Dylan Burns' channel. I debated, like I was in a debate with Destiny. I think I was on the same side as Destiny. It was to do with fuck, I talked a lot about Northern Ireland. That's all I remember about it. Okay. So what are we looking at? What are we looking at? What are we looking at? I want to talk to you very quickly, very briefly, about Dobson. Who knows who Dobson is? Because I was like, I haven't talked about Dobson in like fucking ages. And Dobson's like fucking hilarious. Most people know Dobson from this particular comic that he put out. So open image in new tab. So Dobson is a cartoonist. You can ignore this XQC bit down here. XQC, sorry, CAD bit down here from Lost. Tell your girls to smile. Hey, quit it. And then Dobson, little boo bear. Excuse me a second. Understandable. Now, this was a comic put out by this guy about how this girl here was being harassed chat at a fucking anime convention or whatever. This was unfortunately complete bollocks. What was actually happening, there's actually a picture of it. She was with her boyfriend. And she was dressed as Supergirl. And he took some pictures of her. And Dobson said that she was being sexually harassed, and he was like angry about it. He wanted to defend her. His entire community like started talking about this. And she was like, no, that's my boyfriend, you fuck. And they started harassing her, which I thought this was like pretty relevant to this, A, because it's art stuff, but secondly, because it's, again, the victim, quote unquote, comes out and says, and says, no, it's nothing to do with me. No, you're wrong, and gets harassed for it. But the real reason that I love bringing up Dobson is this, because, you know, I like Ken Ashcorp. Ken Ashcorp wrote a like 30-second song about Dobson.
Andrew Dobson, professional artist, traces pictures of Big Ben, goes to sell them at conventions. 5 minutes in Photoshop, I hope you die on your way to MCM. On your way to MCM.
Dobson's lore is fucking crazy. At some point, I will actually like fucking look into, like, I might do a longer piece on him. But like to put this into like I guess perspective. Dobson is such a lolcow retard that I believe, I can't remember whether he actually cost his brother his job. I think he cost him a promotion, because his brother was like in government service, and they were getting like fucking complaints about his brother. It's actually wild the shit Dobson got up to. And like he's known for just basically being like massively fucking soy virtue signally. Yes, Batman versus Superman, Dawn of Justice. Wait, why worse? Aren't they? Why versus? Aren't they enemy? Aren't they friends? Why are they fighting? Mind the gap, Hollywood. Like, this dude so desperately wanted to be taken seriously. He has a comic about crying about Butterfree. Like, this was like apparently a traumatic moment in his childhood when Ash releases Butterfree. Yes, that's true. Dobson actively fucked over everyone around him. Yeah, he cost his brother his job. Yeah, unfucking real. Okay. That was a nice little palate cleanser. We might have another palate cleanser later, okay? But, there we go. We get a break from the fucking Faghost shit for like a couple of minutes to talk about how retarded Dobson is. Actually, I'm gonna play this again. I really fucking like this song. Oh, this was in relation to the fact that Dobson turned up to sell artwork. Like, it's the artwork in the background. He literally traced it, and like we talked about tracing last stream, right? He he's a professional artist. This was his job. He can't even fucking draw Big Bear.
Andrew Dobson, professional artist, traces pictures of Big Ben, goes to sell them at conventions. 5 minutes in Photoshop. I hope you die on your way to MCM. On your way to MCM.
Okay, that's your palate cleanser. Mention Dobson's inflation fetish website. Fuck, I'd forgotten about that. Okay. Well, these people are such freaks every fucking time. Every time. Also, good night, Teddy. Sleep well. There is a real comic and the photo of him in the background at the convention. Yeah. Hold on, can I find that? Actually, just before we go back. Let's see if I can find it. Let's see if it's here. Oh, I don't know if I can find it. They're not going to give it to me. Yes! Here we go. Okay. So that's the image they show. And that's the comic that Dobson put out. Somebody actually found the photo taken of the cosplayer, and she's totally not creeped out, and Dobson is just sitting in the background looking upset. Wait, there's really a photo of this event happening? Can I see it? Let's bring that up. And this is the actual thing. That's Dobson back there, in the back, just looking like he's seething. And she looks absolutely fine. She looks absolutely fine with this situation. Complete fucking loser. Oh, fuck. Okay. Okay. Right, back to this. We have another... Okay, we have another 3 hours to go, guys. 3 hours to go. Let's talk about Faghost.
Even summarized some of their conversation with Faghost right here in this group chat. Looking back to my first ever interaction with Faghost in September of 2021, I was speaking to Majesty Kai and somewhat of Boxafox about this community's tendency to hide things or cover shit up. Faghost wasn't even in the conversation until he chose to involve himself by responding to me, in denial about these secrets and cover-ups. That makes me think, maybe, he felt personally attacked or threatened by me digging into this community and suggesting to the public that there's more than meets the eye. Then again, I'm a joke they don't take seriously. It's wasted effort, and my videos are nothing burgers. I'm more curious about Ponder's lack of talking about it. If she has, it's usually vague. After all, she is the person with the bigger platform. I think I know why she didn't, so just hear me out. This is an assumption, but I think it's a fair one. Ponder didn't make a video about it, and she didn't even share Julie's video on her community tab, let alone her Twitter account. I've checked. Unless it was deleted afterwards, I don't think she shared it. Most likely because it would raise questions. Questions like this. Ponder knew about Faghost as nearly as November of 2019. She and Nezzy Monster had started scripting the collab on me a month prior, October of 2019. That's why the video is Halloween themed. Why did Ponder prioritize some random 16-year-old who made a bad video over the alleged sex offender who was not just in her friend group, her circle, but her community? An individual that apparently confessed to her to supposedly locking two people in a room and sexually assaulting them. This wasn't degenerate shit on the internet. This was apparently something that happened in real life, though Faghost did end up admitting that he made all this shit up about himself, that it was one big elaborate ruse to punish himself, which is still completely mentally fucked. So why prioritize me over Faghost? Why?
I think this is a fair question. I think this is a fair question. The Fago stuff is like obviously super fucking weird. I don't know enough about like what happened behind the scenes or what happened publicly. Obviously, I think I do need to dig into it. But it does seem crazy to me. My understanding is this: that they were worried about like fucking IRL shit happening, and that's why they didn't push for it. But here's the issue where it lies with me. I think that if you're somebody who claims to care about this stuff, if this is like really important to you, and like you're taking these stances online because you recognize that this has real world implications, like people getting attacked online a lot of the time. Like we'd say things like, you can just log off. You can, and you shouldn't. Listen, don't get bullied by the fucking chess club, okay? But nonetheless, we are talking about like actual real situations with stuff like the Fagos. At least from their perspective, they believe this was real. Prioritizing Akumu is weird. Like, everything else aside, prioritizing Akumu is weird. Like, there's clearly, like, a bigger story there, or, like, a bigger thing that you're dealing with within the community. They were scared of Fagos, so they picked on a teenager instead. I mean, like, yeah, it's hard to see it as any other way. Now, nobody's, like, compelled to talk about anything, in my opinion. There might be exceptions to that when you've got someone who's very close to a situation. But generally, you need... This does need answering. I am interested. I might need to go and make some notes at some point, because I want to know why the Fago stuff was hushed the way it was. Maybe I need to have another look at Chuli's video. Consistency though, yeah, consistency is important. This is why, again, like, I'm not like a victim advocate channel, right? I'm not an accountability channel. So when stuff like this comes up, for me, I'm like, well, I'm just a little guy who talks about random shit online, okay? I'm not here to fucking save anybody. But regardless of, like, my standing, and this is, I think, coming back to, like, people like Lyo, it's a problem Lyo has. It's like, well, Lyo is somebody who positioned himself to basically play dad and protect people. It's like, well, if you fail to do that, you're a little bit fucked. A little bit fucked. Sorry, half my brain is breaking. I need a holiday. I need an actual holiday, fuck. Akumu vindicated ArtCC in shambles. I mean, yeah, it is hard to watch this video with the amount of evidence in it and come to any other conclusion that Akumu was used as a scapegoat and deeply fucked over by basically everyone around him. At the expense, and possibly for this reason, to just ignore other stuff. Jevybev with the 5. What I always found weird with the whole Fagos situation, they only seemed to go hostile when Fagos went public. That they were supportive after. Again, I need to look into it more, but like, yeah, it's not a good look. It's not a good look. My guess is that Fagos was still respected at the time. Heaton went to bat for Fagos. Yeah, I spoke to somebody about, like, somebody who made a defense piece for Birdie as to why, and it does seem selective. And you know what? I don't mind. I actually don't mind. I'm not one of these people like, you can never sweep for people, or like, you need to know everything before you have a take. People can get things wrong. It's fine. But when you're constantly, consistently finding people who'll attack certain people over literally anything, from the smallest, like, slip of the tongue where something might sound racist or a dog whistle, to, like, accusations of harassment, doxing, grooming, but then you see that in your peer group and do nothing, yeah, my sympathy is, like, short to non-existent. You know what I mean?
I did Ponder take part in a smear campaign and go as far as twisting my words, making shit up about me, omitting information she had so she could then falsely accuse me left and right, and subsequently make a false narrative comprised of biased conspiratorial ramblings, all of which she claimed to be against. Well, if we take Ponder's word.
Ghost also came out as a trans. Okay, like this I do notice happening. Whenever anybody's in any fucking controversy in this community, the first thing they do is go, "Hey guys, I've been exploring myself. I'm actually trans. I'm gender fluid. I've got this fucking mental health issue," and I have no sympathy for that because it just sounds like. I mean, it is actually. Fuck it. It is literally just using an identity to fucking alleviate criticism and pressure. Fuck this shit. It is actually like it doesn't lower my criticism of you. If anything, it just adds onto it and just makes me more pissed at people who do this shit. Like Lands like homeless Peaches moment. I was about to say, like, yeah, I went harder at Peaches once they did the fucking actually I'm gender fluid thing, because I'm like, well, that's fucking convenient timing, innit? So now anyone who's attacking you is transphobic. What? I'm so surprised that that's the line you take. Shocking.
From her comments, because it makes content. Content is content, and me apparently being stupid does good for her content. Nothing came out about Feghost until the end of 2021, and the person to make the video about it was the person who was the same age as me when it happened. Julie was 16 years old when it took place in 2019. Ponder was 27 years old, and yet saw some random 16-year-old who made a video with only 3K views as the bigger problem, a more important thing to discuss than the supposed sex offender. Amazing priorities. I am in no way saying or arguing or implying that Ponder, let alone Julie, were under some moral obligation to talk about Feghost, that they had to talk about Feghost. They needed to warn everybody. The fact that they didn't, how dare they? What I am trying to point out is that the communities who do believe in this call to action, you better speak up about it if you know about it and call it out, otherwise you're enabling it. The very same communities who spout that bullshit, the art community, and the slideshow community, worship the ground Ponder walks on. They refer to her as Octomama, Queen Ponder. They glaze and dick ride anything she does and overinflate what she's capable of, let alone what she's done. The collab on me is a perfect example of that. And I find it fascinating that the two communities who have shown to apply that to everyone else have not applied it to Ponder. They don't talk about this. Me talking about it right now is no doubt pissing them off. It's a sort of taboo. And if you do bring it up, you're usually met with the same exact excuses that Ponder likes to vaguely refer to in Cat's Lair. The facts are
Hold on.
exact excuses that Ponder likes to vaguely.
I don't know if it's a matter of even being conscious thing. The whole, if my friend does it, it's fine, but if other people do it, it's not. I think in many cases, it's more so a matter that people are more willing to give their friends leeway on bad behavior because they're friends, or sometimes because they are too close to the situation and people involved to be able to view the situation effectively, which isn't the case when they're looking at the behavior of someone that they have no connection to. I mean, that's true. That is true. Like that, a lot of sweeping comes down to the fact that you don't want to critically analyze the people you're closer to. That's a legitimate point. We see the opposite in cases where people are scrutinizing people they dislike, where the people they're seen as evil and all of the actions are recontextualized to fit into that perception. This isn't really a conscious effort, it's a subconscious bias. I mean, again, that's true. My argument would be this, though. Like, if you know this, and I mean, by the fact that Ponder's writing it, Ponder does know this, like, shouldn't that make you more skeptical? Like, I do question where I'm at with like certain people and whether I'm more defensive of certain people than I would be if I didn't know them or didn't have a pre-existing relationship with them. And I think that's partially true. I think that's partially true. I try to be, so for me, for example, I have breaking points with people. I have like pretty hard lines where people will hit them, and you can like, and it's like a build-up thing. You can like hit that line with me over time. And then my charity with you will just fucking diminish and go over a fucking cliff. There are certain things that people like, and again, this gets more frustrating over time, where like people will keep pushing those lines, or I'll get like it in groups with people doing things. Like this is what's happened with my name getting thrown around an awful lot in the last couple of months, where now I'm sort of at a bit of a breaking point with it, where the next time I see somebody go, hey, yeah, and Beckett said this in some random off-the-cuff conversation to, like, drag me into it, I'm fucking a bit murderous about it, I'll be honest with you. And there are other things that, like, I've got this question a lot with the Willie Mac shit, for example, right? Like, there's currently this little commentary war brewing, and it's like, well, what do you think of Willie's video? And it's fine. I don't think it's a perfect video. It's not a magnum opus. It's not a masterpiece. I don't understand. Like, I don't have the same rage and anger at it over other people. I'd be angry and, like, ragey over some of the shit that people are throwing out at, like, an awful lot of people. And it has annoyed me watching certain people. This is a bit vague posty, but it's just because I don't want to drag it out. Listen, we've spoken. It's not like a mystery to them. But it annoys me when it's like, well, you don't hold these standards consistently for yourself, or also other people you have swept for. So I don't see why you're trying to drag me into this. I just, like, there's a lot of purity testing going on right now with the fucking commentary war. People, like, poking at each other's sides, like, where do you sit about this person? And I'm like, I don't fucking care. If I had major issues with Willie's video, or if I had major issues with Willie, you'd know it, because I'd say it publicly. In the same way when I had a conversation with him, like when he said, oh, both videos have misinformation, or like the work was lazy, I had issues with that. I fought back on those things. That annoyed me. I'm not, like, I'm pretty fucking transparent with shit. So it's one of those things where, like, with accusations of sweeping, with accusations of, well, you'd cover up with your friends, these accusations are, like, just the reality for basically every fucking community. You should be aware of it, but there's a double edge of this as well, where you get other people who will actively be more critical of people that they are closer to, because they want to avoid those accusations. And that in itself is incredibly fucking annoying. Because, like, what's a good way to put this? If you're sat in a position where you're friendly with somebody, and you're like, whatever action I take with this person, because they are worried about the audience reaction, or the, like, wider reaction of the community, that they will be harsher with their takes on, like, me or somebody else. It's like, well, how much do I want to interact with that person? Like, it's not like I dislike this person thing. It's just how much can I take that perception seriously? Because I also know behind the scenes, they'll be like, oh yeah, actually this isn't that serious. It's fine. Like, I agree with you. But then they will say something almost, they will be much more critical in public. You know, I'm giving these examples because I really want you guys to understand that I get why you're annoyed at Ponder. I actually do understand it, but this is not a zero-sum game, and it is actually quite difficult to navigate for the vast majority of people constantly. It's annoying. And it's annoying, and everything that you say and do gets put under a fucking microscope. You know, and to put this in, like, perspective, this has happened to people about me. Like, Matt got DMs about me. It's like, this Beckett guy you work with, like, he's, like, meant to be my dad or some shit. I'm like, dude, we're friends. He's not responsible for me. It's like, the disconnect between audience members and creators is pretty broad. Because audience members are just not involved at the same level. And, like, I get what Ponder's saying here. I don't think it is crazy or unreasonable to say this. I think it's just the truth. How old is Ponder here? She's like 27. Plus, it may not always be so cut and dry of a situation if we don't know what those friendships are like. In cases of abusers or manipulators, for example, they could be using manipulative tactics on friends in order to get them to excuse or overlook bad behavior, or may even have specifically targeted people as friends who already have a traumatic past with behavior of that nature. After all, manipulators and abusers are really good at picking out the people who are going to be receptive to their bullshit. If we don't know what the friendship looks like, then who are we to say this person didn't, the person who's making excuses for, or who else is looking, or who else overlooking the behaviors in their friends hasn't been primed or else picked for that. Yeah, so whose fault is it? If is it the community's fault for upping Ponder as the ACC Olivia Benson, or is it Ponder's fault? It's a mixture. It's a mixture. And like the way, what I'm getting at here, and the reason I'm being vague posty about the people I'm talking about is because it's not that serious. I want to be clear. I'm not annoyed at anybody. I'm just giving you examples from like sort of behind the scenes of like how this works, and that I understand where Ponder's coming from. One thing I will say is a massively contributing factor is like audience reception, right? So from Ponder's perspective, actually let's divorce it from Ponder's perspective. Let's talk about creators in general. From a creator in general's perspective, you've got a choice. And that choice is generally dictated on how you want to react to the people who like are close to you, like you collaborate with, for like pieces of content or you're friendly with, and also your own audience's reaction. Like, generally speaking, I'm pretty upfront that like the opinions I care about are the opinions of creators who I like their work, or I like their takes, or I've got like I've got respect for that person, so I kind of like listen to them and hear them out, because generally speaking, I get it. I generally do not give a fuck what random people on Twitter say, and to an extent, I don't really care what the takes of my own chat are. When it comes to like relationships. And I think it's pretty obvious by the fact that there are like a lot of people, right, who would have subbed and like would watch me a load if I covered ACC stuff, if I was like hyper woke, never used slurs, and if I just constantly sat here and shat on Lio, for example, endlessly, or called out Vlad, or like immediately flipped to chat's position. I tend not to work that way because I don't really care about pressure from chat. Like this is me doing streaming stuff because I enjoy it. Take it or leave it is kind of how I view things. Other people care far more about what their chat thinks, and they care far more about what that wider community grouping's impression of them is. And both are legitimate, by the way. Like this isn't a my way's better than other people's way. I'm just giving you sort of like the breakdown of how people will see things. And especially if you're like worried about the wider community reaction, because what's a good way to put this? Because it might impact your growth, your income. Like a lot of people who've been like Destiny dick riders for years are right now pretty fucking worried as Daddy Destiny goes down, because that is their paycheck. As Destiny's audience share shrinks, as support for him shrinks, that has a knock-on effect for those in his orbit. And this is why one of the smartest things to do is just build your own fucking audience. Because like if I fell out with certain people, and you can kind of tell this in the fact that like if I'm live at the same time Diorio's live, my numbers pretty similar. Pretty similar. To like sort of like my general occurrence. I get like a pickup if I cover certain things, but like there's clearly an audience who is here for me, and that's fine, that's based. Other people are not so fortunate, and you can also see this in like people who are orbiters. If they're live at the same time as the person in their orbit, their audience share like halves, or even goes down by 2/3, and you do not want to be in that position. Your audience is not your audience, it is somebody else's audience, and you just happen to be like their waiting room, the thing to do in the off time. That is not what any creator should fucking want for themselves. And when it comes to like questions like these relationships, my personal impression of people like Ponder is Ponder isn't as concerned about the community stuff, but Ponder is concerned about what their friends' reactions are. I think she's very driven by the people closest to her, which is fine. I think she will take potentially an unpopular stance, or like go out on a limb for her friends, and I think that can bite her. I don't think she's unique in that way. Do you think this audience clung to her because they wanted someone like Ponder to lead them then? The audience clung to her because the ACC audience is very based on authority figure following. If you're an authority figure, this is why Lio had such a good share. And this is why, like, Ponder had a good share. If you're an authority figure who can essentially do the fighting for them, I think this is also partially true for, like, Doodle Tones. Like, if you're that sort of person, an audience will essentially cling to you because the ACC is, and the audience within the ACC is fairly anti, like, personal conflict. Like, they don't like the, they don't want to one-on-one go and fight somebody, but also can be deeply viciously vindictive. So having somebody that you can weaponize and basically throw at people is very, very, very fucking useful for them. And that's one of the reasons, like, people like Ponder have such, like, a strong share, because Ponder isn't afraid of the conflict. And I think it's pretty easy to get dragged into takes that you wouldn't necessarily have if you thought about it for 5 fucking minutes, because that's what the audience is pushing you towards. And I think that there are definitely elements of this story where Ponder didn't look as carefully because they just trusted Nezzy Monster, for example. And I want to be clear, that's an understandable human thing to do. That's okay. That's fine. The problem is how you deal with it now, right? Like when you're on the other side of it. They seem to have a very parasocial audience. Yeah, everyone does. Like, the parasocial audience criticism isn't really a very valid one. That's everybody. I have a parasocial audience. So, like, Queeman has a parasocial audience. Diorio has a parasocial audience. We're, like, creators, particularly streamers, actually, and particularly people who will interact with the wider Discord communities, will build very parasocial relationships. It's natural. It's like, it's seen as this really bad word to have a parasocial relationship, but it's just the nature. People are sat here listening to me talk for like 6-7 hours at a time sometimes. You're obviously going to build a relationship with me, right? You're going to get used to my voice, used to the way I talk, used to my takes. They are going to impact how you think. It's one of the reasons I don't moderate my chat much, because when people come in and want to fight with me or think I'm wrong, I think it's really valid, and I think it's really useful. I don't want like a chat that just agrees with me, because it creates just an echo chamber of a chat. And there will be times where I will have a take that is fucking terrible and my chat will turn on me. Like, in the future. And people will come in and turn on me. And that's okay. That's okay. So, yeah. But, so, like, I understand this is a very long-winded kind of way around to talk about this. Like, for example, when the Shadman list happened, I didn't really give a fuck. Actually, here's a really good example. When the Shadman list happened, I didn't really give a fuck what Willie Mac's opinion on it was. I didn't care. Like, Willie tweeted something out about it. He didn't like it. I was like, I actually had people DM me about this. They were like, Willie doesn't like your fucking list thing. And I was like, I mean, he's welcome to his opinion, but I don't know Willie Mac. I don't give a shit what Willie Mac thinks of the fucking list. He tweeted out one of the people in it who turned out to, like, who is like a fucking lolicon anyway. And I was like, yeah, I don't care. Like, no, again, not defending the Shad list for a second, by the way. Like, that list has a lot of fucking problems. I'm just giving you my reaction to it, to Willie tweeting out about it. At the same time, I got a DM from Diesel, and Diesel was not fucking pleased with that list for a couple of things on it. And we actually sat down and talked, and Diesel is somebody who I like and respect, so his opinion mattered a lot more to me. And people are going to prioritize those things differently. And part of that could be like maintaining those relationships. In my case with Diesel, it's because we're like friends, so I value his opinion as my friend. I value the opinion on like work and content creation because he's very good. So like, yeah, like you can have differing responses. I think Ponder... in fact, Ponder, and this is why I sympathize with Ponder. It's why I want to talk to her, because I think Ponder is in a similar boat to me in some perspectives. I don't think Ponder really cares about like the wider community feedback or her audience. My impression is Ponder cares about the creators around her who she's built relationships with and who are her friends, because she trusts their judgment. That's normal. That's a sane thing to do. You do not want to listen to the random schizo fucking chatters and people on Twitter they are going to be all over the place. And speaking of like the drama I've just gone through, one of my biggest problems in it has been, for the first time, and this was a mistake on my part, by the way, listening to the opinions of people who in any normal circumstance I would not have paid any fucking attention to. I found myself reading someone else's comment section at one point, and I'm just like, yeah, like, clearly this is like getting close to crash out point. It was just dumb. You can forget like your own rules, but like, yeah, like reading comments, reading chat, reading Twitter, it'll set you astray. Trust your own judgment, and if you respect the opinions of your friends, they may also lead you astray, but at least it's something to like, at least there's you've kind of got the backing of, you know, why you listen to those people, right? There's a reason. I know why I have the opinions around Diesel I do, for example. I know why it's important to me what Matt Pitt thinks, not because, oh my god, I'm friends with Matt Pitt, but because I respect the opinions of Matt Pitt, right? That's why the best way to give criticism is a compliment sandwich. It's easier to hear negatives when there's also positives involved, either relationship or words, yeah. I don't know if I agree with you, Beckett. These people on the internet aren't really your friends. They're just people on the internet. Sure. Again, like, we're using friend, like, I've talked about this before. When I say friends, I don't mean friends as in, like, we're going to each other's weddings, right? They're not like people who I'm like, oh, fuck. But, there's a difference. There's a difference with people, like, friends that you hang out with and, like, will play games with and have kind of, like, more general conversations with beyond just content creation, to people who you have friends with who are, like, your content friends, right? The people who exist in the same circle as you. But there are degrees of this, and there's a parasocial degree to that. But this is why I use Diesel as an example, because I'll watch Diesel's content, and I think Diesel does good work, and therefore his opinion as a creator matters to me, right? Not sycophants, but not friends. So work friends then? I don't like work friends because that implies that this is a job. This is not a job to me. But sure. People use the term colleagues. It's very cringe, but yes. In the same way, you know, like I've got work friends at work whose opinions matter to me much more than some other people. Or, you know, if I get like an email back from like some fucking client who doesn't know anything about the sector, I'm like, wow, your opinion is really irrelevant on this. Whereas when I'm talking to another technical person, I'm like, okay, yeah, like, obviously, your opinion on the kind of, like, I don't know, what's a good example? Like, fucking, these engineering plans matters to me more than, you know, some random fucking pleb manager. Can't you all just be normal and have normal friends? No, we're on the internet. Listen, we're all terminally online, okay? Listen, everyone here is terminally online, and I'll tell you this. I want a rule of thumb. Any creator who spends their time talking about how gay online relationships are and how gay e-dating is and shit like this, they're fucking e-dating and they have gay online friendships just like everybody else. The difference is they're embarrassed about it. Yes, there's the difference between being friends with someone and being cool with somebody. People should always have this mindset. Yeah, like, again, it's why I'm never like, I've had like online friendships end fairly consistently and randomly, and it's fine. It's cool. It's whatever. You kind of go in knowing that, right? It's like, it's just part of the game. YouTube friends. Yeah, but every time I say things like YouTube friends, it sounds even more parasocial and psychotic. So let's say friends. Nobody cares about your Excel spreadsheets, Becca. I care about my Excel spreadsheets. Gilded, kill yourself. We all know your gay relationship with Diesel. True. Diesel's a bro. In two pieces. We're online even if an apocalypse... Listen, if an apocalypse happened... Okay, well, I would notice, but still. Anyway, okay, cool. I think that's pretty much it. But for this, like, I say tangent, but it really is me using my own, just giving you examples, because I think you should have some charity for Ponder. Unironically. I can understand where Ponder's positioning is. I do get it. I'm going to your wedding, Beckett, whether I'm invited or not. I'm never getting married. Come on, guys. Okay, are we good? I think we're good.
Referred to in Cat's Lair. The facts are this. Ponder, at 27 years old, who made a career in YouTube channel off of lecturing others about what they should have done, not just partaking in the call-out culture she speaks on, but also helped cultivate that call-out culture into the cancerous mess that is in these communities, heard Fegos confess to her to supposedly sexually assaulting 2 people that one of his supposed victims went on to apparently end their own life. Yet she prioritized smearing and dunking on a kid over talking about someone who confessed to her to supposedly being a sex offender, of committing a heinous crime. That was her priority, evident by the decisions she made in 2019 and 2020. I'm going to take an issue with the fact that these people worship her as some great figurehead, calling her justice incarnate, claiming that she'd make a great lawyer because she LARPs as one to a bunch of autists online, when those are her choices. Now we get into the 2022 of the timeline,
Yeah, let's
particularly April 29th of 2022, and it yet again involves Ponder's Brockett. On Ponder's Twitch channel named Reanimated Octopus, she held a 5-hour...
I have more good faith for Jar than Ponder. Jesus Christ, Gilded. Thank you for the 2. Yeah, like, again, I just understand Ponder's positioning. I do get it. That doesn't mean, like, doesn't absolve her of blame, but... Or, like, a guilt or whatever the fuck gay shit we want to say. I just understand it.
Research stream, and in it, Ponder got upset with the actions of a minor, and she said, and I quote, word for word, someone fucking figure out who the hell this kid is, so I can call her parents. Seconds after, she then added, literally, if someone gives me this kid's phone number, I will call her goddamn parents. No shame. I will tell them what she's been doing.
Proof, bitch. I already addressed the tracing and the harassing, etc. Like, what else do you losers want from me?
To stop and to acknowledge that you're a disgusting human being who's just going after someone for no fuck damn reason. Get offline! Someone fucking figure out who the hell this kid is so I can call her parents.
So overall, it's Moxie, happy, soft, and...
Literally, if someone gives me this kid's number, I will call her goddamn parents. No shame. I will tell them what she's been doing.
See, okay. The normalization of calling people's parents between, like, people like Ponder, like Lio, and it looks like Gilded then. Like, this shit, I don't understand how you can spend, what, at this point, 2 years going in a Kumu for, like, fucking doxing and making all these accusations against him, which, like, weren't even fucking true of a Kumu. And then be like, yeah, let's phone their parents. What? Like, the fact that this shit got fucking normalized is absolutely wild. Gilded with 2. The difference between Crystal and Ponder is Britain. Jesus Christ, don't say that. I think this shit got way too normalized, and I will say this for Ponder. I do think Ponder got high off their own power. They did tend to, like, turn up, and you can hear this in the Rosa Call, and they call shit out, but... Yeah, fuck me. You defend Ponder just for her to disappoint you? Same with Lio. I actively and continuously completely fucking disavow and criticize the fuck out of this shit. I think that anybody who pulls stuff like this of, like, we should phone their parents, we should get involved with real life stuff, we should call their school and report them as a school shooter, all this shit. I know Lio's explained this one, but the explanation is not good enough. Fuck this shit. You know I'm right, Coben say it? Okay, good. Okay, buddy. High on her own power, it's a YouTube channel. Yeah, well, people forget this, right? People get really obsessed with numbers and influence. They take themselves very fucking seriously. When actually we are all just retards playing in a sandbox, okay? That's why it's fun. The stakes of this should all be, in my opinion, incredibly fucking low. this high stakes shit where you're like dealing with stuff like, even with Sasu's like, well, Sasu's friends with neo-Nazis. It's like, do we need this in our lives? Are you making enough money to make it worth it? Like, I get with certain people where they're making like fucking bank, then it becomes more serious, but dude, there's an element here where you should just keep in perspective what you want, and what you want shouldn't be a fucking weird little online clout. Weird little online clout cult. It's just fucking weird. Someone doing life ruination for something so small is because they failed in their own life and needed to make someone else feel the same way. I think the fact is as well, like, people get permissive with stuff once it happens once. And then it becomes normalized, right? Well, we did it this time, so maybe if we do it the next time. It's like Lio getting out a fucking Spanish dictionary to try and talk to somebody's mother in Spanish. Like, at what point did you, like, did this happen? And how did none of you go, fucking what? What? Stop? Like, actually just chill out? Did you speak with Ponder? You flirted with the idea on the last stream. I messaged Ponder. They have some stuff going on at the moment, but I do plan on talking to them in the future. They seem pretty open to the idea. As I say, I don't do accountability or shady calls. I just have questions for them, and I want to talk to them about this. But do not make the expectation that I'm going to be an attack dog against Ponder, because unless I get on a call with Ponder and she says something actually fucking crazy, it's just not going to happen, okay? It's not how I work. It's not what I'm for. And if she's okay with me recording it, I will record it and release it. If she's not okay with me recording it, I will probably talk about it, but you will have my word to take for it, basically.
Just 2 years before, in the collab on my Slummers video with Nezzy Monster, the two of them tried to accuse me of asking for Slummers' phone number, to then accuse me of asking for the private information of a minor on a public forum.
So, you didn't technically attempt to dox anybody. You were just asking if there was somebody out there who could dox her for you.
And the contradiction will come up a little bit later, but it has to do with him making note that someone out there should be able to answer his question and provide Slummers' private information to him.
Which is basically him not committing the crime, but asking someone to do it for him. Which doesn't make you innocent, my guy. Also, I'm not surprised these people thought that. You don't ask for someone's personal information on a public fucking forum. That's what we call being suspicious.
Why are all of these dumbass retards being mean to me? They're attacking me for no reason. Oh yeah, by the way, if anyone has the personal info of that minor who was being harassed by a larger YouTuber, hit me up. Which is hilarious considering his bias against Slummers is very apparent from him openly harassing her and asking other people to send him her private information. For another, not only does this ignore the context of the tweet where you were apparently, according to you, directly asking people to send you Slummers' docs information, or at the very least, information so personal that you could have used it to dox her.
So why in 2022 was Ponder asking her audience for a minor's phone number on her fucking Twitch stream? Twitch, a public forum. One of the very things she and Nezzy Monster claimed I did.
Does Britain require two-party consent, or you merely being courteous? I'm merely being courteous. That's all.
To heavily push the accusation of me attempting to dox Slummers.
I'll be honest with you, I don't care about this whole Discord call recording gay shit. I don't give a shit. I don't care about it. So listen, obviously people have recorded me without my consent, and like, I don't care. I don't give a shit. It doesn't matter to me. Are you committed? Like, dude, listen, what about my privacy? And, like, what about the call crime? I don't care. I don't care. It doesn't matter. I don't care. I've said this consistently about every fucking recorded call that's been released and people have bitched. I don't care.
An accusation I have never heard the end of. I've been accused of it 8 times. And
people are like, but it's crime. I don't care about people smoking weed either. Okay? I don't care about many crimes. I don't give a shit. Just because something's illegal doesn't mean I have to care about it.
2024 alone. But no one said a fucking thing when Ponder did this. As of 2024, when I pointed this out, several people tried to make excuses for Ponder doing this. They do this by either bringing up what the minor did as an excuse and justification for Ponder's hypocrisy, or they proclaim that I cut the context and that it's missing context only to then mention what the kid did to excuse and justify Ponder. My favorite instance of this is actually from her own comments section. A user asked if she had done any form of response to my videos, and someone else replies with this. The stream clip came from a channel that edits down B streams. Reanimated Octopus VODs should be the channel you look for, and look for the Kenji situation videos. The clip is very out of context. The clip is B asking for the contact information of a minor who is harassing an individual so the minor could get proper punishment for harassing someone online, and to also help the person sue the minor for all the stuff the individual was subjected to. I hope this helps, smiley face, so the minor could get proper punishment. But I'm the light Yagami lover. Yet another example again from the audience to show you that these people think of themselves as the moral arbiters, the judge, jury, and executioners who dish out punishment. Returning to this comment, the person first claimed that I cut context. Then they proceed to admit that B, Ponder, asked for the minor's contact information, the thing I accused Ponder of doing. After saying I cut the context, that there's cut context, they then admitted that Ponder did exactly what I said she did. You can't make this shit up. And this is a common habit from that community. They'll deny something that they themselves...
The clip is very out of context. The clip is B asking for the contact information of a minor who was harassing an individual so the minor could get proper punishment for harassing someone online, and also help the person sue the minor for all the stuff the individual was subjected to. It helps. Help the person sue the minor. Turn off the fucking computer. Turn it off. Like, this is just inexcusable. How are you going to complain about fucking doxing while going, actually, Ponder was right, because suing a minor would be based. Get a fucking grip. Like, it's just completely retarded. Oh, God. Fucking pray for enemies like Ponder. Jesus.
Know is true just
And
because
Ponder's
it's
audience.
inconvenient. Another common excuse for Ponder is that she had good intentions when asking for the minor's information. But her having good intentions is not an excuse for a 30-year-old to be asking her rabid drama-hungry audience to get the private information of a minor. Her reputation in some autistic online community does not mean she has the authority to do so. Delusional e-celebrity worship. Her good intentions out of her justice LARP is not an excuse to do the very thing she falsely accused me of doing. The intent with the action does not change the action, and to think it does is nothing but cope to desperately avoid the reality. Ponder falsely accused me of asking for Slamer's phone number, of asking for a minor's private information on a public forum, as the basis to then accuse me of attempting to dox Slamer's. Now, we apply this consistently because no one is above their own standards. 2 years afterwards, Ponder went and asked for a minor's phone number for their private information on a public...
From Akumu, I worded my point horribly about intent. I didn't mean intent didn't matter at all, rather her supposed good intent that her audience insist on of her asking for minor's phone number doesn't change that she outright asked for their phone number. The same information that she falsely accused me of asking for, to accuse me of attempted doxing. Someone pointed out, so I clarified it in my pinned comment. Yeah, again, it just doesn't, like... The intent here doesn't matter. You're talking about targeting minors. This is the very same shit that Lyo got raked over the coals for, completely correctly. And it doesn't solve the problem, right? I think this is like a core point we should acknowledge. People can say, well, you know, these actions need to be called out so that people can improve. Hasn't improved. Many of the minors who were like called out during part of the ACC didn't make them better, made them more fucking unhinged. The minute Jax is brought up, Lyo gets like 20 pizzas sent to his fucking house. None of this shit helped. Stop doing it. You're playing with people's lives, and then you're surprised at the outcomes. And one thing I will like throw like quite heavy criticism at a lot of the people who did this like fucking accountability content is like, where did it turn out well? I think you've got like a handful of examples where people have either left the community and the internet only to join other ones and continue doing the same or worse shit, or you've got people who are waiting in the wings. The minute Lyo got into drama, there were several people who have fought with Lyo in the past, ready to come out and try and victory lap on him. Some of those, like, and again, not just like people like Akumu. We're also talking about people like Coyote, Buttons, Sasu, people who like actively are just pieces of shit. and they wanted to see if they could get a redemption arc out of Lio getting cancelled or Peaches getting cancelled. You haven't helped anything. You've just kicked the problem down the line, and it arguably, I think, made it worse.
Forum, and yet she catches no flack for it. I don't see any YouTube comments, any YouTube videos aside from my own, and any tweets aside from my own talking about this. And it just goes to show these communities, they don't actually care about the standards that they apply against whoever it is they're bitching about at that particular moment. Had they actually cared consistently about this, they would have said something when Ponder did it on her live stream, let alone when it was re-uploaded to YouTube. But they didn't, because it's Ponder Sprocket. Because of her reputation, they give her special treatment. And that's exactly why we're here right now. Turning to April 30th of 2022, another event took place that's almost on topic. An art commentary individual and orbiter of the SCC named Mushroom Girl got into a spat with a friend of mine.
Yay, Mushroom Girl. Is Mushroom Girl like 18 yet? Can I take the piss out of them safely? I try to be like, Mushroom Girl really annoys me. This person is insufferable, but they're also 16, 17. I think they're 17 now, and I feel bad bullying them, honestly. But fuck, I hate this person.
Named Kumo, and decided to randomly mention me and the fact that he and I are friends to take pod shots at me in my Slummers video from 2019.
Hey Kumo, I noticed that you took the Nekokoda's channel link.
Hey, hold on. I've got slight palette cleanser, buns art. Hey, I might use some of these. These are good. I like these in the Teddy style. That's kind of fucking cool. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. Buns always coming in with the fucking... Okay, well now that just makes me look retarded, but I don't hate it. Okay, back to this.
Out of your final chapter video description, apparently it was because she was sending your fans to harass you or something, which I'm pretty sure isn't true. But where have I heard that before? I mean, you are friends with the person who made this trash-ass video, so what can I fucking expect from you? What's next? You're gonna call Nekokoda unprofessional and then attempt to dox her phone?
Okay, another very slight palette cleanser just so I scroll through art very quickly. But this is cool. Thank you, Lavender. I might try and get that in as an emoji. I think that's adorable. And also, fucking Axe. This is horrifying. What the fuck? It's really good. Horrifying. Absolutely fucking horrifying. There's a cleaner version, apparently. We'll go for the cleaner version. That's horrifying, thank you. Dude, I love the fucking art channel in Discord. It's so good. It's so good.
Phone number.
On May 1st of 2022, I uploaded a very short video titled, It's Gonna Be Biblical. This clip was from the movie Law Abiding Citizen, where the main character talked about...
Oh, fuck, super chat. Gilded with the 10, thank you. GP, Godapoo's take only. Ponder sat there and went out of her way to get Sasu and an insane crazy person to open up to her in a Lio call, which only made it easier for Lio to push Sasu to the brink of insanity. Yeah, I don't think that was Ponder's intention, but Ponder certainly did do that. The Sasu call is surprising. I don't have a lot of sympathy for Sasu, but the Sasu call is uniquely fucked up. It really is uniquely fucked up, and I don't think it should be swept for.
Pulling down a disease-corrupt temple, referring to the justice system.
In the business, we call this foreshadowing.
Then on May 2nd of 2022, I replied to Mushroom Girl with a video titled Mushroom Girl in Arguments, where I suspected that she was just a pondertard, reciting what she heard from those two videos. Like fucking clockwork. She responded that same day with Akumu's video on me, plus content update. In this video, Mushroom Girl said that Ponder and Nezzy spoon-fed it to me, but that I was doubling down on my disgusting attempt to get a miner's docs information, referring to Slummers.
Dude. Like, Ponder and Nezzy spoon-fed this shit to you, but apparently you're still gonna fucking double down on your disgusting bullshit, your obsessive, disgusting bullshit where you asked for a minor's docs information.
In Mushroom Girl's description, she linked Ponder and Nezzy's two-part collab. This was fuel to the fire, further motivation for me to make that retrospective series that I kept promising. You see, ever since 2020, there was an idea that kept popping up at the back of my head each time this would happen. Each time one of these idiots came swinging at me and trying to use that narrative. That idea was, if the FCK's false accusations and lies about me were going to follow me around and be held over my head, let alone 2 years after the fact, shouldn't what the FCK did follow them? It's more than fair for 2 reasons. A, they had an audience of thousands, I only had a couple hundred. And B, I didn't need to lie or make things up like they did. I would be, and I have been, accusing them of the shit that they did do. It was this very reasoning, this very point, this very idea, that I was so annoying and pestering to Nezzy or Madlibs, on top of the fact that the group had no problem pestering and running their mouth about me. So every time their audience would comment on my shit and repeat the false accusations and lies, I would then comment or tweet to the FCK, accusing them of what they did do. This is what I mean by fuel to the fire. This is why the next time the sexual harassment accusation from Nezzy Monster would be brought up was June 12th of 2022, because I made a comment about it. Her further denial prompted me to then put together the first ever retrospective series, a taste tester for what was to come in the FCK and the art community series on my channel. Since July of 2022, Neko Koda had been getting into reoccurring slap fights with someone else by the name of Shaggy. This little
When are you gonna expose me, Daddy Akumu? Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, like they created this. They created this, and Akumu is absolutely right. The standards of the community are that stuff you did years ago is fair game for criticism years down the line. Anytime somebody's like brought up, it's like, well, do you remember this thing they did? No, Akumu's just right. He's just correct.
Feud would go into December, where it culminated into Neko Koda scouring the internet for any information about Shaggy. Everything kicked off around December 7th, with Koda first finding Shaggy's TikTok, which had their real name on it. Koda messaged this Xavier individual, asking if they were an expert hacker. No, I'm good at doxing people. Oh, damn. Was hoping you were legit. When Shaggy tweeted about the TikTok finding, Koda quoted with, "Lamau, you're really bad at covering your paper trail." There was some silly back and forth about dead naming with the name Jay, but the overall point is that Koda was hunting down information on Shaggy. When questioned on why, Koda pushed for a Discord call, telling Shaggy that his patience was running thin, that it was in Shaggy's best interest to talk on Discord, or one of my favorites, "Watch your tone with me, boy. I know more than you think." In what appears to be a group chat, Koda told Shaggy that there were a lot more malicious people on the internet than him, and then not even a minute later said, "I could shut off your internet myself if I wanted." Koda decided to list their home and IP address, but was sure to clarify that he didn't intend on leaking it.
You obsessive, disgusting bullshit where you asked for a minor's docs information.
Basically, Koda was blackmailing Shaggy with, "You either call me on Discord or I contact your parents." And that's one of the reasons I'm telling you about this. Shaggy was 17 and Koda was 20-something. Koda, an adult, searched for the private information of a minor and was blackmailing said minor under the threat of calling their parents over fucking internet drama. Specifically because Shaggy made fun of Mushroom Girl and was in
Pudgy with the 2. Zoinks! Yeah, like this is kind of the thing I'm really interested in this video. Because it really lays out, once again, the double standard, but also just how fucking malicious a lot of the ACC stuff was. People really, like, again, you're talking about kids who, frankly, did not have good OPSEC. And it was a case of, hey, if you don't do what we say, you're fucked. You're fucked. We're coming for you. And they weren't doing this just to, like, they weren't doing this to violent criminals. They weren't doing this to pedophiles. They were doing this to teenagers over internet drama to try and call that. And I don't see much difference, I'll be honest, with trying to call somebody's parents to get them into trouble to calling somebody's job and trying to get them fired. I don't really see a difference. It's going for what you see as the weakest thing. People who will not understand the online world and that they can go after you and cause some real fucking damage. Don't see the difference.
in a Discord server of people that didn't like Mushroom Girl. That's what all of this was over. And I'm telling you about this because of the fact that Mushroom Girl, who previously accused me of trying to ask for a miner's docs information, went on to defend Neko Koda. It was wrong of me to do, despite the fact I didn't even do it. But when Koda does exactly that, she defends it. This is the epitome of the sanctimonious hypocrisy I've been talking about. A perfect representation, but fret not, we'll have plenty.
Found Coda's twit longer. I don't know what you guys think of this situation, but I personally do forgive her. Knowing what went on behind the scenes, I know she had no harmful intent. My video on the situation. Have some fucking standards. Like, it doesn't seem that hard.
More. On December 15th, I uploaded the first ever episode in my series on the art community in the FCK, focusing on Nezzy Monster while setting up the future episodes. Later, I decided to mention the false sexual harassment accusation again in early January of 2023. I made a video about that, so I'm just gonna clip that too. Accountability is only relevant when you're the one trying to hold someone else accountable. Does it ever get tiring, pretending to be something you aren't? The facade, and coping to keep said facade up. On the 5th of January, she responded with, "Bro, I took accountability 3 years ago. Get over it. I'm saying this 100% seriously. I hope you get therapy and heal from whatever the hell you're going through. This isn't healthy and you deserve better than this." I decided that this would serve as an additional reminder or updater, posting it on my community tab and tagging her with my thoughts, and she commented on it. "Whatever helps you sleep at night, man. I genuinely wish the best for you. This will be my final message to you. Best of luck to you, man." And she linked a tweet. People legit obsessed, and it's sad. Like, genuinely sad. The apology is still up to this day. I have hidden nothing. I've just moved on with my life. Literally, everyone involved with that has moved on. It has been 3 years. Get therapy, and I mean that genuinely. Decided to update it real quick. I genuinely hope you get better, man. I used to be angry, but after therapy and meds, I just feel bad for you. Later quote retweeted this with, "If you want context, because they say I'm lying when I say I took accountability. Yes, I fucked up. I have said it many times. I like to think I've changed since." And I shit you not, the dumb bitch links the same tweet to her Twitlonger from 2021. The same one discussed in my previous video on her. You know, the one where she lied numerous times, claiming I withheld the evidence. She goes on to say, "Apparently they plan to make a big expose on me, I guess. They threatened me before with a weird, 'you have 24 hours a DM.' I'm sorry for my fuck-ups. I've gone to therapy, gotten diagnosed, and got prescribed meds. I genuinely do not know what you want from me at this point. To disappear, to die. I don't know. I don't hold this much of vendetta over the woman who physically abused me. But okay, I'm doing the best I can to be a good person."
Oh my god. There it is. I don't hold a vendetta against, like, my abuser and my trauma. There's bigger things, guys. Now, you went and attacked Akumu for years. You weaponized content creators against him. You tried to, like, fucking ruin this. Listen, I truly believe if they found Akumu's, like, fucking parents and shit, they would have phoned them. And you covered up this shit. You actively had these conversations with Toasty. Nezzy. Nezzy knew. Nezzy knew. And it's like, oh, I took accountability and I'm sorry. Now it's, oh, I've got memory issues. I don't remember. Come on. Fuck this shit. Ridiculous. And again, not the only one. ZZ's the same. Fuchsia Butters, the same. Whatever other stuff they got up to, they knew, they did nothing, they tried to ruin Akuma's life. And they tried to ruin Akuma's reputation because that was the easier route to take than actually trying to deal with any of the problems they saw. And again, listen, they don't have to. They don't have to. I just don't want them to pretend that they give a shit. None of these people care. It's all fucking fake. It's none of these people have any fucking moral or ethical standards independently of their own. What they have is what does the community think? What do my peers online think? What's the correct talking points? And that shit is hyper retarded gay. Like this is the sort of like This is the sort of shit where I just have no sympathy. At all. On any level. Fuck everyone involved in this.
This is literally all I can do. I wish you the best, man. I honestly do. I hope you heal from whatever hurt you. I hope you can find happiness and live a good life. I honestly wish you the best. Have a good day, dude. A big expose video on you. I already made your fruitcake cuck episode, if that's what you're referring to. If you were oh so sorry.
How do you remember anything in this 9-hour video after taking breaks for days? I don't know. I'm gonna start like, listen, I need a holiday. I need an actual fucking holiday, okay? That's on the books. We're taking a holiday at some point.
For your fuck-ups, you wouldn't still be lying about them. You wouldn't have linked the same twitlonger apology where you lie about what you did and lie about me. I offered you the opportunity to speak with me directly. Otherwise, I would continue with your part of the project. It was a similar offer to the one I gave your friend, Fuchsia Butters. I did it because at the time, I delusionally thought you would eventually be honest. Now, someone asked her what exactly she did, and this is where everything comes full circle, where her whole I'm sorry for my fuck-ups falls apart. What the hell did you do? I'm out of the loop here. A couple years ago, I accidentally accused a guy of sexual harassment.
Current has with 5. Do you think Lio is ever going to get everyone or whoever is left in the ACC who caused this to apologize like the adults they claim to be? Nope. Nope, I don't. I think Lio is... Okay, I've said this. I think I said this in the first stream on this topic. I think Lio is staying out of this, and I encourage him to do so. I do not like using Lio as an attack dog is what caused an awful lot of fucking problems. Just because Lio now has sort of like reformed a bit or is like trying to work on himself, he should not be going back to doing accountability content. I would even though I have issues with the people involved in this, quite clearly, if Lio started doing accountability calls with them, I wouldn't be like, yay Lio, I'd be like, what the fuck are you doing? I don't care that, like, if he agrees with me, he absolutely shouldn't be doing that. Talk about, like, again, the, like, fucking, like, accountability stuff is gay as fuck anyway. But, like, if Lio wants to do content on it, like being like, this is retarded, or like get a call and like put it out as content, sure. But Lio as attack dog, nah, fuck that shit. There are, like, it's not needed. It doesn't help anybody. Fuck that. Do I think you're gonna get apologies out of Nezzy Monster, ZZ, Mimi, fucking anybody? No, I think maybe out of Ponder. That's why I'll give, like, and again, I don't really care if Ponder apologizes or not, if I'm honest. I don't personally care for, like, apologies in that sense. I'm not like, well, you apologize and it's fine. I think you should apologize in certain situations, but you should apologize if you mean it. Kai Rise with 2. Holiday is Monster Hunter Wilds out next week. Yes. But yeah, no, fuck that shit. Lion needs to obviously Lion can make a response, but he shouldn't get involved. Yeah, I just don't. Part of it is he's too close to everything. Proof of improvement. Lio has since joined my server and has aided in the bullying of weirdos that enter. Yeah. Listen, Lio's funny when he bullies people. I just don't think that we should pretend that it's, like, altruistic. I think that shit's gay. I agree, Lio not going back to drama. All drama Lio's done recently is Jar, the world's most easy target. Yeah, and like, people like Router, and, like, yeah. As long as it's funny, I've got no issues with Lio. But it doesn't need a sit down, you need to talk to me, and we need to resolve these deep, dark... yeah, fuck that shit. Fuck it into the ground. I don't care.
Harassment when I thought he sent an unsolicited shirtless photo to a friend at the time. I have since apologized to everyone involved and moved on. Apparently for some, though, that's not good enough. A dude has kind of followed me around since a video I did with Ponder and admitted to me he intends to take me down. She's oh so sorry, but here she is again lying, saying she accidentally accused him. You didn't accidentally accuse him. You may have when you first accused him, but you did it again. This isn't even the only person who asked about it that she ended up lying to. You say the apology is still up. that you've hidden nothing, but you don't mention anywhere in the apology that you accused him twice, that the second time you accused him, you had the evidence, but chose not to use it. You said, fuck it. No, you don't mention any of that. Instead, you lie in the apology, claiming you weren't sent it, that I withheld it from you, lying to your audience and followers, saying you accused him by accident. How is this taking accountability? How have you changed? How exactly are you doing the best you can to be a good person if you're still lying about what you did 3 fucking years ago? How have you even moved on since you're still lying about it? You say you aren't lying, and then you link the apology where you lied, and then you lie to someone who asked about it. What this is a specifically crafted narrative to make her seem virtuous, to make it look like she's taking accountability and apologizing for a mistake of hers, while conveniently leaving out details and lying to make me look bad and her look more favorable. She's doing this by dishonestly framing her mistake as accidental, essentially trying to make it less than what it actually was. A subtle means of downplaying and concealing it. It's so cowardly and pathetic. She apologized for something she didn't even do, and lied to hide what she actually did do. She isn't taking accountability for the fact it wasn't an accident, that she made the accusations while knowing they were false. Why else would she need to claim she wasn't sent the evidence when she clearly was, and even shared some of it to her friends? It's the same reason she refuses to address the lies in the twit longer, and keeps pointing to it as if it ever will amount to anything. Originally, my video discussing the problems of the FCK server would only be using testimony from Slummers and Jamesy, with both of them blurred out, because even they knew that there was a risk of the audience lashing out at them for speaking up about their favorites, let alone agreeing with me on this topic. This was testimony I had been gathering from both Slummers and Jamesy since roughly the end of 2020, but I put it off for the longest because this crowd and their audience kept telling me to move on. I also previously tried to get Teddy the Draws to come out about the FCK back in August of 2020.
Gilded with the 5. Beckett is only saying this crap because he doesn't want to be held accountable for his gay VTuber avatar and his AIDS riddles Excel spreadsheets. My spreadsheets are fucking great, and secondly, the VTuber avatar, listen. Started doing it ironically, and now I just kind of like it. Dude, it's so much lazier, it's great. I'll still do listen, I think for ACC stuff, I'll do VTuber if like I'm gaming or I'm just chilling out or something if I'm not feeling it. But like, when I do general commentary content, when I do like more serious stuff, I'll cam up for that. But I'm definitely feeling the fucking burnout at the moment, so. What are these spreadsheets? I like Excel and I like data sets, okay? I think they're good.
She refused to, out of fear she would just be berated and not listened to. These people had far larger platforms, far larger sizes, so her idea was let bygones be bygones. They can do whatever they want because it wouldn't end well talking about it. So when it came to the private matters of the FCK and their Discord, all I had was matching testimony from several sources. That was until early 2023. While chilling in a call with Slummers, she signed into her old accounts for shits and giggles, and realized that she was still in the FCK server. She then asked me if I wanted an invite, and I said sure, just let me get an alt account to throw in there. Upon me joining the FCK server, the first thing that I did was archive every chat that I could with a Discord exporter. Then I remained quiet for a few months while I took screenshots and organized them. April 1st of 2023, Nazi Monster made a vague subtweet about someone else who apparently brought up the sexual harassment accusation, and 8 days later on the 9th, she released a second twit longer discussing it. This will be the last time. This is the last time I'm talking about this situation. Bear in mind, a lot of this will be going by my memory, which isn't the best. For context, I made a claim that someone sexually harassed a friend of mine. It's almost like she's not outright admitting and actually avoiding stating the fact that she falsely accused him when they sent a shirtless photo without permission. What do you mean without permission? Why are you now going back on that and claiming yet again that they didn't have permission? That's a little odd. I received 2 separate screenshots. One was cropped into my server while the other was sent via DMs. He's referring to our DMs. I mixed these 2 up. Not only did I mix them up, but I later found out there were 2 separate photos that were sent. The screenshots that were sent only showed one of them. That was the photo that had been shown to me and was part of the original claim. Nazi is stating that Teddy initially only showed her the shirtless photo of him wrapped in Christmas lights, and she based her sexual harassment claim on that. So why is she mentioning that this supposed second photo was sent when it wasn't originally ever a part of the claim? This is a ploy. Oh guys, there definitely was sexual harassment. I was right in my claim now, because there's this other second photo that was sent that I didn't even fucking know about when I made the claim of sexual harassment. That makes so much sense. In the group of screenshots I was sent, the same one appeared 3 times. I didn't think they were useful. While I did accidentally send her a couple of duplicates, she's still admitting to going through the screenshots, which means that she would have seen the screenshot of Teddy stating, "Send here." I want to make something extremely clear. I was not equipped for this situation at all. Some reasons are very private. I never intended this maliciously. This was not a planned thing. Everything just kind of happened because I panicked like an idiot. I take full responsibility and I apologize to a certain someone as A. She's talking about me and yet still refusing to say my name. My fucking Beetlejuice. By the way, to clear something up, the FCK was not made for you. It was just a chat filled with other creators as the person who owned it was social. It broke up because a lot of people disconnected from that person due to personal reasons. Yeah, personal reasons. That's why the FCK broke up. Not your rampant.
This is what, the third, fourth Nezzy twit longer? I think it's the third. Now they're like, I haven't checked because I don't look at Blue Sky, but my understanding is they're still spiraling out on Blue Sky. Listen, we'll still be talking about the FCK drama in 6 years' time, okay? This is like a fucking pit stop.
Hypocrisy, your attempts to control the narrative, or the fact that you all were spamming the server with porn and showing minors pornography. Oh yeah, just personal reasons. The only times we ever brought you up was because you kept following us around. Oh, you're not going to state why I was following you around. Maybe the constant false accusations, hit pieces, watching of my Twitter and Discord server might have something to do with that. I don't intend to make a video of this, and I don't intend to talk about this again. Do not bother anybody else about this.
They've been quiet
The
for the last
situation
few
was
days.
entirely my fault. I take the full blame. I mixed things up. I panicked, and I approached this the same way, and for that, I am sorry. Ever since the situation, I have gone to therapy, been diagnosed, and have been properly medicated. You can choose to stay if you wish, but if you as my audience, my friends, do not wish to, I fully understand. Thank you for reading, and have a nice day. It was around this time, April of 2023, that I made the interesting decision to reach out to Lao Convoy to help me get a call with Nezzy Monster, because every attempt to...
Okay, we're getting closer to the normal stuff. Waiting to hear back at this point. Gotcha, I appreciate the help. Hopefully this will end up entertaining for you to some degree. Heading out of town, calls being agreed upon, as will take place in Senate next week once we get everyone's schedules pinned down.
Talk with her went absolutely nowhere. This was another choice of mine that aligned the stars and put us on the path to the shitstorm back in early 2024. Now, just before our call, Nezzy Monster and Susie fucking Doodletones coincidentally reached out to Teddy the Draws to apologize for what had happened in 2020, and then her, Teddy, and Doodles got into a call. From a third-party source who was present in this call, it was allegedly aimed at getting Teddy to try and align their stories for the upcoming call with me. Totally not suspicious behavior at all. Why would you need to prime yourselves if you're planning to tell the truth? There's a difference between preparing for the call and sort of refreshing yourself and trying to get someone to agree to a set of events for your public call. While I do trust this person, please take this with a grain of salt, because I don't have any evidence nor any other sources that align with the details, or supposed details, of this call in particular. It was then on May 7th of 2023 that I and Nezzy Monster had the call in Lao Convoy's Senate server, with Doodletones tagging along as sidekick. That'll be a pretty consistent theme moving forward. As usual, I'll summarize, but the recording with and without my post-commentary is provided in the description. Nezzy Monster and Doodletones couldn't keep the story consistent in the call. On the topic of our DMs from 2020, Doodletones said that Nezzy Monster thought she deleted our DMs and didn't know she had them the whole time.
If I may, I was...
Wait. Does this call exist? Does this call exist? Can I have a copy of this call? Because I'm kind of interested.
I was in a call when Nezzy went back and looked for those DMs. Nezzy didn't even know that they still had the DMs open.
On the topic of the sexual harassment accusation and Madlibs'
Can somebody DM me a copy of this call, please?
September 2020 video, Nezzy's reasoning for not giving
It's on his channel? It's in the description. Where is it? Oh, video toast. Oh, truly Fago's video. Toast the interview. Akumu, DM it to me. Akumu, DM it to me.
Mad Libs, the key screenshot was that she blocked me, closed our DMs, and had no way of getting them back.
Like I said, I gave what I gave to Libby, and I gave her the wrong things. I will admit that. We had a conversation about that. We left on good terms because I was an idiot and I mixed up screenshots and I misremembered a lot of shit that happened. Because after our convo, I had blocked you, and I also ended it, and I didn't know how to get it back.
Which is contradicting what Doodles first said, that we know is the truth for once, because just a few days before this very call, Doodles sent Kumo a screenshot from Nezzy's perspective of our DMs. Now, anytime I started bringing up what Nezzy Monster had done, her false accusations or her hypocrisy, the topic was immediately shifted to my mean statements, my mean comments, or even me being on a stream back in 2020. For instance, when I started to discuss her deceit, she shifted the topic to a mean tweet that I made about Slammers, insisting that it wasn't photoshopped to have her @ in it. The few times that the topic wasn't shifted, she said she couldn't remember much, only to continuously remember very oddly specific details.
Here's what we're gonna do. There are a couple of additional calls to this. So depending on what time we finish this, because we're at like 6:33, so we've got 2.5 hours left. We've got 2.5 hours left of this, okay? And some of this, as we get nearer to the end bit, some of it might get jumped over. But what I might do is, once we get through this video, there are additional calls and things that I do want to listen to. So I might turn the VTuber off, put up a little fucking general avatar, and then what we'll do is I might play some Hogwarts Legacy and listen to some more of the calls as kind of like a wind down, okay? Maybe that'll be a goal, maybe not. I don't know. We'll see where we go. We'll see where we go and where we're at, okay?
Details for her claims, some of which never even happened. She remembered that I called her a bitch in a video, or that I was on her live stream in 2020, yet any time I asked about something on her end that she did, oh, I don't remember that. Another issue with the call, they put the
send you a satirical pit stop. That's the best way to see Akuma's content. Thank you, Gilded. I saw. Might listen to that if chat hits the goal. If chat hits the goal, we'll listen to it.
Onus for evidence only
That'll be
on
our next
me.
part,
I have no
Hunter.
issue with evidence being demanded or asked for making a claim. However, I do have a problem with only one person being asked to provide evidence. And not once was Nezzy Monster pressed to provide evidence for any of her claims. Totally not biased, though. Not a biased call at all. That's a ridiculous notion. 15 minutes into the call, I point out that it wasn't the first time I've tried to have a conversation with the FCK. Nezzy Monster stated, I know from the several different DMs you've sent me.
And this isn't the first time I've tried to have a conversation with you all. I've approached you all multiple times to have a conversation.
The several different DMs that you've sent me. One of which said you have 24 hours.
I said 24 to 48 because I was editing the video at the time, and this was specifically the video. It was specifically the video that was made right around the time the Mad Libs Lies Again video.
Do you not understand how threatening that message is?
You had been ignoring me the entire time beforehand. If I joined your Discord,
you have 24 hours to for the truth to come out with and not only that, but this was from an alt account that you didn't state your name. I didn't know who you are.
No, the alt had my name in it. All of my alts have my name in it.
Keep this in mind, it'll be real important in just a bit. At 18 minutes in, we talked about me messaging her on alts after the Mad Libs video from September of 2020. As he specifically claimed, I did so 3 times and stated that she didn't know why I was trying to reach out to her when she actively didn't want to talk to me. I told her that it was because she kept lying about me, to which she said, no, I did not.
The only account that I used to reach out to you last year was the
You have come to me with 3 different accounts.
Yeah, 3 different.
I don't remember any of them. I don't know why you kept trying to contact me when I actively didn't want to talk to you.
Because you kept lying about me. And then
no, I did not.
Yes, you did.
I don't talk about you. I don't care about you.
Part of this is a lie, one of which I've already shown. In Nezzy's Twitlonger from January of 2021, she claimed that I withheld the evidence from her. That was a lie. A flat-out lie. A projection, even, because she withheld those screenshots from Mad Libs. She only gave Mad Libs 6 out of...
Gilded with the 2, 11 out of 12. Thank you, buddy.
the 16 that I gave her. Then there's her tweets in 2022 and 2023 discussing the accusation, where she insisted and claimed that it was an accident. It is not an accident to continue pushing a claim that you're aware is false, that you were given evidence and initially admitted that you were wrong.
12 out of 20, thank you, Gilded, for the 2.
Then walked it back, refused to admit that you were wrong in what you did, allowed your friends like Toby and Madlibs to deny your actions for you, and then lie about the person who gave you the evidence.
I rise with the 2. Nezzy is such a crybaby when they are caught lying. Yeah. It's like, again, she can do the whole kind of, oh, guys, my memory's bad. Listen, you kept bringing you kept bringing Akumu up over and over and over again. And also, like, even if that wasn't the case, being pissed over, like, random fucking hit pieces being made by people with massive, like comparatively massive audiences. We are talking like thousands. One of the things that gets said about the ACC is it's kind of like glub shito drama, which is true. But at the same time, it's one of those kind of glub shito drama places where, regardless of that, people are... What's a good way to put it? People are actively going after people with far, far less clout or like platform to defend themselves on, and then crying about it. Like, this is exactly what Fuchsia Butters did. I'm going to have Akumu's blood on my hands. I'm going to tear him apart. I'm going to call him a cum chalice. And then Akumu didn't back down, and they like cried that he was harassing them. Vlad, 13 out of 20. Thank you, buddy. Thank you for the 2. Gilded with the 1. Unfortunately, 1 isn't enough to tick it up, but nice try. Pinker, take my money. Thank you for the 5. I will, gladly. Max will eat well from this month.
So you could blame them instead. That is in no way an accident or a mistake. Those are repeated conscious decisions. Continuing on, though, note that Nezzy agreed just 3 minutes prior that she knew I wanted to talk because I DM'd her multiple times. And here she said it was 3 times. Please keep this in mind moving forward.
Okay.
After the video was done, I was done with everything. You can respond, and if you're telling the truth, then there is your truth. But after that, I don't fucking talk about you unless you come to me.
This is false. The January 2021 Twitlonger alone is proof of that. If she was oh so done talking about it after Madlibs' video in 2020, she wouldn't have made a false claim about it in 2021. Then there's Nezzy saying, if you're telling the truth, then there is your truth. There is no such thing as your truth or my truth. There is your claims of what happened, my claims of what happened, and the truth. Whoever's claims mirror the truth the most, and hopefully accurately, is the one who is being truthful. It's relativism, and in this case, the truth is relative, subjective, and then it varies from person to person. This is used to imply that all viewpoints are valid, regardless of evidence and reasoning, by pretending there's no such thing as objective truth. People like Nezzy are incapable of separating or setting their feelings aside. To them, whatever they feel is how it is. They conflate their feelings with the truth. Yet she's also revered as an unbiased source of information. Once more, the best jokes write themselves, especially with...
Stop being poor. True. Yeah, this is, like, again, you just, like, Nezzy had the time to go over everything. Not just Takumu's videos, because I saw that in the chat. It's also their own fucking conversations and tweets, their own conversations with other creators within the FCK. They had the time, they had the chance, they didn't utilize it. True Ski with the 279, 3 more so close. Listen, I believe in you, chat. I believe in you. Let's try and reach the goal. Pichu with the 5. For glory, much appreciated. 0-7.
With people like this. Seeing as many from the SCC were listening in on this call, a community that loves to talk about logical fallacies, loves them so much that they impulsively invoke them all the time and often incorrectly. They still have yet to grasp what an ad hominem is, something that's been explained to them multiple times over the last nearly 10 fucking years. They think that simply hearing or seeing an insult makes an ad hominem. Point is, why was nothing said about Nezzy's logical fallacy?
Gilded with a 2. Eastside Kyler killed puppies. Jesus. Great had it with 2. It did feel like drama show going into season 2. Yeah. It's definitely grown over time. But now we have more. Fucking hell, guys. Thank you. You didn't manage to break the goal timer. We've done that a few times, but well done. Guy with the blood spiller with the 5. Big Bennis. Gangster with the 5. On a lighter, less degenerate note, did you hear about Kanye West getting his Twitter account deactivated? Even Elon stopped following. He was so bad. I'm sad that happened. I thought the Kanye stuff was fucking great. I can't read your waifu. I think that's it. The text of your name, man. Come on. With the 5, Nezzy has to be the most annoying person in this whole debacle. The denial, excuses, lies, moral grandstanding. Yeah, it's infuriating. It's why I want to listen to the full call. Now you have met the goal, so let me reward you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another TISM report.
2 months ago. Okay, Gallagher.
I know it's been a full 24 hours since the last time I talked about the ACC, but I conveniently have more evidence that I didn't talk about the first time that'll really put the nail in the coffin for these degenerates, especially those from the FCK specifically. I know what you're probably saying. Why couldn't I have brought this up a lot sooner? Well, the explanation is actually very simple. It's because I forgot, but now I remembered. What if I told you that everything bad that ever happened in the history of mankind was brought about by members of the art commentary community?
I'd believe you, Akuma. If you said to me, listen, you know genocide? ACC. You know Hitler? Hitler was an artist, therefore he was part of the art community. Believable. Furries, ACC. Bronies, ACC. It's true.
Community. But before we get into that, I just have to remind everybody of a simple fact that these people don't seem to understand. You see, you know how everybody normally agrees that showing children graphic images, specifically sexual ones, are bad? Now, what if I told you that the ACC knows it's bad, but they do it anyway? Now that disclaimer's out of the way, we can move on to the real tis-tastic tism of this tism video. The year is 1914. Your name is Franz Ferdinand Karl Ludwig Joseph Maria, Archduke of Austria-Hungary. You're in Bosnia on a late June afternoon, going to visit one of your...
Okay, I really like the fucking slide projector effects. I think it's fucking great. Gallagher's cooking.
Your bodyguards who just protected you from a near assassination via bombing. When, what's this? Your driver takes a detour, and then you get shot by a man in the alley. Or is it a man?
Fucking Doodle Toads. Please link this video to chat. Yeah, go sub to Gallagher. Give him a sub. It's fucking hilarious.
What if I told you that that
he's
person
he's
was
a good
actually Doodle Tones? That's right. Despite her innocent demeanor and her diaper-wearing fetish, Doodle Tones assassinated Archduke Ferdinand, kicking off World War I. It's basically her fault that everybody who died from chemical warfare was killed by such inhumane actions.
Weird collar guy, thank you for the 11 months at coping. The ACC kidnapped the Lindbergh baby. Yes. Everything. Listen, it's all the ACC's fault. This is canon.
But will the ACC ever take accountability for this? Well, would I be making a video about it if they did? As terrible as that would seem, though, that's not all the atrocities the members of the ACC have committed. You know, it's just funny. They always try to act like they're such good people, but just imagine that you're in Dealey Plaza in Dallas, Texas on November 2nd, 1963. You're President John F. Kennedy in the back seat. of your 1961 Lincoln Continental 4-door convertible. You just basically ended the Cold War, kick-started civil rights, and dissolved the USSR. You're feeling pretty on top of the world, and everybody loves you. Everyone, that is, except for the gun woman in the grassy knoll, Nezzy Monster.
Understandable. Understandable. Gallagher filling in a lot of gaps for us. I appreciate that.
It's curious to me. Why would Nezzy Monster want to assassinate John F. Kennedy, the one who single-handedly saved the American country, nay, the entire world, from nuclear annihilation? My guess is that she just couldn't help herself because she wanted to fulfill her degenerate dreams of showing minors pornographic images. Absolutely laughable that these people would pretend that they have any kind of moral compass. But don't worry, I saved the best for last. You see, the first two people that were directly harmed by the ACC were political figures, so maybe you might be somebody who doesn't think too fondly of people like that. But what if I tell you that my last case has to do with civilian death? We're gonna...
What a dark timeline the ACC has created. I'm glad that fake Akumu is here to point us out. Akumu, why aren't you talking about the real issues in your videos? Why do we have to listen to Gallagher lay this all out for us? I think Akumu's really dropped the ball, quite frankly.
gonna go back to the year 1912. It's a calm April night. You're a disheveled peasant on board the RMS Titanic with your starving family trying to go to America to get a better life. The Atlantic Ocean waters are calm, but what's that ahead? Oh no, it's an iceberg. Or is
Based. Just based.
it?
Based.
What if I told you that wasn't an iceberg? That's hopeless peaches. Now, I can't speak for the dead, but my assumption from what I've heard from survivors and read in books is that people on the boat knew that Hopeless Peaches was drawing pictures of 16-year-olds doing questionable things and wanted to cover it up, so she sank the Titanic, thus ending the lives of over 1,500 people. Does this sound like a noble, good person to you? I didn't think so. As always, I owe you the full exposure of all the degenerate acts from the art commentary community and the FCK. I will tirelessly devote all of my life and all of my energy, all of my free time, every last cent to my name to make sure that every time they took a shit and didn't wash their hands after, you
Worth
knew
every
about
cent.
it.
True. Okay. Okay, I think that's, yeah. Listen, Gallagher, good work. Go subscribe. Hold on. Speaking of canon. Where is it? That's because it brings me joy.
I call upon sunshine. Hello, 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 hello.
Yes, what? Hello, yes, what's happening?
I just found out why your hatred for the towel burns so iridescently.
What is this? Why? Why do you do this to me, Shadow Son? No.
I'm so sorry, but we can't keep doing this.
But why? I thought you loved me.
I do, but my forehead is always so sore when I'm with you.
No, stop this.
I am to fight for the greater good. I have to leave you. I'm sorry. Goodbye.
want to talk about this?
This is not fucking canon!
Okay, I started a new goal for a new surprise, okay? Listen, the palate cleansers are helping me. I love palate cleansers with no context. Anyway, let's keep going.
At 19 minutes in, Nezzy said that she's tired of me constantly coming to her DMs and coming to her streams with my friends, specifically stating that she remembers me following her Twitch stream on 2 different accounts.
And that's it. I don't give a single... I mean this in the nicest way. I don't give a single shit about you. I just want to move on. And I'm tired of you constantly coming to my DMs, coming to my streams with your friends.
I haven't... Hold on.
Coming into my
to your
chat.
streams. Hold on. What?
You followed me on one of the streams.
I came to one stream, which was yours and Toby's. That was
one
it.
of that... You came to 2. No.
No. There was yours and Toby's, and then I showed up in one with Mad Libs, which wasn't even about you. That was me fucking with Lucy.
No, you showed up in the stream with Toby, and then you showed up on one of my Pokemon streams. I remember because you followed it with 2 different accounts, which was Kumu and Nightmare.
Hold on.
Or Villain Lord or some shit.
On your Twitch stream?
Yes.
This is a lot of specific details and memories for someone who can't remember much. All of
Guys, my memory's fucked. I can't remember anything. But remember that Twitch stream I did with Pokemon? I can remember both your alts and the names of them, and you showed up. Something that apparently Akumu himself doesn't even remember. Suspicious. How do you remember that, but not the fact that you had a conversation with Toasty about how he was grooming kids? What the fuck?
of what she talked about there happened in 2020, yet she acted as if it was recent. I may have falsely accused you and your friends to hundreds of thousands of people, but how dare you show up on my stream making fun of me for it, and informing my blissfully unaware audience of people who normally grandstand others over lies and deceit. Now, I haven't touched a single stream of hers in 4 years. I also only have one Twitch account under this name. My other one I haven't touched in years before all of this. What I have done is bring it up on Twitter or YouTube so people would know about what she did and what she was lying about. Then at 24 minutes in, Nezzy Monster mentioned stuff between Toasty and Teddy, Toasty and herself, and Toasty and Mad Libs, or Libby, that it wasn't her story to tell.
There was a lot of stuff that happened that you don't know about.
Well, okay, fair enough.
A few of the things, there was a lot of shit going on between Toasty and Teddy. It's not my place to say that. Between me and Toasty, there was a lot of uncomfortable stuff. He did uncomfortable stuff with Libby. Not my story to tell, but they did a lot of shit in the server that was very uncomfortable.
In regards, clearly, Nezzy was remembering something. 5 minutes later, we discussed the 4-year-old collab on me with Ponder.
She remembers the exact pulse of Kumu's heartbeat. Can't remember Toby's cheese pizza. Yeah. It's almost like it's a bit selective.
And specifically that her audience keeps bringing up the false claims from the collab. Nezzy Monster did not apologize for her false claims. She instead told me that if I was that convinced in my own point, to just tell the people to fuck off.
No, it's like this was 3 years ago, and I don't remember this. I don't keep track of everything. I don't take screenshots of every DM I've ever had. I don't remember every video I've ever made, because once the thing is done, it's done for me.
Well, the only reason I am so adamant about it and have the details is specifically because people keep bringing it up.
Then tell them to fuck
situation, off. It was brought up fucking last year. It was brought up I think a month and a half ago. It was brought up again. So it's not like something where I can just pack up and walk away like you guys did, because the claims that I tried to dox people, that I sent doxers after people, all of that stuff was purported by you all, and then you guys just walked away. At least most of you did. There's Lucy, just took the video down. And then the Mad Libs said that I bullied Lucy into taking the video down, despite the fact that Lucy willingly took the video down. We had a whole DM discussion where it was like, I think you should leave the video up. No, I feel like taking it down. But regardless, it was claimed that I bullied Lucy into taking it down.
The best advice that I can give you to all the people, if what you're saying is the truth, and you have shown people this, then tell them to fuck off.
How long is this video? You've been covering this drama for months now. Good evening, Rags. This video is 9 hours long. We are currently at 6 hours 42 minutes. Okay? It covers like 4 years. I'm gonna fucking die. I'm gonna die. Ah, fuck me.
I don't know why you gotta drag me into this.
Who keeps bringing?
We're finally kind of getting to the good bit though. Like the actual bit, like at the end, like the next like 2 hours are what I really fucking I've been waiting for. 9 hours, holy shit. Yeah, Akumu has done like an amazing job with this. And I will say, I don't know if it helps having me stream this, because I know some people have struggled just to watch the 9-hour video. And I do want to spread the information of this, because I do think it's fucked. And also fuck Nezzy Monster. Guy Rise with the 5. Nezzy exactly remembers, that's why she is deflecting so much. She is such a weasel in this call. Yeah, I actually really interested to... We will listen to this full call. We will listen to this full call. If we don't do it tonight, we will do it in another stream, because I'm actually, like, interested. I think it'll be a good, like, wind-down palette cleanser while I play some, like, fucking Hogwarts or some shit. I don't know why I'm using Hogwarts as a specific example, other than the fact that I've been playing it recently.
This stuff to you, Akumo.
Just various people all over.
Then tell them to fuck off.
Well, they're using either your and Ponder's videos or the Mad Libs video, even though the Mad Libs video is taken down. They're using the archive of it. And
if your evidence is enough, if your evidence is enough, it would convince them of otherwise.
I guarantee you to your audience it's not. I could whip out evidence for days, and I have before in conversations with them. It doesn't matter.
Then tell them to fuck off.
Why are they...
If you are that convinced in your own point, then tell them to fuck off.
Does that sound familiar? Back to our DMs from August of 2020. I said I don't like liars. She said she's not lying. That I can think that, but alright. When I told her I ripped her a new one by confirming the dozens of lies in her video, the collab, she said, sure you did. Whatever helps you sleep at night. When I said that she lied in her video dozens of times, and that's why it was so easy to pick apart, and everything in that vid was bagged. If you can't see that, I don't know what to tell you. It wasn't, hence why it was picked apart. You had 2 good points at best. As you replied, sure. Like I said, you can think what you want. And like I said, sure. Later stating, I don't know why you're still obsessing over that vid though, after I just explained to her that she lied dozens of times in it. Same video that she got hundreds of thousands of views with. But it's much easier to pretend my dislike of that is just me obsessed with the video, and that she has no idea why. This feigning ignorance and omitting issues to then complain about my issues is a long habit of the art and slideshow community. Both content creators and the audience do this. That's if they don't just tell themselves I'm salty or upset over being called out, just to avoid the actual problem with their favorite people. The point I'm making is that her telling me, if you're so convinced in your own point, it's just the same smug skirting around of the issue that she did 3 years before. An issue that she created. 39 minutes into the call, Nezzy did apologize, but only for her contribution to Mad Libs' hit piece, a Nezzy Monster segment that involved reciting the false sexual harassment accusation against my friend, with Nezzy stating that she regretted it.
One of the points that was brought up in 2020, specifically in the Mad Libs video, was that I would repeatedly show up and raid your all streams. In this video,
then that wasn't my claim. That's your problem with Libby, not with me.
The video was made to speak for all of you.
No, it was not. It was meant to speak for us separately, which is why everyone had their own points.
So, okay.
I wasn't a part of the making of the video. I only contributed that one part, which I really regret and I apologize for. I wasn't a part of the script. I didn't read the script. I didn't watch the video.
54 minutes in is especially noteworthy because
it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. Because behind the scenes, Nezzy is pushing for these narratives. Like, she clearly wants this. She clearly wants to involve people. You can't be like, I didn't see the script. I didn't see the script. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You are actively pushing for this. Like, you're actively aware of it. And it's not just what's in the script, it's the conversations you're having for months. For months, actually years, technically. Fuck.
Asked Nezzy about the porn spam inside the FCK server. Nezzy mentioned that Toasty would spam porn even in their conversations, and specifically brought up that Toasty had a chat for Slimmers' NSFW. her porn artwork.
What is with the porn spamming?
I don't know. He would do that in our conversations too.
Well, he wasn't the only one that did
It was
it.
just kind of.
I know.
It was just kind of the environment that Toasty built. I do
Yeah,
remember
and there
that.
was NSFW specific chats.
Wait. Pause. Time the fuck out.
Spamming.
I don't.
And specifically brought up that Toasty had a chat for Slimmers' NSFW, her porn artwork.
Slimmers is a minor, by the way. Just this matters for the context.
What is with the porn spamming?
I don't know. He would do that in our conversations too.
Well, he wasn't the only one that did
It was
it.
just kind of.
I know.
It was just kind of the environment that Toasty built. I do
Yeah,
remember
and there was
that.
NSFW specific chats. I don't like the fact that he had an NSFW chat specifically for Slimmers for her art.
Well, yeah. But the NSFW.
Which is one of the reasons why I left.
Doodles is in this call in 2020. What's this? 2022? 2023 of May. What? Doodles knew. Doodles knew what Toasty was doing. Doodles would deny this in 2024. Doodles had to do an investigation of the server to try and find out what was going on. You knew. You're admitting knowing in the call. What? I've never heard this before. I can't give you money on the mobile. But as a fan, I hope you get Legos embedded into your feet and walk into a volcano. Thank you, I appreciate that. The Legos would protect me. Kai Rise with 5. Doodles, I thought you didn't know anything about the FCK. Wow, they just admitted in May 2023. Fuck off, Doodles and Nezzy. You're in this call admitting knowledge. You would have known about... I've said this consistently. They would have known about this from the Toby investigation. This is them actively knowing. Her and Nezzy knew. That's the issue. Like, you guys fucking knew. And to be clear, Doodle Tones is an active predator hunter. They are somebody who, their content is going after pedophiles. They knew. They knew everything. It's not shocking. Okay, it's not shocking that they knew. I knew that they knew. I knew there was absolutely no way they couldn't. And also, I've seen other evidence showing that they knew. What's shocking... Actually, there's a twofold thing here. What's shocking is this. Firstly, that Doodle Tones, knew, but, the knowledge was denied, right? And it was... They knew and are admitting it in 2023. So their latest statements of, I had no idea, are insane. Insane. And secondly, hold on. Listen, I know Lyo's a recovered person, but I do actually have some questions here. Lyo, you are in a call with Nezzy, Doodle Tones, and Akumu. Lyo, you are in this call. And they are talking about the FCK. And Doodles and Nezzy are admitting to the thing that Akumu is accusing them of, and saying is an issue that they have lied about for the past couple of years in 2023. So why didn't anything happen at this point? Because that's not just Doodles knowing. That's Lyo's knowing that Doodles knows. Now, sure, it's possible Lyo's not really paying attention. He's not catching what they just fucking said. But this call actually does matter quite a lot because of its time period. Lyo's in the call. There's no hiding this diaper tones. Thank you, waifu, with the 2. Now, again, I'll give some charity that Lyo doesn't really know what the fuck is going on, and to be clear, did pass off the investigation to other people. I don't know what the fuck was happening in May of 2023. And it does seem like he's just facilitating the call, so... And it's easy to forget this dude was in a lot of fucking calls at this time with all this accountability stuff. But nonetheless, Lyo is in this fucking call. They are talking about the allegation. I need to listen to the whole thing. I need to listen to the whole thing, but this is not a good look. This is pretty bad. This is legitimately pretty fucking dire. Dude, come on.
Let out of the NSFW chats.
Unfortunately,
there's
I think
example.
I think that's primarily a question that you'd have to ask Toasty more than anybody else.
No. Okay. No, it's not. Lao's sweeping. Okay, I'm starting to understand why. Right. Okay. Just him saying that makes me understand why. Lao, you fucking idiot. You actual idiot. You just swept for Nezzy and Doodletones. No, I think you'd have to ask Toasty about that. They know! They know, and they are lying about it. They agree. Like, they're like, yeah, Toasty was just like that. Okay, I don't think Lo's even fucking listening to what Akumu's saying. He's just trying to, like, play middle ground and mediate. And, yeah, Lo, you dropped the fucking ball. Like, this is a legitimate, like, fucking ball drop for your friends. Like, dude, come on. Now you understand why most people don't trust him at all. So, like, again, I don't think he should be doing these fucking accountability calls. I don't think there's anything wrong with his drama content. But as long as it is drama content. But when he tries to get involved in stuff like this, he is a liability with it. I said this to his face. But this is like just an example of it that I've not heard before. And the problem is when the FCK stuff's coming up later, yeah, it's kind of understandable. I think also, like, I will say this. I think if I said this, I mean, Lio's not in chat, but if I said this to Lio, I think he'd agree with me. I think he'd just agree with me. But, like, one of the things that Lio has asked me is, like, what did Doodletones do? Like, what did Doodletones do to, like, deserve this? Is it fair? Because, like, lots of the people who've accused Doodletones of stuff, like Nerf, like fucking Kumo, all the others have, like, kind of been cancelled in their own time. But yes, you want to know why Doodles deserved this? Because Doodles in this call clearly knows what Akumu is talking about and swept for it. And lied to you, Lio. Doodles lied to you. And much like Ponder trusting Nezzy Monster, you trusted Doodles, and Doodles used you to go after Akumu in the same way she tried to weaponize the victims against Akumu. The way they had separate little fucking calls with these victims to try and get them to all narratively get on board. Doodles absolutely should be, like, fucking thrown into a volcano for this shit. I rides with a 5. May was around the time he was beefing with Kaz Wolfox and Vlad, if I remember correctly. Like, he streamed on Kaz the day before this Senate call. Yeah, that would make sense why he was fucking distracted. But, like, it's still... And again, from his perspective, it's a drama he wasn't really around for. I want to be fair, but... I think... Okay, the reason I want to be fair is because I think Lio would agree with me. I think if Lio hears this section of the call, I imagine he will just agree with me. I would be very surprised otherwise, but it does answer the question. Why does Doodles deserve what they got? This. Shit like this is why. Do you think Ponder would have swept for Nezzy? I think Ponder did sweep for Nezzy. Not would, I think they did. And I understand why. I had a whole spiel about sort of like online creator friendships earlier. I understand why, but it doesn't, like, relieve you of the situation you created, right? Like, it's understandable, it's not excusable. No, but I did talk to Lio about it around the time. I wasn't trusting of Lio because Kumo was certain Lio would come at me for Peaches and the other FCK members in the Senate. I mean, the truth is, I think that if Lio had all the evidence actually laid out for him, especially, like, the deeper chats, I don't think Lio would have swept for it. I think it might have taken him a little bit of time, but in the same way with, like, Coyote and Vida, I think Lio would have. I think Lio would have burnt people for it. I don't. I think Ponder would too as well. I think that they didn't want the answers, and that's why they didn't look. And I do criticize them for that.
Yeah,
He recently answered.
I know too much of my brain is dedicated to ACC law. I'm actually going to kill myself. I'm gonna end it. I'm gonna end it. It's not worth it. This isn't worth it. This isn't a life. What have I done to myself?
Answered a question I had, but he is not a very He doesn't have a very good track record, of being honest. No.
Yeah, I don't trust Toasty either because I found out later on that he faked screenshots between Peaches and Toby to get them to fight for whatever fucking reason. I don't know why. I don't know what his deal was. He did this with me and Teddy. He did it with Toby and Peaches. He did it with almost all of us.
Did he do it with the bin situation, or was that just a Toby thing?
I wouldn't know because I don't remember much that happened between Ben and Toby.
If I recall that conversation correctly, I think it was just a Ben thing. I don't think Toasty really got involved too much with that.
He mostly tried to get it to keep quiet at the time. That's what I remember.
No one else mentioned that, brought it up, or even
He mostly tried to get it kept quiet at the time. What? You mean the way you did over the Toasty stuff, Nezzy? Are you fucking kidding me? Is this bitch for real? I'm starting to understand why she has memory problems, because I'm getting a traumatic head injury just fucking listening to her. Fuck.
alluded or implicitly remotely mentioned it. Nezzy was the first one to specifically mention the Slammers chat, so she obviously remembered it. Yet when asked why none of this was brought to light, she constantly insists that her memory is oh so bad, that she couldn't remember these things. Yet something like a chat dedicated to a minor's porn and was essentially a large group chat with adults and other minors, she remembered instantaneously, completely on her own. At 59 minutes in, Nezzy Monster told me that she still stood by the collab with Ponder, and that if I wanted more, I should talk to Ponder instead.
And
My only point of contention is that shit being brought up again, like repeatedly.
We'll tell them to fuck off. Because here's the thing, right? I cannot control that other people come to you, and I cannot control what people believe. They choose what they believe. I stand by that video to my recollection of it and from what happened to it. If you want more closure on it, I would recommend talking to Ponder, because I have a really fucked up memory, because I am stressed all the time, and I'm not very smart.
I've reached out to Ponder before. I don't see that going anywhere, but I get attempt to.
Then an hour and 3 minutes into the call, we again discuss my attempts to talk to the FCK, and specifically Nezzy Monster.
Nezzy brought up some valid points about how you're conducting yourself, obviously, but that's what I think needs to go. If you want to have conversations, and I do mean conversations, not dicking with other people who have been involved, I implore you to do it in a sensible way.
Well, I started dicking with them after things didn't go anywhere.
Well, you should have been dicking with me to begin with.
You shouldn't have been dicking with me to begin with is fucking hilarious coming from her. Nezzy and nearly her entire friend group was dicking with me all throughout 2020. Don't forget the 2 communities worth of Spurgs right behind them, which I've shown you a sampling, a taste of what I dealt with. But apparently the line in the sand is drawn at her being made fun of for what she did and accused of the things that she did. Now here's one of my favorite parts.
Akumu, I've dealt with...
If you wanted to be communicative, like I said before, you have a history of dicking around with people. How do I, when you, I think at one point you even called yourself a troll, how am I supposed to know when to take you seriously and when not to?
Well, when I reach out to you on Twitter wanting to discuss it, like,
the one time I remember you coming out to me was, how is that L? And that's it.
Nezzy claimed that she only remembers one time that I approached her to talk, which was me asking, how is that L? While this is partially true, I was petty enough to message and ask her that. That is not the only time I've messaged her, and she knows this because she said so previously in this very call. Remember, at 15 minutes in, Nezzy said I DM'd her multiple times.
And this isn't the first time I've tried to have a conversation with you all. I've approached you all multiple times to have a conversation.
The several different DMs that you've sent me.
3 minutes after that, she said I did so 3 times.
You have come to me with 3 different accounts.
Yet later on, when I state that I was trying to reach out to talk, putting the onus on her for dodging that, she changes her story to claim she only remembers me DMing her with that one question. How is that L? She previously agreed that I DM'd her multiple times so she could complain and victimize herself to that with, well, why were you trying to reach out to me when I actively didn't want to talk to you? Then when I state that I've been trying to talk to her to clear all of this up, she switched up, claiming to only remember one time I tried to. So she can then grandstand me about how I wasn't actually trying to talk to her. I wasn't being communicative. Fascinating how that works. Now, just a few seconds after Nezzy contradicted herself, we discussed our DMs from August of 2020. Nezzy claimed that she asked me in our DMs if I was going to revel in it, and claimed that I said yes, then claimed that I said I might.
No, because before that, when the initial video was made, I think this is the first week that the video was made, the Mad Libs one, in regards to the whole like sexual harassment thing. The first thing I did was I tried to DM you, and then it went nowhere, and that's why all the tweets that are in the video, which again can be found like at Nezzy's segment of the video on the Wayback Machine, all those tweets were made because no response was made. And then I got, hell, you fucking, when we were talking on the Noodle Cup Boy account, I wasn't dicking with you then, and then you yeeted me out of your server, and I tried to send
No, you were kind of dicking with me on there.
You brought up this shit with Lucy, and so I responded in kind.
And when I asked you to get this situation sorted, are you going to revel in it? And you said yes. You didn't want the situation to be fixed. You wanted to rub it in my face.
No, I didn't say I was going to revel in it. What
yes,
I said
you did.
was that...
There's literally a screenshot of it.
Hold on. Let me go to the DMs.
I said, are you going to revel in it, or are we going to get it fixed? And you said, I might.
This is untrue. Looking back at our DMs, Nezzy said, I admit I may have made a mistake. Do you want it fixed, or are you going to revel in it? I responded, may, in all caps, quoting her because of her audacity to think she may have made a mistake after I gave her the screenshots. 4 minutes after this, she repeats twice that if I wanted to talk, I could have reached out.
Just like, here's the thing.
Own it, I guess.
Here's the thing. My biggest issue with you, right, is that
Becky, your thumbnail implies that Chris would be here with you, lol. He is here with me in spirit. It's a spiritual connection. And also I want him to get questions about this. I want people to be like, Chris, what's your take on the FTK? And his brain to fucking break. It'll be great. It's the small things.
you come off as a very hostile person. And no shit. Nobody wants to deal with a hostile person, especially me as someone with like anxiety and someone that has to like takes a lot of meds just to function. I'm not going to react well to it. If you wanted to talk, you could have just said, "Hey, man, you know, there's some stuff that I disagree with. You mind like hashing it out?" I'd be like, "Sure." I'm not going to respond to, "You have 24 hours till the truth comes out."
Well, the what about the one after that one? Because the one after that one in 2022, I was like, "Hey, I'm working on this video," and I kind of want to talk about it before. I wanted to talk about it before posting it.
That one I
didn't want to
remember.
make the second.
Also,
to last
you don't
video
announce yourself. You never announce yourself. You just expect me to know which one is supposed to be you.
Well, the account was like named me. So, but
And
to
you
be fair, I
expect
should.
me to think that every person named Akumu is you? On the vast wide web?
Fair, but
That
if I'm
someone
bringing
has a
up
weeb
the
name?
if I'm bringing up the Teddy and Silver situation.
I don't understand why this is a point against Akumu. Like, if Akumu was a liar, he'd just be like, yeah, there's a load of people pretending to be me, and you just assume it was me. He, like, owns the position of using alts, something most people would lie through their teeth about.
I think it would be fair to assume that it's me.
That's why I said that I don't remember that DM at all. I don't even know if I read it. I could have just seen your name and fucked off. Because it doesn't
Fair
show the
enough.
full DM. It also probably went into the DMs. It's like, hey, warning, this person is suspicious. And I'm like, well, fuck it. Because I have that on my thing.
Yeah, there's a third category of Twitter DMs.
Like, dude, if you wanted to talk from the very beginning, all you had to do was be like, hey, what's up? But no, every time that you've ever talked to me, every time you've talked to anybody, has been incredibly hostile.
I fucking hate this shit. Kai Rides with 5. Nezzy has such a victim complex. Unless she's yelling at someone some stupid SCC morons or a minor, I guess. No anxiety then, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, like the minute it's somebody else who's in drama that Nezzy wants to talk about, it's completely legitimate. She has no problem. None at all. And like, this is so fucking... Listen, maybe I lied about you, but I didn't like your tone. I didn't like how you were criticizing me. I didn't appreciate how you approached me. Like, come on, fuck off.
She agrees with me constantly DMing her so she can complain about me reaching out, that she actively didn't want to talk. Then she only remembers one time and tells me I could have just reached out. The fucking gall. Never mind the fact that while she's acting like she would have been open to talking with me had I seriously reached out, despite the fact I did multiple times, and she's already acknowledged that. The only time when we were talking, she fucking blocked me. She previously admitted to that in this same call. Remember Heaton Mitsuru? She was listening in on this call and squealing in the text chat with the rest of the Senatards, going on about how this was old and that it's never stopped being brought up. Huh, kind of like the false doxing accusation I've dealt with. Something Heaton herself is guilty of claiming towards me. Though a notable difference is, Nessie falsely accused me and later my friend. I haven't falsely accused her. Heaton went on to say, the whole point of this is that he won't leave Nessie alone. That was not the point of the call. Heaton even linked the part 1 of Nessie and Ponder's collaboration. I want this nerd to leave my friend alone. If you'd like to see the entire call and the whole chat reaction to it, it's within the video about the call. It was after the call that I tagged Heaton and brought up her reciting the false doxing accusation back in 2021, to which she defended herself doing so, but couldn't even get what I asked for right, to even defend herself in making the claim. Heaton also said that the FCK should have kept Slummers far away from me, as if my mean tweets were the real and true danger, not the group of adults showing her porn and getting her to draw it, one of whom was Heaton's friend, Nessie, who knew and stayed quiet about it. Priorities are great. She then told me to cope, ultimately running away from the conversation because she didn't have her friends backing her, like in those silly little slideshow calls. Even after the Synod call, Nessie Monster went on to downplay the sexual harassment accusation she made, again, in a few calls with the slideshow commentary community.
To them, because that's partially our job. And I want you to understand that I too have fucked up before, and I have believed someone with very little evidence. And you want to know what I did?
What did you do?
I wrote out an apology twice because I also got something wrong in my first apology. I wrote out an apology trying the best that I could with my memory. I tend to have a bad memory because of my mental health issues. That's not an excuse, it's an explanation.
I fucking know, it's an excuse. It's an excuse. These are excuses. These are excuses. I just didn't remember, guys. I didn't remember that Toasty was posting porn to minors and having sexual conversations and, like, actually undertaking the definition of grooming a minor. Like, I completely forgot. Except for that call in 2023 in May when I actually talked to Akuma about it, when I remembered very clearly what he'd done.
And I shared that on every single platform. I had an apology sent to the individual in question because I didn't want to contact them. They were, I believe, friends with a doxer at the time. And I had a conversation with one of the people involved. I didn't hide anything. I didn't talk to them and say, well, you should take this. I did tell a friend if they could take it down, which I do regret. They didn't take it down. I didn't bother them again.
Whilst grandstanding someone else, talking about how they needed to be held accountable.
If you do this bullshit again, we're going to bring this to Lio, or you're going to have to deal with me again. Do you understand me? So if I see you do this
Do you want to have to deal with Lio? We'll bring this to Lio. We'll get Lio involved. Oh. Volcano.
shit again, you're going to deal with me.
But I personally feel like, I'm not saying it needs to be right now, but I feel
trying to sound
like
threatening.
At some point,
Anybody who was scared or respected Doodle Tones or gave them the time of day, I think you're all out your fucking mind. I like legitimately, what the fuck is wrong with you? It's like, dude, have standards for yourself. Like this should be like a reflection moment where you're like, really, Doodle Tones? Come on.
Once Key and Tippy are like emotionally better, you need to like hold them accountable. You need to just go up to them and be like, hey, you guys need to be actively working to improve yourselves, you know?
No, they need to be actively accountable right now. Something that I've noticed in this community is that Tippy and Key tend to be held with kids' gloves. You don't need to go down on them hard.
Didn't the blonde in this shot get outed for stuff like the FCK like months later and Nezzy didn't do shit? I don't know. Ask Akumu. He'd probably know. But I'm not sure.
hard, but you need to hold them accountable.
Yet presenting her false accusation as though it was a mistake, an accident. Not that she made the accusation with no evidence to begin with, which is ironic considering her and Ponder's whole claim is that I lacked evidence. And of course left out that she continued to defend and lie about it for 4 fucking years. Don't think that this train stops just yet. If it's one thing I've shown you all, it's that these people can't help themselves. They have to dig to rock bottom. We're now in 2024, the precipice of everything you've been shown so far. In February, I finished the video on the FCK server with the help of a friend named Inla, who you've seen and heard narrate. It was while I edited the FCK server video, someone I told ran back to Lao Convoy, setting up these next events. The FCK server video was uploaded and then scheduled to premiere February 26th of 2024. On February 23rd, 3 days before, Madlibs put out her statement about the FCK and the server. It was an info dump that touched on the sexual harassment accusation, Toasty, Junkie, and even pissed off Dumb and Dumber, Nezzy, and Doodles. Yes, I was in the FCK server. A lot of terrible things happened in there. I should have stood up and said something, but didn't, and that's my fault. I left the server and stopped talking to anyone involved in it years ago because everything in it didn't sit right with me. Even when everyone tried to tell me it was fine. I should have said something about it, but I didn't. I stayed on extremely distant but decent terms with everyone as well if they ever messaged me afterwards, but I shouldn't have. I was afraid that if I said anything or didn't play nice, that everyone I thought were my friends, some with platforms way bigger than mine, would turn on me and throw me under the bus the same way they did to anyone else who disagreed with them. That should have been my first clue to get out. This does not excuse anything, but for what it's worth, I'm sorry for everything. I'm sorry to the minors in that server that were exposed to so much and harassed by some members. I'm sorry I stayed quiet. I'm sorry for the couple of NSFW things I sent in the chat, even if they were the result of conversation I was having with other adults, never directed at or meant for minors. It was unacceptable of me. And she shares a screenshot of our DMs when we spoke a few months back, and I reached out to her for the project. If it's any consolation at all, I don't ever plan on returning to my platform on any social media, so I don't care if any of my former friends want to call me a backstabber / bad friend for saying this. That server was wrong, and not even half of what happened should have slid by. I'm done with all of you, and I have been for a long time. I don't have a platform to risk her so-called friends from the art commentary community to lose anymore, so fuck you Toasty Vanilla, I should have dropped you when you got people on my server to draw porn of me and held it over my head, begging to show it to other creators even after I told you it made me uncomfortable. And here are the 2 DMs that she shares. There's Toasty sending the image. She says, "Hey man, can you not encourage this anymore? I'm like legit starting to get uncomfortable." I was gonna say choke slap me with your thighs, but then I remember the last time I said something like that, I almost made things really awkward. It wasn't what you said. It was the literal porn bounty you put on my head. Well, never thought I'd say that sentence. Well, now everyone in the group has trap porn made of them. It had to be done. This is what porn rot does. For admitting you let minors into the NSFW chats when you were a mod because it didn't matter. Glad I banned you after that shit. Screenshot from my mod chat. And having the gall to have an interview with Junkie telling him that people stepped over your boundaries. Here's the message. Please don't accept it. I know him, he's drama hungry. Plus, I recently blocked him, so he's probably mad about that. Obviously, if you want to accept it, I can't stop you and it's your decision, but I've been through this shit with him before. He just wants to stir shit up and continue drama. I'm actually fucking pissed at him right now. That Akumu guy made a vid on him, and apparently Toasty told him we let minors into the NSFW chat because we don't care, that's too hard to monitor, which is not fucking true at all. That's how he runs his bullshit server, not us. When you would constantly be a fucking creep to everyone no matter how many times people told you to stop, along with a million other things that I was scared to talk about because your favorite thing to do besides masturbate all day and talk about it was to threaten people behind the scenes with how many screenshots and DMs you had saved, to say I'll always win and I have more on my side during arguments, even bragging in VCs about having certain YouTubers face pics when they didn't want to show their faces. Fuck you Nezzy Monster for telling me that Akumu's friends sexually harassed someone and giving me every screenshot except the one where the person had asked for the shirtless pic to be sent, and you and Doodletones telling me you just forgot to send it years after the fact. You said it was cropped to only say send here. That's the one I remember getting sent to the server. I didn't remember the one here. I don't even remember it being in the original time we had DM'd each other. Apparently you can change URLs. Yeah, you can. URLs? Yeah, I think so. I don't know. All I remember is that there were 2 photos and the cropped one got sent to the server and I may have mixed them up. I want an explanation, and hopefully you can see that oopsie I forgot isn't a great one. I can, but I can also see it being a realistic one. Saving only a few screenshots, closing the DMs, then not having things when asked. Didn't remember they had those. That's fucking convenient, isn't it? If someone had closed their DMs, I wouldn't pretend like it's only to save their own hide. Like, I get you're angry, but seriously, don't really have much reason to accuse Nezzy of doing this for any ulterior motive, except for the fact that Nezzy Monster never closed the DMs. You all admitted this and couldn't keep consistent to that story in the Senate called that releases today. Fuck you, the name's Junkie, for coming to me to make a video against Omnia and Kai, then turning around and telling everyone that I wanted to make it, and that I had terrible critiques based on nothing, and you never understood my admittedly bad criticisms on Omnia's video. You want to collab on this? Like how? Like a collab response vid, like how most commentary videos do it. No, I mean, what part would I do? What? Oh no, we'd set up a script and edit together like how Ponder does her stuff. Or
sorry, my brain is starting to glaze over if we like get into like Mad Lib stuff, because I don't care that much. This is her just trying to make herself look innocent. She's just as responsible. Yeah, this is all of them. Like, everyone fucking like ran for damage control, and they all had their own little fucking methods, right? Like, ZZ went quiet and moved to another community by this point. Like, Nezzy Monster constantly played victim, talked about their mental health, had no fucking memory. Doodle Tones got involved in the investigation and acted like they didn't fucking know anything. They're the one who put the Excel spreadsheet together of all the fucking porn and Nazi posting in the FCK. Madlibs tried to get ahead of it and like come out and call out Toasty to deflect blame. And fucking Peaches, who had it makes sense that the May 23 call had, because that seems to be also a kicking off point around that time when Peaches begins to turn on Lio, and running over the next couple of months into the Burger Club server, where Peaches is essentially trying to find allies so that she can protect herself by throwing Lio under a fucking bus. All of them knew what was coming. They all just had different ways of dealing with it. Beckett, your VTube avatar looks like 6'9" with no face tats. I don't know what that means, Tyrone. Jesus, look at them turning on each other like a bunch of insane leopards. Yeah, because the truth is, Toasty was pretty much gone as an entity. Like, he wasn't around in the same way. But all these people realize that they've been doing accountability content for years, and now they're fucked. They're fucked, and the blood was very much in the water.
Or we would both go over the whole thing together. We'd both go over it. When we watched it together, you agreed with my points until your editor came along, and suddenly you were just a poor innocent man who was helping a mean friend with her video and saying you didn't even know what happened on Twitter. In an interview you did with Minty Shit. Not sure how she knows about it. You've never told anyone other than Toby that this vid is about her. Interesting XD. And then they are sharing screenshots. And may I add, I expressed doubt about the video and you encouraged me to keep going. The whole thing was bad and I don't agree with anything from the Toby drama, but how dare you act like I was the instigator, like I was the one pushing you when I was the one to drop the collab. We know what we're doing. I've never gotten it before, and it's like, hell, I even asked around for similar thoughts on this, and a lot of people that are critical of me agree that this video needs to be made. My worst fear regarding this platform. Okay, Libby, it's gonna be okay. Sorry, I know you're better at dealing with this. It's just worrying all the people that believe her because they don't know the full context. Again, trust me on this, we're fine. Many of my friends have been noticing how egocentric Omni has been getting. Oh yeah, we have to include that, by the way. All the shit she's been saying. Yeah, I'm gonna slam her for that, cause 43 minutes in so far. Hey man, you're going to be upset at this, and I understand that, but I can't do this collab. I know you're gonna be disappointed, but I physically can't do this. With all the shit and blank being a concern right now, I'm really close to a breakdown. I'll make my own video or we can pick this back up in time, but right now I can't. That's why it kept taking me so long to get you the audio, because I didn't want to do it. I'm really sorry. You reserve the right to be mad and not talk to me, but I can't. Well, do you want me to continue working on the video, or do you want me to push it aside for now? Push it aside if that's okay. You were the one who brought Harsh opinions up to me to further encourage her to make videos on Kai Weiss. Ayo, Harsh said hi, and she might tackle Kai's garbage 10-minute video. Oh my fucking god, please. Also, what's her Discord? I'll say hi back. Yeah, 1 second. Harsh opinions numbers. There you go. You still there. Fuck you Doodle Tones for telling me you just had some diaper fetish stuff from 2014 when you liked to sexually roleplay as a fucking 8-year-old in the past. Granted, I should have done my research. That one's on me too. But most of all, fuck me for defending, abiding, and standing idly by all of you fucking assholes because I stupidly wanted to be a part of your community, to be accepted by people that I now realize have nothing in their lives beyond their 100k YouTube channels. I'm glad I left, and I'm glad this is all finally out, so I can say all of this without worrying about a platform or a cult-like group of assholes that don't even matter in the real world. Fuck you all, goodbye. She also went on to quote retweet herself, even more about Toasty. Oh, and another thing, another 2 things actually, let's not forget about one of Toasty's favorite hilarious stories, about how he was masturbating alone in one of the FCK voice chats in Hopeless Peach.
Trusky with a 6.99 must have been a big bus Peaches tried to throw Lio under. Yeah, well. She's fucking moon. Sorry, I got distracted for a second. You know they're increasing the price of premium for Twitter? Do you know how much it's gonna be? £31 a month. They want £31 a month for premium Twitter, like premium plus Twitter. That's fucking insane. That's so crazy. What the fuck? Like, hey, you know this social media platform that used to be free? Yeah, we're going to charge you £31 a month for it. That's insane. That's actually fucking wild. Listen, I'll listen. I'll happily pay, like, I think it was like £18 or something like shit just to get some random. I can't remember why the fuck I got it, but they're like, we have this new AI thing and stuff. I'm just like, fucking wait, what? What? Wow, it's going down the drain that bad, huh? Thanks, Kara, to the 2. That's crazy amounts of money. Elon has to fund his bullshit feud with the astronauts somehow. This is insane. Why'd you have premium? I vaguely remember getting premium so I could edit tweets, and I think there was something else I got it for. Because I'm dyslexic, so occasionally I'll tweet something out and it'll just make no sense and it's just easier to edit it. And that's pretty much it. So I got very distracted by that. I'm like, that's actually fucking insanity. Okay.
Peaches came in and he told her to get out because he was busy. Never could verify it before, but in the video below he talks about it and mentions how he loves chicks with dicks, as he puts it, which puts the porn of me with a dick, and how he brought up he still had it on his computer while in VCs with other people and wanted the same for his friends in a more disgusting light. God, I hate how long it took me to realize the way he acted wasn't okay. I hate that. I told him everything was fine when it wasn't, because he insisted everything was just a joke, and he learned people's boundaries by overstepping them. That's everything so far. I don't know if she's going to say anything else, but Doodletones did respond to that part about them. It is far too early to deal with this, and I am so unbelievably tired of addressing this particular one time and time again. I know what my next video will be doing. Now, something I'd like to point out that I pointed out in my tweets, if you go to that post, there's about 2 to 3 different attempts at roleplays. Each time, Doodles describes the character.
Hold on. I think I vaguely remember why. Everything in premium and fully ad-free, with occasional branded content in less common areas. Write articles, which I never do. Radar. What the fuck is radar? Experience real-time trends like never before. X Pro. Create subscriptions. Okay, I'm just gonna downgrade it. Yeah, fuck this shit. You are watching me downgrade my fucking Twitter subscription. Like, actively. Like, fuck this shit. This is nonsense. Actual nonsense. £31.30 a month. That is the gayest, most insane shit I've ever fucking heard in my life. Elon, you're retarded. You're actually retarded, Elon, if you now want to pay £30 a month. How much is that, what is that, like, per year? Like, 300 and, like, fucking 60? Is that right? Maybe more? Doing quick maths while I'm tired. That's insane! $22 a month is already insane, and now they're going to jack it up for 40. Yeah, what's the point? Like, what do I get for this? Like, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. It's not worth it for a personal Twitter account. It's barely worth it for a business Twitter account. I can afford it, don't get me wrong. I'm just insulted. Like, just completely insane amounts of money. 342 and change a year. You get the ability to be on Twitter. I mean, X, and Elon gets more money. Yeah, it's crazy. And well, I don't care about Grok. Like, I'm assuming he's like doing this because of the like fucking weird AI thing, and I don't give a shit about Grok. I don't use it for anything. I don't really use AI companions or helpers or things. Like, Microsoft keeps trying to get me to use Copilot. Why the fuck would I want Copilot? Look, I know being on the internet makes me dumber. Like, like this shit legitimately rots your brain. But AI is worse. AI is just like replacing sections of your brain so you don't have to think. It's fucking gay as shit. You don't get bullied for being a blue check mark? No, not really. But then I don't... Okay, so I don't tweet at people much. I don't get into Twitter fights with people these days. Anyone who follows me on Twitter will know this. I very, very, very rarely respond or reply to anything. Most of my tweets are either standalone tweets or, like, I'll quote tweet things. I don't do reply guy shit. I love the Twitter derail with the doodle tones, diaper stuff in the background. This is peak internet rot. Yeah, I completely stopped paying attention, and I was like, what do you mean you're charging me £31 a month? Or like nearly $40. Fuck off. Kai Rise with 5. Yeah, thank you. Listen, I like Twitter. I do like Twitter. I think Twitter is fun. But it's not like £31 worth of fun, you know what I mean?
As being physically underage. The worst one, the one with Kirby that lasts, I'm not joking, a month. Now I can only show you a little bit here and there without getting banned, but I think I can link it down below. Doodles has also claimed that this roleplay in particular made them uncomfortable. If you're uncomfortable with a situation, a conversation, a discussion with someone, do you make an alt account to come back and continue the roleplay that you're uncomfortable with? Well, apparently. Susie does. On February 25th, Hopeless Peaches had a call with Lao Convoy and someone by the name of Crystal Flame. Crystal Flame talked to a crying Hopeless Peaches, explaining that she should make a Twitter thread to get...
Oh my god, yes. Now we're going over stuff I've already, well, fucking was actively going over at the time. Also, I think it would be worth it if it was completely ad-free. This is why I like YouTube Premium. No ads, none of this shit, it's great. But, like, Twitter is still gonna show me ads. I get so many fucking ads as a Twitter Premium user. It's like not even worth it. I literally get ads all the fucking time. Anytime I scroll, it's just ad after ad after ad. Like, hey, would you like this fucking grammar? Hey, have you considered going back to university? Hey, have you considered doing this random thing? Hey, like, they're not even fucking tailored to me. Like, I have never seen a Twitter ad where I've actually considered fucking buying anything. Like, the algorithm for Twitter is so bad, they can't even sell me shit. YouTube Premium is hands down the best subscription I've ever paid for. Yeah, it's great. YouTube Premium is unironically actually great. Beckett is still trying to get over his breakup with Twitter Premium. It's fucking ridiculous. I'm actually annoyed. I'm legitimately fucking annoyed by it. I don't know. We'll see how things go on. Do you know what? Has anyone... And fuck it. We'll take a short sideline into Elon. Has anyone been watching what's been happening with the Ukraine stuff? Like, Trump walked in and rolled over onto his fucking back, showed his belly. It was like, yeah, Ukraine's actually at fault. It's Ukraine's fault they got invaded. Trump is unironically doing the, well, what was Ukraine wearing meme. It's fucking ridiculous. And like, oh, we've got Nigel Farage in this country, and like, because Trump was like, Zelensky's a dictator, he's not having elections. And Nigel Farage came out and said, even we had elections at the end of World War II. Yeah, motherfucker, at the end of World War II, when Hitler was already dead, the war was basically over. We suspended elections for 10 years. It's actually closer to like 9, but still. It's fucking ridiculous. It's actually fucking ridiculous. Like, and the argument of like, well, actually it's because of NATO. NATO's borders haven't expanded since 2004. The argument is that Russia waited a decade to 2014 to invade Crimea through like fucking subterfuge, and then held out for a little bit longer, had a little breather, and then went after the rest of Ukraine. All because of NATO in 2004. Do these people fucking hear themselves? question, why do they suspend elections? Because you're in the middle of a war, and actually having an election is very, very difficult or impossible. Having a fair and free election. So, for example, how do you have an election in Ukraine when most of the population, I think it's now most of the population are displaced, and large sections of the population are occupied by Russia? And the argument that Zelensky has shut down opposition political parties is like, yeah, the pro-Russian ones, you fucking idiots, in the same way we did when you've got pro-fascist parties. Actually, in the same way America did with communist parties. Because if a party is a threat to national security, you shut the party down. That's not violating free, political speech. It's protecting your country. Actual fucking, all this time, America's the most powerful country in the world, Trump's arguing, art of the deal, all this shit. Minute they get into power, they roll over for an actual dictator. When was the last time Putin had free and fair elections? How many of his political rivals has Putin arrested? Is it basically all of them? Because I think it's basically all of them. The problem Elon and Trump have with dictators is they like actual dictators. They don't like people like Zelensky who are just trying to defend themselves. Fuck these people. And I will say this, I said this during the election, when I was, the American election when I was on the LordTuber stream. The miscalculation America is making with Europe, and it's a very big miscalculation. Trump thinks that he can say this stuff and Europe will roll over. But America under Trump is not a reliable trade or military partner. You're just not reliable. So from Europe's perspective, and you can see Keir Starmer doing this, Keir Starmer has said, listen, if we need to put troops in Ukraine, we'll put troops in Ukraine. We'll just do it. And that is the prevailing opinion over Europe, not just because it is the morally correct thing to do, which would be nice, but it's not the only reason. The reason is because trade throughout Europe is threatened. If Europe does not do something, it will break up the EU. Because the Eastern Bloc countries will not stand for it if they feel like there's a threat from Russia. So Europe's choice is between its nearest, closest neighbors or Trump's America. And Trump, because of how he is handling trade contracts, is not going to win that fight. Europe will just ignore him. If Trump pulls funding and support for Ukraine, Europe will step in, because Europe is now committed for a multitude of both economic and moral reasons. What an absolute fucking joke. Listen, this isn't a Republican left-wing, right-wing position. This isn't to do with domestic American politics. I don't fucking care. Not my country. Not my monkeys, not my circus. But if you think that what Trump did with the negotiations in Ukraine is good, you are actively just wrong. Trump, you're a month in with the Daddy Trump meme, and he rolled over for Russia. What an absolutely fucking pathetic display of cuckoldry. Absolutely fucking retarded. Trump can be very funny. I was not I've got my issues with Biden and Obama and Bush and all the others, but you're a month in and you're rolling the fuck over. Fuck off. What, yeah, absolutely ridiculous behavior. Kai Rise with the 5. I've just been watching Elon. The man that gets government grants is auditing the government giving said grants and surely will find his grants fair. Yeah, of course he will. I don't want to. Listen. This isn't about political sides. I know I've got a diverse political audience. But for those of you who like Trump, and I know that a few people who watch me like Trump, you can't possibly think that this is good or strong as a position. I think it's really fucking pathetic. And it's not even to do with Ukraine. It's just not even good politics. Kai Rise with the 5. Also, Trump apparently never read a history book about tariffs and how they caused Japan to go off the rails back in the day. The tariff stuff, do you know what? I defend sections of the tariff stuff. it makes sense to put in high tariffs to force internal, like, to basically reduce external competition. Because if you're a supplier, usually suppliers buy things from overseas because the production is cheaper, so it's cheaper to buy stuff, import it, and pay tariffs than have stuff produced locally. It just costs less because you're not paying, like in third world countries, you're not paying the same labor or production costs. Like, but if you want to like increase internal production, increasing tariffs mean that it's more it's like more internally competitive. You kind of question it, right? The irony of Trump's tariff position is this: it's a leftist position. Most people don't seem to realize this, but Jeremy Corbyn was pro-tariffs. Like, Britain's left-wing, highly socialist leader was pro-tariffs. Because it stops, like, countries overseas from just, like, undercutting you. But also, if Trump really believed that, he'd be against the HB1 visas. Almond City with 499. I found out the election results from Nick Diorio's stream, and that's been a pretty accurate start to the dumpster fire. Yeah, listen, I know this is a sideline rant, but the Ukraine stuff like really annoys me. So there you go. There's all the politics you're getting out of me today.
Ahead of us talking about the FCK server. Now, Peaches should go about that. It was also during this call that Hopeless Peaches admitted to knowing that Slammers was a minor.
On Saturday, February 25th, Crystal Flame asked Akumu for the logs of the FCK. Since he did not provide them at the time, I offered my copy to Crystal. While I had the logs for a few months, I couldn't pour through all of them at once. Asuka, someone on my staff, was the one with the logs. They're massive, and we only now had a full team to dig through them. Originally, when I got the logs, the purpose was to look through them because I heard through a third-party source that Akumu was going to use them against Peaches to make accusations, along with the fact that he mentioned several people were scheming to harass him at the time in 2020. Helping with the drama dispute, despite the fact that these people should not have targeted a kid in general, or the prevention of false accusations being brought about, really isn't on the level of predation, which is why the logs weren't immediately combed through in their entirety. Whilst we did find Peaches' messages, I didn't consider them to be a massive issue worth addressing immediately. While that was
Rise with the 2. Also, banging edit coming up at some point. Base, let's go.
my opinion at the time, it obviously needs to be looked into more, which is what's being done now that Crystal brought them to my attention again.
Yeah, and, oh, sorry. Last thing I'll say about it. Everyone here of any political persuasion is welcome. Okay? I don't care. Leftist, rightist, don't care. You're all fucking welcome. Occasionally I'll rant, but I'm, center-left myself. I have some right-wing takes. I have probably more left-wing takes, but you're all welcome. I don't hate any of you. You're fine. Occasionally just get a rant out of me.
Crystal poured through them and found some things that can...
Lio Convoy or Doodle Tones for president? Lio, easy. Not even a hard competition. I could listen to Lio give a presidential speech. I'd kill myself if Doodles did.
...concerned them. So we got in call and started talking about it. This is the first time Peach has heard about this.
I wasn't, hiding it or anything.
Well, no, of course not.
Because... when Akuma started...
Also, wait, Crystal had the FCK logs and didn't burn everyone with them? What the heck were they doing? Crystal, in their defense, was gathering information at the time, but also Crystal's goal wasn't to hold anyone to account. Crystal's goal was to make themselves E-famous. That was Crystal's goal. And that's why Crystal fucked up so badly, and it's also one of the reasons I burned Crystal to the ground.
Asking me about, FCK stuff. I didn't even remember what that even meant. For ages. And then, when I did finally remember, I only remembered a couple people who were in there.
Funnily enough, Crystal made it clear that what we found of Peaches conducting herself inappropriately around minors was nothing too bad, just something that would give Omnia and Akumu more ammo. And it wasn't something they were too concerned about. And Crystal had the full logs. And Crystal...
Isn't Crystal trying to come back? Yep. Should be good content.
Did voice that to Peaches as well as soon as they joined the call.
No, I'm stressed out because I don't remember.
Just hearing your voice, I generally believe that you don't remember these screenshots. You don't remember these chats taking place because, it's such a little bit of your life. And, I can give you that benefit of the doubt. we all know they won't. It just sucks.
Crystal said they understood Aaron didn't remember these things, and told him that there was no need to take immediate accountability.
Let's work out next 6 hours, okay? Next 6 upcoming hours. Or it could be longer if you want, but I think 6.
Crystal never got enough shit for basically trying to save Peaches, in my opinion. Like, Crystal flip-flopped through this drama so fucking hard. She was on everyone's side and no one's side. At one point, she's just sat in a call with fucking Lumi.
6 hours is a good time frame. First half an hour to an hour, you know, we're gonna finish this chat up, you know, all that happy stuff. And then within that time, you're gonna be with your friends, you can compose yourself, okay? You're gonna, you know, come back, you know, where you are, calm your mind down and everything like that. Then you can go over what has been sent, what has been shared, what has been talked about, my points and the points that Lion might have. And then you talk to you and your friends and work out, okay, how am I making a post about this? And you can make hundreds of drafts if you need to within that time, you know, how to phrase this best. And if you need me to comment on it, I'm more than happy to help you write that public post as well, okay?
When we went through the logs, we found Peaches making inappropriate comments in the server, a space that had minors in it due to the lack of age gating and rules to distinguish minors from adults. Yet, Peaches never posted anything pornographic, nor had a sexual conversation with anyone they knew was a minor. Yes, there were minors around, but Peaches never purposely directed sexual content at them. However, Peaches recognized their past behavior as inappropriate and was reasonably distraught hearing about this. This upset was present throughout the entire call. I don't need to drag this out to make it believable. The choppy clips are due to the mental distress Peaches was in. We explained everything to Crystal, including that Peaches was still under the control of their groomer when they were active in the server, which left them having learned their kind of behavior as normal and desirable, even if
Oh my god, we're still sweeping for this shit. No. Okay, I know I don't know what Liar's opinion is on this. I don't fucking care. Like, why is it always somebody else's fault with these fucking people? I was groomed. There was a groomer. They made me think it was fucking normalized. Fuck off. Actively fuck off. I don't believe this shit. Hold on, there's apparently something. We are gonna skip through bits of this, I think. There'll be parts in this section where I've just covered them before, and I don't really want to just repeat my take, so I might just, as they come up, summarize them and then move on. Also, holy shit. That's great. You see, let's get out. Get out. Hold on. Someone said there's some fucking art for me. Lol. I like the Monster Hunter ones. Some of these are so good. You're still live? Yeah, we got 2 hours of the video left. I'm going to be live for a while.
Their groomer wasn't present in the server. This wasn't used as an excuse, merely to give context to what kind of situation Peaches was in back then and how it influenced their actions.
If Slummers was there, then I think I knew their age as 16 or 17.
Yeah, but you were also dealing with the after effects of being groomed because you were still in contact with the guy who groomed you. This is what, right before Cosmodor stuff happened? This is before Cosmodor. So you didn't even come to realization of what happened to you until after he got exposed, because that's when you started questioning things. Crystal originally told Peaches to take a break and comforted them. So we left the call with the understanding I would handle the situation, as Crystal had agreed to within the call.
And that's the sad reality of the fact.
I'll get it handled.
Okay. I'll hold you to it. Because
well, I'll get it handled, and I can easily get this video up for him. Even if I stay up all night, I can get it done.
Nezzy Monster put out her statement at 7:08 p.m., asking if everyone could stop kicking a 4-year-old hornet's nest, that there's no winning for her in this situation. Here is the full statement. If people could stop kicking a 4-year-old hornet's nest, that would be really great. If people could stop throwing me and my friends under the bus when they were also involved, that would be great. Do not come to me for shit. There's literally no winning with people in the fucking FCK situation. I chewed out Toasty and then I left. Do I wish I did more? Yeah. Yes. Can I go back in time? No. You don't actually give a shit about anyone involved. You just like having a target. I know this because then it would have been over the first time. It's like dealing with a toxic ex or parent, bringing up the same shit over and over again when it has been talked about to the point of exhaustion, and I ain't doing it anymore. Stop dragging me into your bullshit. I am tired. A fucking life, get a hobby, touch grass, fuck off. I'm done, and I'm not doing this anymore. I'm not gonna be a fucking content punching bag and wallow in years old shit. Explain this, explain that. No, I want my fucking privacy back. Fuck you. An hour later, Hopeless Peaches put out her own Twitter thread discussing the FCK. With an old server I used to be in coming to light, I had a third party look over the exports of the
I can't believe Peaches deleted everything. I can't believe this person, like, just fucking completely ran. There's no way they're gonna stay gone. I can't wait for Peaches to come back. It's gonna be a good content day when that happens, okay?
server to check what was in it due to my own memory issues. About 4 years ago at the start of 2020, I was invited to a friend-only server. I wasn't very active in the server, but the people I asked to look over it did find instances of where I did speak in the server, and it made me very disappointed and disheartened with myself. Back in early mid-2020, I didn't filter myself and stay cognizant of the fact I was in a public space, and where I made unfiltered NSFW jokes as shown in the first two screenshots. My account is highlighted. The messages that I feel the worst about are the second two, where I was woken up at 8 a.m. by pinging with what I've been let known was porn. I asked why it was sent, but didn't push on it either through forgetting or simply not thinking about it given I had just woken up. I should have pushed harder on this and conducted myself better, since I realized in September of 2020 that the guy I was close to had groomed me. I realized I needed to be better and have an understanding on how to act in open spaces. It doesn't excuse it though. In the 4 years since then, I've changed as a person. However, despite the fact that looking back at these messages doesn't trigger any memories, I am still holding myself accountable for my actions in that server. For my past actions, I'm deeply sorry. Strangely, Peaches left out the fact that she knew Slamerge was a minor, something she just admitted before making the thread in the call with Lio and a Crystal Flame. On the 26th, coincidentally just a few hours before my FCK server premiere, Lio premiered his Conundrum video. Towards the end of the video was a rushed last segment addressing me and a couple of friends of mine, with mostly guilty by association. Lio said he drew the line at lying, that I was going to make false claims about Peaches by misrepresenting the FCK logs, and that he doubted Peaches knew there were minors in the FCK.
And hanging out in Kumo's server with In-Law is the latest false accusation supreme himself, Akumu. We'll get into him later. You know who else is in In-Law's server? Conundrum. Nice company he keeps. What, did you think we wouldn't know? One of the longtime members of that server came to us the moment these freaks started joining to tell us what's going on. These people care so little about victims of predation that they'll release a call some fool gave them that he had no permission to do, completely disregarding the victim's wishes. Because they care so very much about what's right. Now, let me address the Akumu comment. I'm not going to deny that Akumu was done wrong in the past by ArtCC people. If he wants to address that, he can. Specifically some comments made to him by Miss Zizi.
Wow, this age like
However,
milk. Yeah.
I draw the line at lying. There's a reason he's not going to release the FCK logs until after the video drops. It gives him control of the narrative. We, however, had a longtime server member give us access to the logs that Akumu will not release. Logs I asked him for months ago, by the way, that he refused to give. Not only to me, but to other adults who asked. Now, I know some of my audience are minors, which is why I'm not going to release the logs here because there's porn in there.
If Lio sees this, here's another reason that, like Doodles, you should not let Doodles back in. Doodletones fucked you over, Lio. Doodletones actively fucked you over. They lied to you about this server. So did Nezzy. So did many other people. And they set you the fuck up. It wasn't just Peaches. All these people set Lio up to take the fall. Like, at the time, they knew the Rosacruel was about to become content again. They'd heard whispers of it. They knew that was coming back to bite them, and particularly you. And they set you the fuck up. They did not care about you at all. You could be the sacrificial fucking lamb.
He's going to try to use cherry-picked examples to try to frame it as Peaches being okay with degeneracy being shown to kids. So here's the most troublesome stuff that happened in there concerning Peaches. Here we have Peaches making a joke about the KKK. This is not a joke specifically making fun of a race, just a throwaway joke about the group itself. Literally just milquetoast dark humor. It's also of note that this was 4 years ago. All of this was. Here we see Peaches responding to Fuchsia Butters and Miss Zizi spamming porn in the server, wherein Peaches made a joke about it. Now, there's some context here that needs to be highlighted, and that's the fact that Peaches was groomed for 7 years. Even at the time this all happened, they were still being manipulated by said groomer.
No. It's irrelevant. We're going ahead. We're going ahead. Some of this we're going to start going past. Okay? Because otherwise I'm going to kill myself. Kabato, how you doing with the 2? I guess you could say they were lying heavily. Fuck, my voice and brain are going. I guess you could say they were lying heavenly. Heavenly? I'm so fucked today. Call me an asshole for this take, but I think this was the only way Lio was going to be humbled or taken down a notch. It wasn't the only way. Listen, again, I fucking hate the accountability shit. I don't care. But, yeah, listen, I'm not sympathetic. Okay? Just because I have, like, a chilled-out relationship with Lio now doesn't mean, like, I'll sweep for any of this. I won't. This was a massive fuck-up, and he made his bed with this shit.
To make, considering the night before, the call where he spoke of rushing this video to get it out before me, he heard Peaches admit to him that she knew Slammers was a minor. This was the start of the, well, Peaches was groomed excuse, and subsequently Lio siding with the remnant of the FCK server members, and downplaying the server and its events. Though for the record, he started—
And listen, I don't want people to forget my Lio coverage, okay? Because what I've said during that Lio coverage are positions that I hold on those pieces of content. Going over Lio's unreleased script on the like found family people, on like how he tried to divert attention onto other people who were coming out to try and take shots at him, Peaches, others. That all still stands. Again, I haven't changed my position on these things. I don't apologize for my Lio coverage. He knows where I stood with this stuff. I just believe in his. I believe Lio is somebody with the capacity to improve at this point, as long as he stops letting himself being weaponized by people. But that doesn't change my original coverage of this topic one iota.
Sternly and adamantly denies that being his intention. February 27th, Nezzy Monster took to Twitter to tell everyone that she was suicidal. If we are all our flaws, and there's no chance for change no matter what I do, then maybe I should just do everyone a favor and kill myself. I'm a bad person. Now there'll be one less bad person. The art and slideshow community have a silly habit of separating individuals into the good and bad person dynamic. The supposed good person will get leniency and excuses from the people. They do this to make the situation black and white for themselves, because they often have a very delusional and passionate sense of justice, which I think I've shown again and again.
You want to act like a hero, trying to be Donnie's knight in shining armor. But here is something.
Is it bad that I instantly recognize this as fucking Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood music? I need to go and take a long walk in a forest.
That should be important. A hero doesn't always do a grand battle. Sometimes they do small things, like getting cats out of trees when they're stuck.
Oh my god.
That is a very small thing, but it's a very good thing to do. And this was just a cat stuck in a tree. And instead of just trying to climb up the tree with a ladder or something to try and get the cat down, he tried to chop the goddamn tree down!
Fucking anime posting.
Oh, is he done?
No. No.
All right, then let me be very clear. Be more concise.
I'm sorry. Key. I know you haven't learned anything, because this call made me realize that you haven't learned anything for years. So, I want you to know this. If a situation can be solved with a simple relay of, hey, he's doing this because of his mental health or physical health.
What the fuck is
nothing
this?
to do with
Fucking hell. I had sugar and lie. Are you done?
Like hitting you or anything like that. Relay that fucking message. Don't turn it into a goddamn anime fight. Because whenever you do something like that, you cause people to be hurt. Because you hurt Donnie in that situation. The person you were trying to help. And you hurt a lot of other people too.
And they wield it around the internet and take it very fucking seriously. These people love to point the mob at anyone else to condemn their target, regardless of whether they're right or wrong. But the second people are upset at them for what they have provably done, their life is apparently ruined. In a reply, Nezzy said, "No, he fucking doesn't. If that were the case, it would have been over by now years ago. I literally got in call with him. I've talked about it myself. There's fucking nothing I can do, so I might as well as fucking go." She's conflating our conversation about the false sexual harassment accusation as the same as the FCK server. It's not the same thing we discussed. Based off of her statement, she probably told herself that I wouldn't talk about it publicly after our call. It's a weird cope to take, but alright. When this user
Komoto with a 5. Don't turn it into an anime fight, says the motherfucker doing an entire anime monologue. Yep. Every fucking time.
directly messaged Nezzy Monster on Twitter, she replied, "No, I've had enough. I've done this for years. He literally told me himself he wants to take me and the community down. There's nothing I can fucking do. This isn't over criticism. It's over the stalking and constant at my back breathing down my neck. I also have a life outside of this with shit going on, so don't you dare say it's just about this. I fucking had it." Perpetual victimhood aside, another claim of stalking. It's quite the spectacle, watching someone who loved partaking in the accountability culture, who believed in the "we need to hold you accountable" slop, suddenly drop it all because they didn't expect it to ever be applied back to them. Especially when you take into consideration the several subtweets she's made over the years, such as these from 2022, where
Star Sprinter with a 4.99. This makes me grateful my art platform died before YouTube kicked off. Yeah. The art CC is weird. The question is, like, why is an art community like this? All communities are like this. The art CC is just particularly ridiculous because of look, the problem with the art CC, and it's not unique, I suppose, it's just got a higher proportion, is that artists tend to be socially isolated, a bit socially awkward, and we're talking about people who are deeply unpopular in like their social lives. So they go from being the bullied to the bullies pretty easily. This isn't unique to them. It's just more, shall we say, obvious. Potato with a 5. Thanks for keeping me company while I poop. It gets lonely in here. I have no response to that, but I'm glad you're happy.
where she talked about how she won't pity others who have fucked everyone else over, that she wasn't letting them step all over her. She was putting her foot down, that these were the consequences of their bullshit, that they need to sit there and stew in the cell that they got themselves into. People will repeat vile actions when you show that there will be little to no consequences. It's time to make someone into an example. The mask is coming off more and more. The excuses are running out. These
C. Vance, how did you end up involved in the ACC? Matt Pitt asked me to look into it. Matt Pitt asked me, this is all Matt Pitt's fault. Matt Pitt asked me to look into it. And because over the years I've covered a lot of things like the Brony community and it covered's fair. I've followed that shit for a long time because I find the drama within it fucking horrendously autistic. It's very funny. Like the ACC is like a continuation of a lot of those old people, like Doodle Tones. I was watching shit about Doodle Tones back in the mid 2010s, so it's I know a lot of the actors by reputation anyway, and it made it very easy for me to cover this topic. Also, I know that I know some people like view this as like glub shit or drama, and it completely is. But I like dramas like this because they're so autistic. A lot of people want to talk about like the high end, like big dramas that everyone on like Twitter and everything is talking about. But honestly, I don't care about Minecraft drama, for example. I just don't give a shit about Dream or Tommy Innit or Wilbur Scott or fucking any of these people. I don't care. Okay, it bears no interest for me. Whereas like people being like doing weird shit like this and like endless grudges, yes, primo content, hilarious. Let the autism flow, okay? Let the autism flow. Can you do pull-ups for meeting the goal? No. But thank you for meeting the goal with the 199. Congratulations, guys. I'm so proud of you. And as a special surprise, I'm just starting another goal for another goal. I will say though, you guys are being really generous tonight. I really appreciate that. So we'll set another goal. But what I might do is, we've got another like hour and a bit of this, hour and a half probably, with skipping bits. What I might do is raid out into another stream and then do a chill out stream afterwards. And we can do like hangouts for people who are like, I'm just done with the night. Okay, that'll be the wind down, and then I can keep this VOD as separate, and then I can make the like just a gaming chill out, listen to some cool stream as members.
Switch-ups are my favorite highlights of this lengthy feud between the two of us. Someone else needed to sit and stew in the cell they got themselves. They were receiving the consequences. But Nezzy doesn't apply to her apparently. Returning to the timeline, there was yet another FCK member to release a Twitter thread addressing their involvement in the FCK server. That was Ellie Momelli at 5:30 p.m. I've been made aware about my involvement in the FCK. I would like to make note that I did not send porn in that server. I did send some memes that were not appropriate for minors to see. For that, I am guilty of. I'm not here to say excuses. I'm here to say what happened. Small thread. I had very little involvement in that.
Gabato with the 5. I've said this on someone else's stream, and I'll say it here. The Dream X Tommy Emmett drama was just boring, uninteresting, and pointless. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff like that. There's vast amounts of stuff like that. It's just like, I do not and cannot bring myself to give a shit. Like, if other people enjoy it, that's fine. That's fine. Listen, I know that a lot of commentary is going to be main tier stuff. But some of it's just, I don't know, man. I just don't care. Doesn't matter to me.
That server. I left that server not long after I joined that I couldn't even recall me being in there until today. I had no idea about half of the things that happened in the server. I sent memes with NSFW subject matter that kids shouldn't see. That was irresponsible, and I am very sorry. I have not since repeated and will not repeat that behavior again. That is a promise I can make with certainty. I hope that I can continue to prove to you all that I'm better, and I am still very sorry for what I did contribute to. On February 28th at 4:30 p.m., Ms. Zizi put out her statement on the FCK. Statement on the FCK server. Not sure how long this will be.
Just a retard with the 2. Time to sneak back in after this video as planned. Thank you for the 2, buddy.
I joined the Fruitcake Club server thinking it was a space for YouTubers, editors, and anyone else involved at YouTube. I was first invited by a user named Toasty Vanilla. I was connected to them because of the Madame/Slamers issue that happened about 4 years ago. That's about as much detail I can give for what happened before joining. The server had some YouTubers I respected, but the editors and personal friends of Toasty I was unfamiliar with. As for what happened in there, most of it is a blur. I have vague memories of things like what possibly broke the server and details of relationships that aren't any of my business to talk about. In terms of my own actions, yes, I saw the screenshots. I couldn't possibly explain what I was thinking at the time, but looking at them now, I am disgusted with myself. Talking the way I did wasn't okay, and I wish I could take it back. Nothing I said was okay. There were sexual conversations in the presence of minors that I partook in, and everything was mismanaged. I'm not sure how I didn't see anything wrong with what happened, and I can't make any excuse for it. The main issue was with one user who at the time was 17. Things were strange between us, I will admit it. They admitted to having a crush on me. I remember not returning this sentiment, but in the server convos, I was still sometimes sexual towards them. I should have backed out earlier, and maybe I thought I did. I should have tried harder to leave it alone. The server kinda imploded on itself. At least a few bigger roles than it did anyways. I did eventually leave, either cutting ties or losing contact with lots in there. I didn't get to talk to everyone, and I haven't thought of that server since I left. In the span of 4 years, I haven't given the server another thought. In fact, I forgot about it. In that time, I'd like to believe I changed as a person, being more careful with those I talk to, but overall, lessening my contact with those in the creator space. To make things clear and be completely honest, I never talked to most outside that server. Toasty and I have cut communication. I didn't pursue anyone.
Oh my god, the amount of fucking self-sweeping. Roberto with the 5, I had no idea of the stuff was happening in the FCK, and so I chose to say nothing about it after finding out. Nezzy probably. Yeah, It's the fact that they lie about stuff that's so well documented. And, like, I could get it if they hadn't spoken about it for years. Like, the stuff that happened with me, like, years ago, that if you brought up to me randomly, I'd be like, I don't remember this. Actually, somebody brought up a call I apparently had where, like, fucking Destiny joined and Lycan joined this call. And I had legitimately forgotten this had happened. I was like, wait, what call? What, like, fucking, what stream was this? And, like, somebody had watched it on stream recently. And I was like, the fuck? I don't remember this. When did this happen? But yeah, so, like, because I'd said, like, I think I'd spoken to Destiny, like, twice. And it turned out not to be twice. It was 3 times. I just completely fucking forgotten about it. Hey, look, it's ZZ. Thigh fetish extraordinaire. That's so true. Thank you for the 2. So, like, I can accept that if something doesn't get brought up or it's like things slip your mind, you know, you don't remember everything that happened. But when it's like in the midst of a major drama, if you ask me about a drama that happened, like that I was involved in like 2 years ago, I'd probably have a pretty good recollection of at least like the players and what I thought and like what, like the stuff that happened early last year, like the PV stuff. I remember the stuff that happened with the Twitch poll war room. I remember very clearly the stuff that happened with Sunday between Sunday and Erudite. I remember very clearly because I was actively involved in those things and they went on for a period of time. This server was something that people were actively involved in and like were regularly like major dramas came out of this. More people would remember this happening. More of these people should remember this stuff happening, and the self-sweeping just doesn't work. Miss, why do I keep forgetting he's a kid? It's easy. True, Chevy Bev with a 5. Yeah, it's so creepy every time I hear someone say that. I have to remember he's a 16-year-old. And at the same time, like, when Akumu's in chat and they're, like, talking to him, they're saying, calling him, like, a cum chalice. And was it ZZ? I feel like it was ZZ, who was like, oh yeah, fuck my asshole. Like, that's a weird thing to say to anybody, let alone a 16-year-old when you're in your early 20s. What the fuck is wrong with you?
After leaving and became more reserved. I want to take back the things I've said, things I did, and change how I treated people in the past. But I
Didn't she hit on a kid too? Yep, she hit on a minor in the FCK.
Aware of how predictable or corny this sounds. I can only say I'm sorry. I apologize to those I've hurt. I fucked up really badly. Nothing I can do or say can realistically make what I've done right again. I'm sure I've also lost the respect of those in my audience who enjoy my content. I'm sorry to you too. I wish I had more to say, but I don't. You don't have to accept my apology, and I don't expect to be treated nicely. Whether you do or don't, thank you for reading. What a statement there. I couldn't help but notice that there are a couple of things left out, such as the fact that she knowingly spammed the comment section of a child with copy pastas about boy pussy. And she also flaunted that she did this in the server while she was in VC. Hey, look at me. Look at what I did. See, I'm cool. I'm cool like you guys. Yeah. So that happened. And the other thing that she left out, which is probably the more damning.
Okay. We're gonna go past this video section. Okay, we're gonna start skipping Akumu, like putting in clips of his own videos.
Both have told me Fuchsia took interest in me and wanted to make the video after the collab with Nezzy Monster and Ponder.
Kabato with the 5, YouTubers try not to be creeps towards children challenge impossible. So fucking... I think part of it is the fact that it gets, like, normalized to hanging out with, like, younger people, right? Like, and people, like, forget, as weird as this sounds, I think some of them just forget how young the people around them are. But that's not an excuse. That's the reason you don't hang around minors. And you certainly shouldn't be fucking horny posting generally. Gooning in the Discord is what leads to stuff like this. Like, it becomes this normalized thing, and it's just like, you know the like fucking pedo meme of like, oh, they're really mature for their age. This is like one of the things that causes it, and it's like people slip down this degenerate rabbit hole until they are like unironically engaging in grooming and shit. Like, how do you fucking like, I don't know, wake up one day and just like, do any of these people like just look at their lives and I don't know, man. I don't know. Fucking maybe. Maybe it's time to walk into the volcano. They even got minor fans making not safe for work art for them, yeah. Yeah. And we're not talking lewds here. They were getting like 13, 14-year-old, like I think it was the 13-year-old or the 14-year-old was actively being like getting like sat in VC having porn requests made of them. Fucked shit.
Approached Mad Libs and Nezzy Monster for info about me and evidence on me. Toasty Vanilla had no hand in Fuchsia's video. Now, Fuchsia then got into a long, detailed life story about what he went through and his abuse. Because people like this have no concept of keeping to the fucking topic, they need to give you an autobiography to justify what they've done. Around March 24th to 25th of 2024, it was late at night. Early March 25th, Ellie Momelli had taken to Twitter to tell everyone two various threads. The first one she ended up deleting, that she was being messaged on Instagram and Twitter by these alt accounts that had been recently made, or mostly recently made, calling her a pedo and saying all these various horrible things to her. I'll put them up on screen. I'm not going to read them. I've already read them in a TISM report, but you can read them yourself if you want to pause. But these are the messages that she received. She then went on to make this Twitter thread stating this: I deleted the post. I did mess up. I messed up when I posted memes that minors should not have seen in the FCK server. I have since apologized for it. I do not wish to run away from that. I have taken accountability. There it is. And I've not repeated that offense, nor will I ever. Thread. That, however, does not mean people should get on throwaway accounts to get to DM me calling me a pedo and make threats on my life and loved ones. I have gotten harassment on both Twitter and Instagram. Outside of what I have admitted to doing, I have done nothing wrong. Nothing to deserve what I've been dealing with. I know this isn't going to stop cowards from talking behind a screen pretending it's not another human being they're saying wretched things to, but I'll do what I can. I don't wish this treatment on my worst enemy. I'm not a danger to children. I was negligent. I own that. I'm not trying to silence what I did, but I am not a predator. I've never predated on children, and I never will. As corny as it sounds, I'm going to try and stay strong. I'm going to try and be a better person every day, not just for myself, but for those who care. I'm safe. Don't worry. I'm sorry I scared you all. It's been very hard to deal with. It's been hard to trust anyone nowadays, and I've been feeling more and more paranoid as of late. Those still wanting to hurt me, please leave me alone. I don't think it'll do much, but I still want to try. All I can do for now. It was April 3rd that a couple of people got together for a call. The big and important names are Doodle Tones, Nezzy Monster, Ellie Momelli, and Teddy the Draws. It was this very call that Nezzy, Doodles, and Ellie tried to guilt-trip Teddy into publicly defending them. They did this by bringing up the flack they were getting for the FCK server, specifically using the messages that Ellie received to guilt-trip Teddy into clearing Nezzy and Ellie's names in the public eye. Basically wanting to use Teddy as a token victim to wave around. Nezzy, I thought your bed was comfy. What happened? Did you let the bedbugs bite? Well, I cannot provide you clips from this call because Teddy does not want the call publicized. My information comes from two sources. The first is Laka Mokalaka, who has and seen this very call and vouches for what I've told you. And my second source will remain unnamed, but they were present in the call and
I get it. Teddy doesn't want to like touch this stuff too much or get dragged back into it. Can I see the call privately? I am interested. I am legitimately interested. If I can see the call privately, like obviously I've seen many of these calls privately and I never bring them up. Well, I never like, I can at least vouch for them, I suppose, but I won't like show them or anything, but I would like to see some of these, like, cause Jesus. Gabato with the 5, that's funny because she literally helped do that to her worst enemy here. Like, yeah, like again, they desperately tried to weaponize the victims. They dragged them into separate calls. Any victim that they couldn't, they just burnt. They said that they were like trolls or unreliable. They wanted to be real selective. I mean, this is what eventually took down Doodle Tones. It wasn't Akumu's videos directly. It was the fact that the victims were calling out Doodle. She can't fight that. DM Laka. Yeah, I might have a look.
Described what I've told you. A fun fact about this call, they all agreed in it that it wouldn't be recorded, but Doodle Tones recorded it anyways. Of course, I'm not going to complain. I'm glad it was recorded. We couldn't have that lost to history, even if it's not yet public. But the fact that Doodles did record it is just another example of his word amounting to jack shit. The next day, April 4th, another call was held, this time with Doodle Tones, Ellie Momelli, Laka Mokalaka, and Teddy that Draws to talk about the FCK. The recording of this call has been publicized by Laka Mokalaka. I'll link it. In it, Doodle Tones, while sounding like they're on the verge of crying, told Laka Mokalaka that my claim that the members' ages were commonly talked about in the FCK server wasn't exactly true, only to admit at least 7 ages were stated. Laka then pointed out that the ages were stated in the server, and they were known by several members of this server.
The few ages that were stated in there, because Kumu, I know, has gone on record saying that ages were very commonly talked about in there, and that's not exactly true. Only like maybe 7 of them, or 7 ages were actually confirmed in the chat, where they were when they were stated and in what chat they were stated.
Yes, but the issue there is the ages were still stated, and many people involved were also aware of some of the ages.
Okay. He does not make that clear. He just said that ages were stated. And
I'm
there's
not
only maybe,
talking
like,
about
6 of them
Akumu.
there.
I'm talking about in general. Because, like, most people in that server were aware of the ages, as a problem is all of you had made videos around the time about the Slimmers incident, clearly remarking about...
I did not.
Okay, then. Well, a lot of people in that situation of the Madam situation made clear videos remarking that Slimmers at least was age of 15. Many of them including Nezzy Monster herself. Which, and also in regards to that, I read...
Himself, they prefer to go by...
I do apologize. I was informed their pronouns was any. I do apologize for that. I will make a correction. I do apologize.
It's any. It is any. Any you can get away with any, but they prefer either they or he. They don't like just defaulting to she.
You can get away with any, as if you need fucking permission. These people. Yes, let's halt our discussion over a server where minors were shown porn and groomed to try and correct someone over pronouns, and not even be correct, and it ultimately means nothing because the person uses any. Wonderful focus and wonderful concern. A little fun fact, Doodle's interjection stating that they didn't make a video about Slimmers and Madame is true. However, Doodletones did watch several videos that state that piece of information, whether it be Ponder's video or the collab.
Kai Rise with the 5. Didn't we make a notepad of the ages, or was that another Discord I'm thinking of? This is all blending together. That was the Chris Tyson Discord we did that breakdown for. But we did know the ages. We did know the ages, not because I made one, but because Doodletones made one. Doodletones did an age breakdown of this whole thing. And she did that before this drama even kicked off.
With Nezzy and Ponder, which ended up on the best of the year list Doodles has been making for years, especially considering the fact that Doodles is on record stating that the prerequisite to be on his list is him watching the video. He has to watch your video for it to be on the list. So I don't buy this notion Doodles didn't know Slimmers' age. The art and slideshow community put heavy emphasis on it everywhere. Laka then proceeds to get into specific details about the FCK server and what was said about the ages, and this was Doodle's reaction.
There is issues, as I read through on the live stream the first half of the server, like a little bit of it, and the ages of some of the minors, one of them reiterated they were 17 right off the bat. And another one, like Slimmers, also reiterated they were 15. And I've looked through multiple points of the server where they've reiterated their ages. Even there was jokes made about those ages, about being a lolly, going to jail for the age of consent clause. Like they made it known that these people were not adults at several different points.
Okay. But that's not an inherent.
What?
I want to put that out there. It's not an inherent.
That's not an inherent. After trying to vaguely push that.
Roberto with the 5. So Doodletones is just lying about not knowing the ages here? How surprising. Yeah. Doodletones is just a lying fucking whore. Grizzly with a 5. If I never have to hear Diapertone's voice filter again, ever, I'll be happy. Yeah, but there's such good content. Like, I know what you mean. Highly fucking annoying. Great content at a baseline.
That ages weren't discussed that much in the server, then being given examples from someone else who has seen it. That's not an inherent. Doodles then clarified that he didn't know the context behind the lolly joke, and then proceeded to claim that Slimmers apparently wasn't in the server when he was.
As far as the lolly jokes, I did not actually realize that that was the reason those lolly jokes were being made in there, was because one of the members was 13. Mind you, I didn't see it at the time that I was in there. Actually, during the time that I was in the FCK, I don't even think Slimmers was there.
They were, because I just read through the chat log, and their reply was just a few things below yours. Like,
I've never met Slimmers. I never talked to Slimmers. I never was in call with Slimmers. I did not know Slimmers. And again, for a little while, I don't even think they were in the chat because I distinctly remember a conversation between Toasty and I where Toasty had said something along the lines of Slimmers no longer being in the chat.
I'm willing to believe that Slimmers did leave the FCK server at some point, solely because of the fact that her initial join date and then her account join date is different, which is January 2nd of 2020. So Slimmers did leave and then came back on January 2nd of 2020, and she's been in the FCK server ever since. Doodle Tones was invited into the FCK server March of 2020. So not only was Slimmers still in the server, but we also later discovered that Doodles messaged inside the Slimmers NSFW chat. Not only did Doodles know about Slimmers, but also knew of the chat dedicated to her NSFW artwork. Now, I already know a certain group of people are going to play semantics in order to defend their favorite people. So I have to make these clarifications. And in this case, they're going to do that with the title of the chat. As you can see, the chat that Susie Doodle messaged in is titled Slimmers Art Shack Archived. But why is that? The FCK server originally had two chats for Slimmers. Slimmers Art Shack Safe for Work, which is still there, and a Slimmers Art Shack Non-Safe for Work. I don't know why they made a non-safe for work chat for her, considering her porn was all over the server, but I digress, they did. In fact, Toasty's own personal Discord server had a very similar setup, a Slimmers Art Barn and a Slimmers Adult Art Barn. For that chat was also hidden or deleted. Evidence that was given to me by Ben the Looney. Now, if you remember, back in August of 2020, right after Ben the Looney was threatening to expose the group, Nazi Monster went to Toasty Vanilla's DMs to tell him that he needed to remove the Slimmers NSFW chat. She even recalled that chat in the 2023 Senate call. The Slimmers NSFW chat could become a problem or an issue. Her words, not mine. Well, they did.
Wait, so Doodles was actively in the fucking Slimmers porn chat. Well, that's not fucking good. Why, Beckett? Why? Listen. He needs to do a better job at centering this shit. Okay? Fucking hell. Jesus.
Didn't actually delete the chat. They instead retitled the Slimmers Art Shack Non-Safe for Work to Slimmers Art Shack Archived and hid it behind the admin access. You had to have access to the staff chats to get access to the chat. So when I was given access to the staff chats, that's how I found this. So yes, this chat is the NSFW chat, and yes, Susie Doodle was in it.
When Toasty, when I got in there and Toasty basically said that they just spam porn everywhere, I kind of just assumed that it was an 18+ server. Okay. I did not know anything beyond that point.
Did you not watch the TISM reports? Well, yeah, but that wasn't from the TISM reports. Oh, fuck. Well, oh, sorry, I see what you mean. I didn't realize Doodles was in the not safe for work one. I've seen a lot of the TISM reports, but, like, there's only a limited amount. There's only a limited amount that I can fucking remember.
Okay. Okay, that's fair. Alrighty then. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure of your awareness of the situation because I just want to verify things first. So you were aware that they were a sex pest.
Yes.
Beyond what happened, like, was there anything else you were aware of their behavior at the time? Like, were you aware of what was going on their channels, or no? Okay.
No. I had dipped in, like, May when I figured out that they were kind of being excessively weird around children.
Well,
I think that was around the time, I want to say that was around the time that Gal released their video.
Okay, so you dipped around that. When was this? Do you know the date?
I think. I stopped posting in there May 23rd, 2020. So somewhere around there.
Now, I have to ask a follow-up question because you just said, like, you were aware of the posting, like you just said that. Why?
I think that was the reason I did. But yes.
Oh, okay. If you think that was the reason, I have to ask. like, why was no further things done afterwards, if that was the reasoning? Because this is a question I do want to ask Nezzy as well. If you're aware of the children being harmed in that, like, being affected in that way.
Nezzy?
Like, no.
Nezzy did do stuff about it.
Oh, I know, but I'm asking, like...
Nezzy did do stuff. Don't know what you're talking about. Don't know what you mean. Nezzy was very active in doing stuff. You can ask her about it. She won't remember. Fucking unbelievable.
Like, after you guys left, why wasn't anything further done? Because you guys are aware that this stuff can have effects on children. I'm wondering why wasn't...
The stuff that I heard about that Toasty was doing was in an entirely different chat.
Well, fair
and
enough.
I wasn't in that chat.
Noodles claimed to have left the FCK server once they learned of the degenerate behavior being excessively weird around children. And then Locke asked the question we're all thinking. If you knew of that, why was nothing said? To which Doodles claims Nezzy Monster did something, of course referring to the DMs I've shown, because that was totally doing something. I want to focus on that last bit though, that the weird behavior was happening in another chat they didn't have access to. You had access to the main chat gamer zone, which I've shown is bad enough, but you were also in the NSFW Slimmers chat. You clearly had access to plenty. Additionally, you still knew of it and left, by your own admission. Whether you had access or not doesn't change your admission to finding out, but fret not. Doodles, of course, backpedaled on it when he realized Laka wasn't dumb enough to not think of the implications. However, throughout this call, he stays firm in that he at some point found out about the problems with Toasty and the server. Yet,
I rise with the two. Nezzy did do stuff, said stuff, A-logging Akumu, yes. She was very active in trying to fuck Akumu over rather than the person who was grooming minors. What a fucking hero.
Still didn't talk about any of it.
Yeah, no, it's like I guess if you were asking, yeah, if you're trying to ask me, like, why I didn't do, like, this large-scale investigation on Toasty, yeah, I wouldn't have known what to do at the time. Like, this was like 4 years ago, and I definitely didn't have any, like, experience in situations like this. I wouldn't have known what to do. Obviously I had dipped. A handful of other people had dipped. We were all kind of, like, very against Toasty just collectively. I didn't know anyone who kept in contact with them after this point. So
okay,
I don't
just
really
so we can
know
verify
what
ages.
more there was.
Because I know Nezzy was 19. How old were you at the time?
I was 23. So I definitely, like, if I had gotten involved in this stuff in that server, I would absolutely be a problem, but I didn't. There's, like, maybe one conversation that we had, about, some people drawing porn of YouTubers in there, but that conversation was already happening by the time I entered, and again, I also didn't know the ages of anyone, so,
Okay.
I don't know what you,
I think the best here for that. How about this?
The argument of I was young, I wouldn't know how to deal with it. It's made from this place of, well, now I'd know because now I do predator hunting. But this is basic ethics. Doodle Tones is not a minor at this time, by the way. They're in their late fucking 20s. I do not believe for a second that anybody in their late 20s was like, I wouldn't know what to do. Complete mystery to me. I drew you a thing. Let me know if you like it or no lashes. Let me have a look. Gabato with the 5. I can pull out all the tricks to publicly call out Kumu, but I won't try to say a word at all about an actual freak like Toasty. Doodle Tones. Yes. I like the little lashes. I really pulled back on them compared to mine. Yeah, I think that's pretty cute. You do really nice, like, little fucking chibi images. They're cool. I like the I think chibi stuff's kind of adorable. Obviously, that's why I use it one as a VTuber.
This. It's clear that you didn't know how to handle stuff like that because, you never dealt with it at the time. I will say I don't think you're a horrible person or anything. Wait. No cutting off. Remember, let people finish. You're not a horrible person. You're not someone that was.
Cheers. Fuck Doodle Tones. Fuck Doodle Tones. Fuck Doodle Tones. Not that hard. Say it with me, chat. Fuck Doodle Tones. Okay, it's like a fucking chanting mantra.
Egregious, that was actively trying to like do all that stuff. At the time, you were 23, and you weren't dealing with that stuff before.
At the time you were 23. Does that make sense? It's 2020. They were like, so it's 2020. They're like, what? 1920 and 2016, 2017? Maybe. Yeah, I guess. I guess that makes sense.
There is the raise of the eyebrow over time when you realize stuff like that wouldn't be appropriate, and more if you've seen, because you've been around this stuff like that. We're not saying that you're. I'm not saying that you're a horrible. Not saying that you're a horrible person or anything like that. I'm still going.
Let me clarify, please.
Okay.
Okay. So yeah, it was a situation of like I didn't know what to do. Yes. Furthermore, I don't even know if there was anything that I could have done, because by that point, Gal's video would have probably had been out. If I'm remembering the timeline right, Gal's video would have been out by that point.
It's interesting that Doodles uses the Renmankins, Toby Majestic, and Toasty video as a crutch at this point in the call, because this is the same video that the slideshow community, who worships this diaper lover, hated. They absolutely disliked Ren's video, especially because Ren dared to use me as a source. They made it about Ren siding with Akumu. Doodletones is one of the people who questioned the video, stating, well, what evidence does Akumu have? So if we're going by this, Doodle's whole argument that stays mostly consistent throughout this call is that they can't figure out when, but they eventually found out about Toasty and what he was doing with these minors, and that he's being inappropriate with them. And that was why they ended up leaving the server. They couldn't pinpoint exactly when they found out, but that was why they...
Wow, Metica really did damage Doodle's brain hurt. Listen, I love Jim, but Doodles was fucked from the word go. That, like, he wasn't going to have much impact. So, like, you can't re-damage someone with brain damage.
Left the server at some point. All right, I'm willing to buy that. The problem then remains, why was nothing said, and why did you proceed to, also with Nezzy, act as though you had no idea what me or Renmankins were claiming about Toasty? That was October of 2020. Since you knew of this, and you were oh so against Toasty, all of you were, my question then becomes, why did Nezzy Monster claim that all of the people in the FCK or the friend group were adults when Nezzy knew for a fact that they weren't? And why did you not correct Nezzy Monster? Let alone, why did you pretend as though you had no fucking idea what the evidence would be?
You think how Medica would want to see how his good old pal Doodle Diapers is doing after all these years? He is actually aware of this drama. He's been made aware of it. I know he knows. But I don't think he cares that much to get, like, re-involved. You know, he's just chilling doing his own thing. He's just chilling doing his own thing. But I do think it would have been funny if he'd covered it at the time. But no, others must bear the torch now. And I don't mean me. Okay? I mean Akumu. He's got the voice.
Against Toasty. Hear me out. Almost like you and Nezzy Monster, and just about anyone else that had anything to do with Toasty and the FCK server, were trying to bury it. Later, when Laka mentions the Senate call that me and Nezzy Monster had, Doodletones claimed that the call was held because, quote, Akumu kept harassing Nezzy for 4 years.
The call...
I'm sorry about that. Go ahead.
The call between Akumu and Nezzy was to try to work out things between them because Akumu had been harassing Nezzy for 4 years.
Okay.
First, that's not why me and Nezzy Monster had that call. The call between me and Nezzy Monster was done because I reached out to Lyle Convoy because he had connections with the Art and Slideshow community, and I asked if he could set up a call. Why did I ask Lyle to set up a call? As I've already shown you, Nezzy Monster kept lying and being dishonest about the false sexual harassment accusation. So I thought a call talking about that and the various things that have happened between us and the group would be productive. And it was productive, just not in the way that they hoped it would be. These two hoped that having the call would make all of this blow over and I wouldn't talk about it.
No, he fucking doesn't. If that were the case, it would have been over by by now years ago. I literally got in a call with him. I have talked about it myself. There's fucking nothing I can do, so I might as well fucking go. And yet, you're still here.
Publicly, that it would just be over and done with, as if I wasn't going to clean the fucking closet out. However, their claim that this call was held
Hot Block with the raid. Thank you. Welcome in, guys. How you doing? Hope you had a good stream.
because I wouldn't stop harassing Nezzy for 4 years, is another example of how they revise events and how they retell the story, along with, of course, shoehorning in the constant victimization. And the second thing is, another SCC member, and I believe an admin of Senate at the time, Heaton Mitsuru, said this exact same thing during the call with me and Nezzy Monster. But the call totally wasn't biased. But back to the call. At 58 minutes in, Locke mentioned for the second time that I brought up the porn spam in the FCK server to both Doodles and Nezzy in the Senate call, to which Doodles said, because we knew.
Well, but that section of the call is what I'm trying to talk about. Like the rest of that section, Akumu's battle and Nezzy's, that is not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is the section of the call where, like, there was a direct addressment.
But it's related.
Yes, it's related, but that's not the subject of what I'm talking about right now. We can address that in a minute, but I'm trying to tell you my main focal point of the matter is there was a section of the call that Akumu directly said to the both of you, like there was porn and stuff being sent in the FCK. You guys, and you noted that there was the inappropriate culture that Toasty had promoted and stuff, and that told me, like, you were at least aware of the inappropriate, like, culture that was promoted, and that's why I was asking the questions earlier.
Yes.
44 minutes in, Doodle Tones claimed that I was being straight up dishonest.
Yeah, like
I think it even goes further. I think Akumu is being straight up dishonest.
Well, I do agree with that, because he's not doing this to help the victims. I've even noted that. But I'm only using parts that are, like, evidence I can show just up front. Like, that's the only reason I've ever sourced him, is, like, this stuff is verifiable, but he just put it in a format I can just show. That's the only reason. Even then, I'm like, I don't support him.
Yeah, so the reason why I claim that Akumu is just straight up dishonest is...
Was Metica the one who finished off Doodle Tones? No, it was really Akumu. Metica did a lot, like, hit Doodles pretty fucking hard, but, like, Doodles kept on going and just joined a new community. Doodles will come back. Doodles will come back. They have literally nothing else in their life. They're not going anywhere. There's nothing else they can do. They're currently... What Doodles is currently doing is looking for a way back, a way to blame the people that accused her of stuff and deflect from it. That's her current play. We'll probably see her back in about 6 months, and that's good. Listen, I encourage Doodle to come back. I want the content. I think that's based. But Akumu did more damage to Doodle Tones than Medica did, because Medica called Doodles out, and then, like, Doodles had to deal with, like, Medica's fan base. But Akumu attacking Doodles, like, Doodles had to deal with her own fan base. And that is not something that's easy for her. Same thing that happened with Jar. To some extent. Like, once their own fan bases started turning on them, they're fucked. Gavin, so she's a roach? Yeah. Potato with a 5. Your mama's so fat. When Akumu called her biased, he was saying she got a butt in the front too. That's weirdly clever. It's weirdly clever. I don't hate that one.
Not because of, like, what he has shown or what he has talked about. It's how he frames it. And I've been telling this to Fly and Teddy for a while. He literally starts his FCK video listing off every single person who had joined the chat as if it was some sort of Epstein list. Not going as far as to make any sort of distinction between... no distinction between the more guilty or less guilty parties.
First, I find it hilarious that Doodles claimed I was being dishonest in how
Okay, firstly, when has Doodle Tones ever done that? When's the distinction? Everyone gets treated the same with the same level of guilt and culpability. This is what happened with the Rosa call. Rosa wasn't even a fucking, like, proper moderator. She was a retarded woman. Sorry. Very mean, I know. But, like, a woman, she had basically got brain damage. And because they couldn't get to Star, whatever the fucking name was, like Rebecca Star, they went after fucking Rosa. Like, they don't have any problem with that. How much you got left? An hour and 20-ish minutes. Good evening, Ace. How you doing? Oh, fuck. Okay, I need a break for 2 minutes. So, who wants to come to talk to chat? Ace, you're in. Ace, do you want to call me? Ace? And you can come and entertain my chat for 2 minutes while I go and, like, take a break. I'm gonna have a chat about some of this, because then we can also talk about some of the, like, jar stuff a little bit. We'll do a little palate cleanser. No break with you. I need like 2 minutes to grab like something to eat and Dobson video. No, I don't want to leave the Dobson video playing just while I'm not here. Oh, Chris. I don't think Chris is around. I don't know where the fuck Chris has been. If you want, okay. Hold on, I'll call Ace. We'll do a cameo. As everything crashes on me. Amazing.
Yo, what's good? How I gotta meet your stream. Yeah, so okay. Yeah, I guess I gotta I'm entertaining your chat.
Yeah, you just basically you're here to like entertain for a little bit. And but we'll do a little chat first. Like how you doing? You seem to be doing well.
Yeah, I just actually got off a stream myself. I thought you were gonna I thought you were already done. But
no, this is the last part. We've been going for like nearly 6 hours on this section. We've got another hour left, and then we're done. And I'm gonna raid into a gaming stream. I think I'm gonna play some Hogwarts Legacy and listen to one of the calls that went down during this. So yeah, it was good. What about you? What are you covering?
Well, I went over like this retard dude. Like there's this guy named like Excellent. I don't know if you're ever familiar with this guy, right? But like essentially he's like a 6K channel, right? And he's in the art com. And he spurred the fuck out because of a 47 sub channel at the time. Like simply mentioned him for 5 seconds. So this guy made a 10-minute response video, and all this person's video, right, was like this 47 sub channel. All he did, right, was like make a video called like separating art from the artist. It was 3 minutes. And he just was talking about like how he doesn't want to watch Vizzy prop drama, right? And Excellent took that as a personal diss and made a 10-minute video called "The Excellent Situation is Insane." And it's like, dude, he didn't even name drop you. All this guy said is, I don't want to consume drama content on Vivzy Pop stuff. And you took that as a personal slight. And then what was even better, right? Within the same 24 hours, this person goes and defends a person named like Slimed Alien and like acts like he's very defensive of them. And I don't know if you've like caught up with like the whole fucking Shister stuff, because like that's a whole thing and a half too. Like I know like Toastify and Chris were watching it on a different stream earlier. But like I guess Shister like made a video talking about Slime, which was like a person that's been like literally stalking them for a bit. And like back like a couple years ago, Slime like threatened to like cut themselves after arguments that they had. Like a very mentally ill person. All right. The only thing like I knew Slime for was that their birdie coverage, right?
Okay.
Now essentially, fucking Shister, right, makes a video going over Slime. And then like fucking like Excellence like, well, I think you gotta listen to both sides. And it's like, I don't know, like obviously that's a fine thing, but like they're acting like people were actively silencing Slime. When Slime is like did like this really weird impulse respond, they had like 3 archive responses, just black screens, basically one of them just crying, being like, I didn't want people to know about this. Why is this out there? Dude, it's like just banger stuff, dude.
Like, yeah, you're gonna have to send me bits of it, because I'll take a look over maybe the weekend or early next week. I'm building up a bit of a backlog of random shit. I want to take a look at the VTuber fucking freak Harmful was having a look at as well.
I see. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Let me go and grab a drink. I will leave you with read chat, and I'll be back in like 3 to 5 minutes.
Yeah. What's?
Okay. Be right back.
Yo, what's good? Fucking Beckett's chat, dude. My God. Sister W. God. You know, honestly, like the whole like excellent thing kind of goes down a little bit back. If you guys are even curious about that, I had like this excellent person a while back on one of my streams, and essentially, like for 12 minutes straight, without like any basis, they would call Birdie a fucking groomer with barely any evidence, and they framed it like Birdie was a full-grown adult and like the kid was 13. But essentially, they took this was the case like with like the Juno Draggy thing. I'm sure Beckett probably covered it because he covers a lot of things. It's whatever. But they took like the 16-13 thing and tried to frame Birdie as like an adult grooming a kid. And I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? So I had them on my stream a while ago, right? And they why is this so nice? We choose this fucking out, whatever. But yeah, I had them like a while ago, right? And they conceded that it was defamation and slander and shit, right? But what they also conceded to was that they were mad at Birdie because Excellent paid $5 to their GoFundMe, right? Beautiful stuff. So Excellent actually contributed to Birdie's GoFundMe and said that they felt personally upset about Birdie, like because they felt scammed and shit. So I talked to them about this. They admitted this video was slanderous and defamation, so they took it down after the stream, right? But then, it's like like slowly after they put the video back up. And that was just one of the many issues with this person that I had. But like another thing, right? Another thing, what was it? I think like they made like a really horrible dream video. How do you lose to Birdie, bro? Oh god, dude, that's what I'm saying, dude. Like I know some people say like it's complicated to go through this stuff, but like I feel like it's pretty clear cut to do some coverage. You just like literally live streamers can get it right by just doing a raw reaction to just reading stuff. Yeah, the stream's still going. God, yeah. Beckett's a warrior. Yeah, why is Ace here? I don't know, dude. Beckett's like trying to put me up, dude. It's awesome. But tomatoes. Yeah, I guess there's like a person I gotta look into because like Excellent did some really horrible coverage against them. Person named like Raya Garis, 100K AMC creator. I gotta look into them because like they're like really weird, but like Excellent calls him like a child groomer. Like with like no evidence. And I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you, bro? So yeah, it's amazing. So I watched the last stream you mentioned him, the one with the dog shit incest dog with the chill sticks. Yeah. So like wait, with the fucking Raya Garis, like that one document that was made on them kind of sucked because it was like an ex-partner just talking about like how they got friend zoned essentially. And how that could be framed like anything else, I don't know, blows my mind. But Ace was really good in that one interview with some art degenerate. What are you talking about? Fucking what was it? The 90s router or some shit? Like you could be talking about him. I don't know. You could be talking about anyone else. Yeah, that's the one. Real. But yeah, but I don't know. Like what else was there? Because like trying to think what else. Because when I had Excellent on, he kind of conceded to it very instantly. Couldn't even define what grooming was, even though like he called this Birdie a groomer a while, like many times in the video. But he couldn't even give me a definition. And he said he just got it from somewhere, like some random video. And this person's research sucks. He basically just either copies and pastes a take just from someone else from like one video he watches, or he'll like credit a video and say, hey, this is the video I got this from. And just like only just take the clips that they're commenting over. You enter a 90s router. That was a while ago, to be fair, because of his like fucking Lio video, right? He made like a really fucking horrendous Lio video. Yeah, the 90s router got kneeled on. Yeah, dude, fuck him, dude. Fuck the 90s router. That guy like lied on my name. He's like so gay. But yeah, I mean, I'm glad that I think that there can't. Dude, the 90s router. There can't be any more updates with that shit, dude. Like that was the thing going on for a month. He made his video. Yeah. Why is Ace Space getting able to God, dude, just getting mogged, dude. But yeah, no, I can't really think of more with like Excellent. Well, yeah, like the 90s router was definitely an interesting era. Ace, what are you saying? Big Dog Daddy Dum endorses my debate tactics and research gathering. Okay, Big Dong Daddy Dum endorses my debate tactics and research gathering. Fuck, I fucked it up. Fuck, dude. 90s then proceeded to run when monsters asked him a simple question. Yeah, because sorry, yep, I'm a little bit of a yapper.
I came back and my avatar just went from like sleepy face to like horrified. What the fuck were you talking about?
I was talking about like a mix of like more excellent stuff and I guess the '90s router and stuff.
Yeah,
because, like,
I need to look
that.
more into it. I tried watching a live stream on Router, but I got bored.
Yeah, that happens when you try to consume some Lio content by itself. I think Lio could be interesting in calls, but his content, bro, like. I don't know. I try to watch
like I'm with you. I'm with you. Like, and like he's good in calls. He's good in calls, but like just Lio, fuck. Kill myself.
Yeah, I remember like just trying to watch with someone like his Zayd thing, and I remember him saying something like, "Look, I know the pain you went through. I feel your pain." I'm like, "Dog, shut the fuck up." God, you're taking this way too seriously, bro. But.
I can't believe that I've made it through most of this 9-hour video. What's your opinion on this video, by the way?
Dude, admittedly, I have to watch it myself, but like I've been like watching Akuma stuff quite a bit ago, like in like the FCK shit. Like I've watched some of his FCK coverage before, but like I haven't watched this video yet. But I don't know. I have like I don't know. It's mixed because I feel like it's kind of hard to say like what to actually label them, you know? Because it's like I think I could easily label the action grooming. But like, I think some people try to make the argument that they're like child predators, and I don't know how to feel about that.
Like, okay. I think there's an element of predation, in how they went after victims, particularly, and how they tried to twist people.
Sure.
I think Toasty is certainly a groomer. I think it's weird, like when we talk, like we get into semantics, right? Like someone, like many people who are not like pedophiles in the clinical sense. Engage in like nonce actions, right? Like I think I look at Fuchsia Buttons and I'm like, with everything with the FCK, it's all like quite noncy.
Fucking Fuchsia Butters, bro.
Yeah. But I think what I'd say about this is the FCK is a story of just wild fucking double standards. And if you want something to like group everyone like with, it is the fact that these people have no moral grounding or standards on anything, and yet they have tried to destroy people's lives over it. And that is something very, very worthy of criticism. So that's kind of how I view this.
Yeah, I think like the irony is definitely like one of the best parts about it. And I think like with Peaches, like I think a lot of people was like started making like what was it like they calling her a hypocrite because like the Camilla Cuevas thing, or something like that. And it's like. Yeah, all these people are just like fucking hypocrites. And it's funny to like see them get called out because it's like I feel like the people that are like morally like purity testers kind of like just fall the hardest because like it's like they're covering up something worse. Yeah, it almost seems like in every situation.
Every single fucking time. Well, look,
and I can't lie, I enjoy seeing it.
Yeah, no, it's good. I'll get back to this. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, guys. Go and subscribe to A-Space. I think you can just drop your channel in the chat because you've got a wrench.
Yeah, sure thing.
And yeah, I will chat to you later, buddy.
Yeah, enjoy your stream, buddy.
Peace. Okay, that was very nice of him. I appreciated that. That was really good of him. Okay, cool. Right, I'm back. We have an hour and 20 minutes left. Hour and 20 minutes. We can do this.
How I frame it.
Every single person who had joined the chat as if it was some sort of Epstein list. Not going as far as to make any sort of like distinction between no distinction between the more guilty or less guilty parties.
First, I find it hilarious that Doodles claimed I was being dishonest in how I frame it, considering Doodles was insistent on telling everyone he didn't know, only to admit he did know. And
Caballo, let's not forget Hopeless Peaches, who was dogpiled on and admitted to being pushed into self-deleting, then did the exact same thing to Rosa. Fucking Peaches is the definition of Peaches is the definition of suicide baiting. Anything that would go wrong, instantly suicide baited. Beckett, let me. Yeah. You're good. You're good with posting. You're good with posting your channel. I appreciate the covering.
Just did nothing because Renmankin's video, which he also tried to undermine in the past. He was insistent that he didn't know about Slimmers or the Slimmersness of WChat, yet turned out to have messaged in it. However, because I don't right off the bat tell my audience who is more guilty and not. I'm dishonestly presenting it. Almost like these people prioritize telling their audience what to think rather than showing them. I prefer to do more showing than telling and to let you come to your own conclusions. And secondly, I have never compared the FCK to the Epstein list. Perhaps a Freudian slip? 3 minutes after this, Laka then asked Doodles why my video on Toasty and the fact I had a recorded admission was ignored. This is Doodles' response.
Like, I don't agree with the Kumu at all. I'll be
I rise with 2. Oh god, fucking hell. I hate how time proved the hack Luke right. Yeah, it's a stop clock kind of thing. The important thing to remember is this: just because other people are being like fucking called out does not exonerate the shitty actions of the people who've previously been burnt to the ground. Okay.
upfront on that. But the stuff I do want to talk about is some of the, unfortunately, the stuff that is unsettling. Like, he did a video confronting, Toasty, talking about him sending porn to minors and stuff like that. And that video was made aware in some parts of the community, at least because Madlibs commented on it and several others. And it's a question that becomes it doesn't look good, and I'm just trying to find out why was this not really taken seriously? Because regardless of how you feel about the guy, I don't like him, but the fact that he had Toasty's admission in a video of that is the thing that disturbs me. And people looked at that and went, nah, ignore it. And it's a little disturbing.
I didn't look at that not until I've had to look into everything about Akumu. But I do know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's my perspective.
The thing with Akumu, on that though, well, on that note, it's also, given the whole Madame situation, people were already kind of looking at him as rather disingenuous. Mm-hmm. You should know that.
That...
By that point,
But
regardless
of
how...
kind of looking... Go ahead. Sorry.
People are already looking at him as this lying kid who was going to bat for Madame for ultimately White Knight.
And whose fucking fault is that? Whose fault is that, Doodle Tones? Is it the fault of Akumu, or is it the fault of people who made multiple fucking hit pieces on him? Jesus. Akumu was harassed and people tried to bully him off the internet. But really, that's his fault. Fuck off. Unforgivable.
Reasons. And maybe that's not correct. I don't know. I don't really care. It was never really my perspective of the guy, but that is how people were writing him off.
Yeah, and that's kind of the problem I have, because this wasn't just him claiming that in the video. He interviewed him in a call and had an admission with Toasty outright verbally saying that. That's the issue I'm having here. There was verbal admission from Toasty, regardless of how people felt about Akumu. I'm wondering why the community didn't take that seriously, since there was an admission.
Oh, the narrative Doodle's friends helped peddle around me and my very name contributed to this being ignored? Well, who would have thought?
Dude, I'd absolutely debate Doodle Tones. That's not even complicated. I'd absolutely talk to Doodle Tones on a call. I think that shit would be fucking hilarious.
At 56 minutes in, Laka asked Ellie why she blocked them, to which Ellie claimed she saw Laka in DMs with me, that I had been harassing and stalking her friends for literal years.
Can I...
Gabato with a 5. People already looked at Akumu like he was a liar, so we just ignored that he got a creep to admit being a creep. Doodle diapers. Yep, fantastic, isn't it?
Ask a question then why was I blocked?
Because I saw you in DMs with Akumu. And here's the thing. I'll put that on myself, that I probably should have asked, hey, why are you in DMs with Akumu and all that. But Akumu has harassed and been stalking my friends for literal years.
I'm their fucking boogeyman. This has been a long-standing problem within the art and slideshow community, especially the latter. But because the kind of audience they both attract consists of people who think that being easily gullible man-children who fall for any claimed victimhood or pathos appeal thrown their way means they're more mature people, they hardly ever question it. Heaton Mitsuru has accused Chuli of stalking because Chuli was continuing to see what Heaton was publicly posting on her Twitter account, despite her blocking.
I now have to finish with proof that Jula is stalking my account despite having me blocked and posting about me where I can't see it, and taking an argument we had out of context because it's in a chat I left because they and Junkie made me so uncomfortable I left. She's not blocked, so if she keeps posting about me, no, she's block evading to harass me too. Oh my god. Oh my god, the block evading guys. Help. How do you end up fighting with fucking Chuli? Fuck is wrong with you? I'm done posting about this. I said what needed to be said. I hope Clown and B are going to be okay, and I hope Fagosi gets the psych help he really needs instead of doing something bad. Like I said about Heaton in the fucking Mali call, that at least they were like neutral, but I completely understand why people fucking hate Heaton. I get it.
Truly. Several SEC members have accused Renmankins of stalking, citing even block evading, and I even asked around about this claim. So imagine my shock when I find out that the supposed stalking Ren has apparently done is just lurking on people's public Twitter feeds and getting around blocks to see public fucking tweets. This is pathetic. These people believe that if they block you, you're not allowed to see what they're publicly saying. If you do, they claim you're stalking them. They think that if they don't want you talking about them and you continue to, you're harassing and stalking them. That's how chronically online they are. These people are so fucking deluded, such control freaks, that have become so acclimated in the comfort of their hug boxes and safe spaces that they think they get some say in whether you can talk about them or not, whether you can see what they're publicly saying. If they block you, they have this expectation that you're suddenly...
Wait, Heaton threw Chuli under the bus during the Fago stuff? Oh, shocking. It's just a list of people who annoy me. Oh, fuck. Okay. Okay, we're gonna lock in. Last hour. Lock in. Do a stretch. We can do this. It's been fucking brutal.
Not allowed to see what they post, and you're not allowed to talk about them. To the people that think like this, it is not stalking to see what someone is publicly saying, let alone about yourself. It's not fucking stalking,
Man,
let alone
we stalk
harassment
tipsters
just
so
because
hard.
someone you don't
So
like
true.
talks about you. You don't get to publicly run your mouth about someone or something, and then decide that because you don't like them, they aren't allowed to look and see at what's in the public eye. Just because you dislike someone doesn't mean they have to cease talking about you, and that doesn't make it harassment if they persist to talk about you. That's not how it works, you pathetic crybullies. Of course, this wouldn't be the SEC. They weren't selective about when something is stalking or not. It wasn't stalking when they were watching my Twitter feed, Ponder, Nezzy, Mimi, or Mark Silverblood. Me looking at a Twitter account to get evidence, though. That's stalking. How about watching my Discord server for evidence? No one said that was stalking when the FCK admitted that in a video with 17k views. But in the same video, when they accused me of stalking for doing the same thing, these idiots ate that shit right up. No one said stalking when these people were trying to join Madame's Discord server to spy, FCK included. A little fun fact, Nani, the fucking furry art tard, streamed herself trying to get into Madame's Discord server. No one said stalking then. They also talked about it in the FCK server. It's apparently not stalking when they're searching and hunting for the new social media or private social media accounts of people they don't like to announce it to the rest of everyone else out of their silly sense of justice, like Tippy. Yet they say it's stalking if someone has the audacity to look at a public Twitter account just because they've been blocked. The point...
Okay, we are retreading stuff at this point. Kumu? No, I'm kidding. I get it. It's a 9-hour video. Okay. I get it.
The point is, not only have these crowds lost themselves in their control freak hug box mentality, but they can't even keep consistent in what they claim even constitutes stalking. They just proclaim stalking when they want to victimize themselves or others to the fact someone they don't like is either talking about them or seeing what they're publicly releasing and saying. At an hour and 23 minutes into this call, Ellie denies knowing anything, specifically denying knowing about Toasty.
That's why I have been as angry as I have been with you, because now people are probably thinking that I knew about ZZ and Toasty's porn spamming, which I wasn't even in the server when that happened. I didn't know Toasty was a sex pest. I didn't know Toasty was this, that, and the third. I didn't know any of that.
Ooh, unfortunately, Nezzy and Doodles eviscerated Ellie's claim and cover here by releasing the snippets from Nezzy Monster's DMs with Toasty Vanilla, because inside them, Nezzy Monster mentions that a user by the name of Mavi, which is Ellie's previous username, had to block Toasty, that his antics led to Mavi blocking him. So clearly, Mavi, Ellie, knew a little bit more than what she likes.
Yeah, this is a little bit like, how much do you trust Nezzy's tone? How much did like fucking Ellie Malevi, whatever the fuck me, Ellie, how do I say the rest of their fucking name? It's killing me today. Even though this is a bit circumstantial as to how much Ellie knew, yeah, clearly I think a lot of people fucking knew far more than they were letting on. People gossip. People gossip in the RTC all the fucking time. This idea that, oh, it was all a big secret, guys. It was all a mystery. Nah, fuck that. Fuck that. People were aware. And people want to distance themselves now. That's it.
To tell the public, these people are quite literally tripping each other in their frantic attempt to make this situation blow over.
Ellie
Near the
Momelli.
end of the
Okay,
call,
there we go.
Ellie clarified that she totally isn't a part of the RTCC, that she never was, that the SCC is totally different.
People are weird. I'm done with this fucking community. I swear to God. Sorry.
As well as people, I think it was Akumu was trying to say I was a part of the ArtCC, which, no.
In the past, you were a part of the community, but that, like, you left in, like, what, 2018?
No. I was never a part of the ArtCC.
Were you part of the regular one, though? Because, like, you're
I was part of the SCC.
Yes, the regular one. That's
Slideshow community.
All right.
Yes, that one.
Right.
No.
I think that this call, unless anyone needs me, is done because I am.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're all out. we're done for today.
Well, no, real quick. The CC and the SCC are two very different areas.
So different, in fact, that the SCC just happens to follow the art community everywhere and are backing them in every endeavor, like a bunch of sycophantic brown-nosers. So different, despite the fact that the RTCC's golden calf, their totally unbiased Octomama, came from the slideshow community. That's just how separate they are.
Okay.
Yeah, the SEC is a much more niche. The SCC is a much more niche community that focuses on like video critiques and stuff like that. We're all just a bunch of nerds that talk about, our, I guess, our special interests.
Special interest?
No, fuck off. I hate this shit. It's the same as like when people say the art CC is like focused around art drama. No, it's not. None of you fucking guys are. It is focused around general community dramas. That is the focus of the content. It's like Lio saying he's a toy channel. If you ask anybody who Lio Convoy is, the first answer out their mouth is not going to be, oh, the toy reviewer guy. No one's going to say that, despite what Lio might want. I'm hot in the ACC. I'm not in the ACC. I'm in the SCC. Yeah. It's That's Cabello for the 5. You put ACC twice. I'm assuming you meant SCC. I don't know. It's like, it's fucking completely retarded. I will fight you on this, Beckett. There's true ACC out there, but they simply aren't here with us in the building. Listen, if you can... Even with the true ACC people talking about art drama, they were doing that ages ago, and mostly from what I can tell, that kind of content has moved on to TikTok. That's where it exists mostly now. It's not this YouTuber like fucking reply guy shit. Too bad the drama overshadows the people only there for the art commentaries. Well, I mean, like, to be clear as well, plenty of people from the ACC watch me because I'm good background noise while they draw. That's okay, that's fine. I'm literally, essentially, second or third monitor content. I'm what you put on if you're on a long drive. I get that. That's all right. That's fine. People listen to me at work. All good. All good. This is pointless drama background noise. That's what it is. And let's not lie to ourselves. Let's just be happy with the place where we exist.
For the art community's special forces.
Yep.
So, because
that's kind of the long and short of it.
The ArtCC, and that was just incorrect. I've never once associated myself in the ArtCC.
Do you make art?
I have also
Occasionally.
never associated.
I like making things. I do some Gundam kits. I draw every now and again. I write poetry. Not like massively, but yeah, I still do artsy stuff.
With the artsy scene, I've made videos about.
I make like do my videos count as art? I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, I do bits and bobs.
It, but Akumu still associates me as part of.
I wouldn't refer to myself as an
community,
artist,
so
though.
Shrug.
It could just be because of your
You're my Fallout radio.
associations.
It's really sweet.
I think that's probably why. Because like some people, like we all talk to someone in the art CC, so I think that might be why.
Yeah, I've made videos clarifying that I'm not the.
Both Ellie and Doodles insist
I think
they've
the video's
never
pretty good.
associated with the art CC for them to possibly be lumped in. Really. That's your best. You both are friends and have collaborated with Ponder Sprocket, queen of the art tards. You both were literally in an art commentary group that was made on the basis of making connections between artists and YouTubers, with such hits from art commentary like Nani and Hopeless Peaches.
Fair enough. I don't really know how to talk about that subject because it's like that's such a weird thing to argue at all because it's just like it's like it's okay.
Well, it shows that he has complete disregard as to who it is he's even talking about.
You know that's fair. That's fair.
It shows that I pay attention to actions far more than words, like Nezzy insisting she knew very little when she knew quite a bit more thanks to the evidence. In fact, many of the things that she talks
raid?
about in the DMs...
Wait, nothing popped up. Did I get raided by Core? Has Core finally finished? I thought Core was still live. I thought Core finished ages ago. How we doing, guys? Welcome into, like, incredibly autistic art commentary drama. I hope you've had a good night.
With Toasty are things that she vaguely referred to in the 2023 Senate call that she wasn't going to talk about because it wasn't her story to tell. Remember?
There was a lot of stuff that happened that you don't know about.
Well, okay, fair enough.
A few of the things, there was a lot of shit going on between Toasty and Teddy. It's not my place to say that. Between me and Toasty, there was a lot of uncomfortable stuff. He did uncomfortable stuff with Libby. Not my story to tell, but I
notice the SCC tactic of bringing up semantic. Thank you for the 2, Kairos. Yeah, it's pretty fucking consistent.
They did a lot of shit in the server that was very uncomfortable.
In regard, as I just showed you, Nezzy in 2023 in that Senate call was remembering all the various things that she specifically mentioned 3 years prior in her DMs with Toasty Vanilla. Yet in 2024, her and the SCC to insist on this memory excuse. She's had her meds changed so much so she can't remember much. That is such a load of horseshit, and I'm not eating it. I'm not eating from that
cool.
plate. It's interesting.
Hope you had a good stream, buddy. Hope you enjoyed. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Cabano with the 5. Oh gee, I wonder why Akumu would have complete disregards towards you, Doodle. Lamau. Yeah, listen, fucking absolute insanity. I streamed 3 hours, Hornet. Oh, okay, you're talking to Hornet, that's fine. Use Edge, Beckett. Listen, I'm getting closer. Fuck, this, like, Opera is actually a piece of shit. It crashes on me constantly.
That there was such a strong will to protect her server members and to protect Teddy when it came to accusing Person A of sexual harassment, when she had no evidence and she provided no evidence for that accusation. Yet when she had all this evidence and all these various things that Toasty had done to her and her friends, and she knew what he was doing in a group chat, a Discord server filled with minors. She knew of at least 2 minors in there. Where was that will to protect those minors at? I could keep going with this, but I think I've made my point. Returning back to the timeline, on April 14th, Nezzy Monster posted, "I don't know what's gonna happen. Nobody gives a shit about change. Nobody will believe me when I do attempt to defend myself or correct things about the FCK situation, so what even is the fucking point? Well's been poisoned. I'll complete my comms, and then I don't know." Nezzy and the others had convinced themselves that releasing the DM screenshots of her and Toasty, the ones I showed you previously, would make it any better for them. Lio and Doodles both showed them off, and even he brought them up as a means of defending Nezzy Monster on my stream. They believed that it was a correction, that Nezzy did something, even though the DMs showed that Nezzy knew a lot more and still didn't say anything about Toasty, at least publicly. On April 15th, Nezzy Monster put out yet another fucking Twitter thread. "I've lost my fucking glasses. My med dosage changed, I had a spiral, and I've been bed rotting. But Therapy is tomorrow, so there's that. There's more to the FCK situation than people think because a lot of stuff didn't happen in there. It happened in private. It's complicated.
There's more to it than people think, and a lot happened in private. So isn't that more of an argument that you should have been fucking talking about it, Nessie? Listen, guys, listen. I know you're annoyed at me, but what you've got to understand is my memory is bad, and also more things happened that don't have logs and people aren't aware of, and that's why you should forgive me. What? This insane fucking bitch. Jesus. Can we skip Akumu reading tweets? Yeah, sure. I think we're at that point, aren't we?
But will be explained. I've also been talking to my therapist. Criticism, you are a fucking idiot. I have apologized. I'm a 19-year-old, so I didn't know any better. Nezzy is hitching her wagon to the I was young, dumb, and naive excuse, which is very interesting considering she did know better at 19. So let me give you some examples. In March of 2020, the collab with Ponder, Nezzy was 19 when she made it and released it. She was talking about protecting young artists in that collab, that being one of her reasons as to why she was in support of cancel culture.
Previously, we went over how she condoned cancel culture. Anyone who condones it, why? First off, that's my question. Why would you condone it at all?
I condone it in instances where people are scamming their audience out of money by claiming that they're suing the YouTube community punching bag, and when that's brought to light from a single artist speaking up and shining a light on a past of problematic behavior.
I condone it when this person has a history of being shitty towards multiple artists because I want to protect other artists who can't resist her 2-for-1 exposure deal.
Plus, you know, cancel Onision.
Oh yeah, cancel Onision.
She turned 20 on June 20th.
Kabato, the hilarious thing to me is if Akumu was vent posting like this, they would have eaten him alive. This is so pathetic. Thank you for the 5. Also, incredibly true. Can we talk about the Destiny allegation with the Pixie instead of whatever this is? Nope. I'm fucking done. I'm done. I don't care. I don't care anymore. I'm done.
12th, as her DeviantArt account lists her birthday as June 12th of 2000. So since Nezzy puts emphasis on her being 19, what about when she was 20? In August of 2020, she was 20 years old, and that was when she accused Toasty Vanilla of sexual harassment in their DMs, where she cited him showing minors porn, having porn made of his friends, sharing it, spamming it, where she brought up V Omega showing minors porn, citing it as a bad thing to do. A few days later, she publicly falsely accused a 16-year-old of sexual harassment under the sentiment of protecting her server and protecting Teddy. Her first instinct upon finding out about the supposed sexual harassment with Teddy was to call it out. Why not with Toasty then? If Nezzy Monster truly didn't know any.
We're not watching the Akumu Nezzy call. Yes, we are. We're just going to do it in another stream. I'm going to raid us to it after this.
Better at 19? Did she learn the day she turned 20? If she didn't know any better at 20, why did she publicly accuse Person A of sexual harassment? Nezzy has insisted that she had no malicious intent with accusing Person A. That she genuinely...
Okay. We're actually going to skip ahead a bit. We're going to skip ahead a bit because we are retreading the last 6 hours. And Akumu, I love you. This is a great video, but I am not retreading the last 6 hours. Okay, we're gonna skip ahead a bit. Gemini Forest with a 2. Damn boy, you're still here. Yep. And we're gonna do another stream after this.
June 13th.
We're gonna do some members content. It'll be open, but it will go members straight afterwards. Okay. I would like to congratulate Sunday for giving Destiny his. Oh my god. Yeah. Listen, we're not doing. Listen, I'm just not doing it. Okay. I get people's annoyance with the topic. It's cool.
Nezzy tweeted, "I'm not talking about the FCK anymore. I am 24 and I was 19. It has been practically 5 years. I am done. I am not that person anymore. As much as I wish I could change things, I cannot. I am moving forward with my life." Then on July 25th, she put out another Twitter thread about it. I thought Nezzy was done talking about
Why does he keep retreading points made in the same video? Because, okay, part of the problem is he sort of explained the first, like, 3 to 3.5, 4 years in the first half of the video, and everything here in this latter half, especially in, it seems in, like, this last little bit, is basically stuff he's already covered. It's already covered. It's already explained.
the FCK. She has said that nearly every fucking thread she's made about it, all the while putting out statement after statement saying the same excuses. She has to be clinically insane. I'm not a psychologist and I'm not trying to pretend to be. I'm just saying that this is the same...
Listen, I speak from experience. When you get to the like end part of a video, it can feel painful, okay?
exact habit that she did with the sexual harassment accusation. I accidentally accused person A, and Akumu was just upset over a video I made years ago. With the FCK server, her response has been, I was a dumb 19-year-old, so I didn't know any better. And Akumu is just upset over a video.
Let him have a victory lap?
He's
Yeah,
obsessed
absolutely.
and malicious. Of course, like her audience, leaving out what she did in those videos that could have me potentially upset about them. Right along with her perpetual victimhood that several of her friends like Heaton, Doodletones, Ellie Momelli, and even Lyle Convoy have validated and affirmed. Which is fucking hilarious when these communities and some of those very people I just mentioned love to accuse others of enabling. They were saying Renmankins was somehow enabling me, but somehow it's okay when they do it.
Okay. We are going to continue to skip ahead though.
Does a great job bringing light to the facts and dispelling misinformation for good resolution. So why in the 4 years this has gone on has she said nothing about any of what I've gone over? I don't mean just the FCK server either. There's plenty that I've gone over in this very ridiculously long video that meets the parameters, the criteria for her commentaries. Since it was wrong for Madame to lie about Slummers and Ponder milked that all for what it was worth and then some, why say nothing when her own close friends and her surrounding community were doing it and have been? This whole thing is perfect for her coverage. If she actually stood by that bullshit litany in her intro. Ponder was even following some of it. Remember, she commented on Foxton's video, who was responding to me in response to Fuchsia Butter. No matter how you slice this fruitcake, there's going to be a lot of shit on your plate. So much so that I've made individual episodes covering what happened, most of which was right within the public view. Public videos that did very well and were shared across multiple discords within this community. I'd bet money that they were shared in hers too. Ponder knew of and covered my Slummers
Play
video
well, Jack.
when it only had 3,000 views. Fuchsia Butter's video did far better than that and was shared all over these two communities. Madlib's video did far better than my video and Fuchsia Butter's video and was shared everywhere. Public tweets that were seen and shared all over, and public Discord messages as well. But here's a good question. Why hasn't Ponder corrected the misinformation about me that she put out herself in the collab?
Okay, we'll get to this. We've gone over this very much so. This bit seems to be like one of Akuma's previous videos. Yeah, we'll check it.
Ooh, and insightful, because it has information that's inconvenient for her. I've gotten a myriad of comments throughout this series from people telling me...
Okay, we're gonna go ahead a little bit towards the... I think mostly we're retreading stuff now, right? Is there anything... Because I know some of you have seen this. Is there anything else in this that I need to cover? Or are we doing wrap-up? I think we might be doing wrap-up.
During Nezzy's collab, that I was trying to get Slummers' personal information. The false attempted doxing accusation. So I'm not allowed to talk about the collab.
Because part of me, like, I want to listen to this fucking other call. And I feel like the last hour is very much wrap-up, which is fine. Which is absolutely fine.
That they made 4 years ago.
But also, it's very it feels a bit Ponder focused as well, and I haven't spoken to Ponder yet, and until I do, I'm kind of going to reserve my takes.
Otherwise, it's harassment levied at Ponder and Nezzy. But he's allowed to repeat the false accusations that were levied at me 4 years ago from the very video. Salty, be consistent in your standards. Will not hold these people to the same standards you tried to hold me to. For a community so insistent that I haven't changed, I've shown 4 or 5 years worth of the same habits, the same lies, and the same attempts to cover everything up. It's projection. You obscure the actions and wrongdoings on your side, and then project them onto your opposition. A quick and perfect example from your crowd is Nye Tie-Dye, during one of the many shit fits over me and Lao Convoy's cat's lair. This one involved Nyx seething over everything about my video. Nye said, people like him like to pretend his shit doesn't stink. And this is from the same guy who tried to accuse me of hiding my video in order to validate Ponder and Nezzy's conspiracies. In another tweet, he complained about me deleting...
Okay. I think we're pretty much there. I think that's pretty much it. I think that is, other than an hour of retread, Akumu, I would have, okay, I would have liked to see, actually, like, if I've got one criticism here, I would have liked to see more new stuff in the last hour. I get it. It's a victory lap. I'm not mad at him or anything. But the last hour definitely could have done more new stuff, because there is new stuff to be talked about. I know some of that will probably come in the Thuman video, if she ever releases it. And I've heard bits and pieces of that anyway. This has been long. This has been long. What I am going to do, hold on. I'm going to fucking, give me a second. I'm going to set up another stream that we're going to go to in a bit. Schedule stream. DK. SDK after show. We'll go. I made a nice little quick thumbnail for it as well. So that's pretty good. Rotting, welcome to Seething. Much appreciated. 07. And I will raid into that. What time is it? So we'll give we'll give it a little bit of time. We'll give it a little bit of time. Might start early. I don't know. But I'll give myself some breathing room. All right. Well, this has been an interesting stream. See you back in a bit, Kabashi. With the 5. I am going to go over this other call in the next stream. Okay. I'm going to go over this other call, but I am probably going to just play some video games while I'm doing it. There's no visuals. I'll do it on Edge as well. See if that works better. It's a little less intensive, which I like. Caught the tail end of the stream and the final. Yes, based. Much appreciated. Okay, that can be closed, right? Okay. Let me check that's actually working. I think that is. Okay. Listen. The FCK is a fucking hellscape. It is a hellscape. It has been a hellscape for literal years. The ACC generally is the story of fucking double standards and people refusing to have any actual fucking standards. Well, basically bullying Akumu. I am happy that Akumu has got his victory lap. I am, genuinely. This has been really interesting to go over. I think it's really well laid out. We're gonna do some, like, we're not done talking about like this in its entirety. There are some other calls that I want to go over. There are people I want to talk to, such as Ponder. But for now, the video itself is done, and like, I think it was good. I think it definitely needs a cut down version. Are you gonna get rid of the little gremlin VTuber? Only for the next stream. And like, when I'm doing stuff like this, I think I'll be using the VTuber more, because he's been good. He's been good for stuff like this. But yes, essentially, I think the video is pretty solid. I'm pretty impressed. I want to talk to Akumu more. Becky, you want the Himpleton call? I would like the Himpleton calls. I probably won't do them tonight, but I would like them, yes. Because they'll be interesting. We'll do some of that next week. If you got to listen, I'll make time for the Himpleton call. I think I'll make time for it. Okay. Right. Any final thoughts from chat? We've got like a couple of minutes. I'll have a cigarette before I raid you out to myself. Okay? Need to be abridged like an hour. I think it can probably be abridged down to about 2.5 hours. And I'd like to see that. Like the stream? True, like the stream. You've all been very generous and helpful tonight. This is why we're doing an after show. That's why we're going to do a bit of an after show. Bit of a chill out. Okay? It's going to be fun. It's going to be chilled out. I'm going to play some video games. We're going to listen to the call. And basically just relax. Just relax. We'll give you some nice background noise to listen to. Appreciate all the support and everything. Like and subscribe. It's cool that we've crossed the 6K mark. I think the next milestone is probably 10K. Do you make your own cigs? I roll. Yeah, I roll my own cigarettes. It's much more affordable. And sometimes it's nicer. So yes. Okay. I'm going to raid you out to myself. I will basically go live. I will go live when I'm ready. So if you want to go and grab a drink, grab something to eat, if you've been like, or you can put me on and go to bed, it's whatever. I'm just gonna be chilling. I'll go get set up, and then we'll do the call, because I want to hear the call. That will be members content. If you want to access members content, all you need to do is become Coping. But it'll be open and live for everyone, but once it finishes, it will go members. Beckett rating to Beckett. Beckett is rating to Beckett. That is true. I am selfish like that. I am selfish like that. For those of you who are not joining the gaming chill out cool stream, I will be back in a couple of days to do stuff. I don't know if I'm streaming Saturday night. I don't know yet. I might stream Sunday. We'll see. See how I feel. Or I might do a short stream on Saturday, okay? Or you could be seething and get access to my inbox. An easy way to tell me that you want me to look at something. Or even you can become molding and get your name at the end of Cope and Seed videos, which I think is a pretty good deal. I like shit like that. Okay, cool. Right, I'm going to rate this out. Thanks very much. I will see you in the next stream in a couple of minutes. Peace.